Sub-Zero, I'm here with Gino.
Hey, Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player. Feeling like Pac. Represent on my block. Try to knock me down, but I come up on top. Yeah, they wanna see me flop. Got a plot, want a lot. I won't stop on my pops. Got so many flows, it's insane. They don't really understand the game. Got a plan and it's plain, I ain't playing. I'm just trying to game. I wanna get that big bag, need that big Rex. Blow up Tic Tac with a blue cheese at. I don't give a fuck about your feedback. Eat that, get back, sit back, watch me spit that kickback. Got so many flows, yeah, they think that I'm insane. Ghetto kids in a lot of pain, all about the bills, ain't shit changed. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game, I'm a player. If you a hater, I don't hate you. I'm just really happy that I ain't you. I just wanna thank you. You kept me motivated, so now I motivate you. There's a lot of cake, money on my mind like a banker. Coming through with them bangers, ain't no room for mistakes. Lot of stake, hustle till we get a lot of rooms, lot of stakes. Good kid, but I keep it gangsta. All gas, no brakes. Got cash for the case. More cash in the case. More cash in the safe. More cash on the way. Hustling all day. Ay. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player.
Danger, coming with the bangers. Where my fucking paper.
Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. Whoa. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. Whoa. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told them we ain't in the faking, this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in they fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. Whoa. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Yeah. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told them I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made out the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And they tell me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and cop me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like the 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't ever going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On a roll, here we go, here we go.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Bitcoin Dump Show. Bitcoin hitting the $70,000 to $67,300 target. The Bitcoin meltdown, guys. As you know, this was our major target we were looking at to the downside, and here we are. Shorts are continuing to print. Are we going down lower? Is it the bear market? Of course, guys, it does seem like we've been in a bear market for quite some time, and if you watch this channel, his $70,000 target will not be much of a surprise to you. Kind of part of the reason why we were looking to hold those shorts to continue to pay us out to these lower prices. What is coming next? Are we headed down to 59K? Are we going to see the traditional 75+% correction in this bear market? Are we looking down to 30K? Is the bottom in? We're going to cover it all in today's live stream. Shout out to the Mafia. What is going on, guys? Thank you for tuning in. We got Dragos in the chat said 0, baby. Are we going to 0, guys? Are we going to 0? Sorry, I was like 3 seconds late to get to the camera. My Starbucks just got to the door. I had to go grab that. We got to keep the, this might be a long one, guys, so I got to get the caffeine. But we got Joe in the chat. What is going on? Should have sold like me and now buy back on sale. Shout out to Joe. I think there's a lot of people in the chat in that exact scenario. I know I am. But shout out to the Godfather. Welcome in. Show some respect to the Godfather in the chat. We got Neon Visual, Panda the Prophet, Alexandra G. What is going on? We got Jesse in the chat. I'm sure we got some other mods in here too. I see Jesse right now holding it down. But guys, we got a lot to look at here on the charts. Don't be scared. Well, I try not to be scared. But we'll cover the next key levels down below because we're not really getting much support here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump down into the charts. Let's get into it. So guys, obviously, as you guys know, if you watch this live stream at any point since pretty much October, you guys will know we kind of tried to map out the long-term scenario here. And kind of crazy enough, guys, I was not anticipating necessarily to have it play out exactly as we were looking for. But of course, this has repeated almost exactly like 2021 in the craziest repeating fashion with the bear flag, the massive drop down. Of course, at $108,000, warning of the weakness we were seeing on the charts, of course, on the higher time frames like the weekly, massive weekly bearish divergences. On the weekly, that's where you find weekly bearish divergences. Money flow starting to come out. We had the 50-week moving average sitting just underneath us, talking about, well, hey, guys, you know, we held support here, but as we approach this 50-week moving average, if we lose it, right, that is going to be a very big warning sign for a potential bear market to come in. And honestly, if you guys watch the show, in my opinion, right, I think this is very similar to 2021, where pretty much the real top of the market was more on the first top, right? So kind of pointing more towards February 2024 as kind of the actual top, and then you get that dead cat bounce to print those bearish divergences. But of course, as we saw that up here at $108,000, really kind of the first warning signs that if we were not able to quickly get a wick down below this 50-week moving average and reclaim it, which obviously was not the case, right? We just ended up losing it once again. This could be a very big warning sign for a much bigger drop to continue down. Of course, nobody really wants to hear that. Even at $92,000 to $91,000, we had some targets down here. People calling me crazy, and not a lot of people, but a lot of people just don't want to hear that, right? But of course, the signs were here on the chart, and we've drawn this line like 100 times. And, of course, did not expect it to play out, exactly how we drew the line. Pretty much just pulling the fractal from 2021. But, of course, it wasn't just that fractal. We had a lot of things on the chart. We had the massive high time frame bearish confirmations, the timing of the cycle, etc. Pretty much just a one-to-one replica here of 2021 at this point. Now, it doesn't mean we can't see something different play out at this point. I'm not just going to continue to watch this, look for this to play out exactly how it has. But, the price action just looked very similar. So, obviously, once we lost this $80,500 low, more recently, we look at that visible range volume profile. We talked about this yesterday. Massive low volume gap. Absolutely no support down here, guys. Absolutely no support. And, of course, through those low volume gaps, price does like to move very quickly through those levels. And then, of course, that next big target sitting here between $67,000 and $70,000. We lose this low. Could be a great a great opportunity for the shorts, which I'll talk about in a second. But, of course, right, we're in like a perfect situation to not only fall through that low volume gap, but right on time, lose that 100-week moving average with the weekly money flow crossover, right? And this is one of those times that I look back and I thank God that I stand firm in my view on the charts, and I don't just give senseless hopium. You guys will never get this on. You'll never get that on this channel. I will only tell you what I see on the charts, whether people want to hear it or not, because the charts are the truth, and I'm going to help more people by showing, the higher probability scenario than just saying, guys, don't worry about the bearish signs. We're going to all-time highs. I will never do that here on this channel. My goal is to actually help you make money, not just try to tell everybody what they want to hear to get more likes, right? So if we helped you, hey, smash that like button. But, of course, we lost that 100-week moving average. Every other cycle, this has been the exact same situation. You bing-bong around between the 50-week, the 100-week. You lose the 100-week. Weekly money flow crosses into the red. You are looking for that next big capitulation down. And even before the big drop, guys, I do not say this to brag. I say this because we teach this for free every single day. What I'm doing here, the way we can see these moves before they happen, I show you how to do this every single day. We even talked about how it did look as we were coming down to the 100-week that we were very, very close to a situation like this. And, of course, it doesn't play out perfectly like that every time, but it did end up being the exact same scenario with the absolute perfect kind of storm down here with no volume underneath you, just kind of putting you in an environment that would facilitate a very fast drop to the downside. It was like a perfect place to get a big capitulation. Oftentimes, fast moves up on the way back down can be very fast moves down, right? That's just how the volume gaps work. And price, of course, does gravitate towards those high volume nodes, which we did have here between $70,000 and $67,000. Now, obviously, I am still holding the shorts. Short over here on Blowfin now up $18,000. We do have some profits locked in on that already, but when we see the massive market weakness, right, there is no reason to kind of close these trades, right? We see the massive weakness on the higher time frames. We expect these bigger targets to eventually get hit, so we hold on to those shorts, and they continue to pay us out. I'm also holding, and this one was from 90,500, and then also still holding the short from 98K. I have more profits locked in on this one. Still got $12,370 unrealized. So kind of, to be honest, I was telling the premium Discord earlier today, guys, I'm kind of just hanging out here, right? I'm just kind of sitting in my shorts, and, I'm not super interested in trying to catch this knife, right? Obviously, we're just seeing the weakness that we were looking at continue to play out, right? Like I'm just not. I've taken I took two longs recently, scalp longs. One got stopped out in profit, one got stopped out at a small loss. Shorts continued to pay out, obviously much more than I took on that loss, but the. This is a very dangerous situation, right? Like, I'm just not interested. Every time price gets a little bit of a bounce, right? Like, even here, I did not long this bottom. We waited for a reclaim of our local value area. Then I took a little long into our value area high. I guess I could pull this range really quickly just to kind of show you guys, right? Like, we just see that local price action, and, I was not worried about, oh my God, I missed the low, we're going to all-time highs. Why did I not worry about that? Well, because obviously the higher time frames were much more bearish. It was very unlikely that this was going to be the low before a new all-time high. And I was very explicit about that, right? Just kind of trying to keep it honest and chart-based here, not just hopium. Of course, not impossible to put in those all-time highs, but, this was always the higher probability scenario. And, now that we sit down here, there's kind of really, as of right now, no reaction here at the value area high and the POC of the range. And the question is, are we going down lower? If we go down lower, how low can we go at least locally? Well, not only do we have the $70,000 value area high and then that $67,300 POC, but we also do have some other confluences down here. I'll pull up the daily MPOCs. Obviously, we have the daily MPOC down there. Daily MPOC down there, which is not shown any kind of reaction. Weekly, we are now tapping into the weekly MPOC. We do have some other confluences down here, right? Like, when we look at the chart, right? When we look at the horizontal levels, even if we take the range off the chart, I like to take my trades at the areas of high confluence because when you have multiple levels in one area, that is where you're going to get the highest probability reactions. Obviously, all of our confluence was above. And as we mentioned, right, that low volume gap here, not offering any support, and then take that sus-looking circle off the chart. But even when you look at it from a horizontal perspective, right, like there's just nothing down here. This is why, and the low volume gap, this is why we look for that fast drop down. Where's the next area of confluence? Well, at the end of the day, guys, we are pushing into that support. So as far as like trying to catch the knife down here, this is obviously right in line with the high time frame. Massive downtrend that we would expect on the weekly money flow crossover. So, of course, as I've been saying, conservative with the longs, greedy with the shorts. I'm going to continue to do that. And when you're taking the shorts at the right levels, right, the $91,000 short, the $90,500 short, you just get to kind of enjoy the ride down. And these dumps down kind of get a little bit less panicky, right? Like, oh my God, should I long? Oh, what should I do, right? Like, well, we're just really well positioned here. And, long term, this does look obviously like the long-term scenario is playing out. So, what are the next stops underneath us, right? Well, of course, we have the confluence here, and obviously no levels down here. There's no real reason to look for longs down here, other than the little scalp long I took yesterday, I think it was, which I stopped out in profit, right? But other than that, like no real huge opportunities there. But this is the first major level we've been looking at where I would be interested in potentially, we talked about this yesterday, potentially looking for some macro bottoms to come in. Now, of course, this did depend on how fast we got down there, what the price action looked like when we got down there. And, right now, this is going to take some time, right? There's nothing saying like, oh my God, we tapped the level, the bottom's in, we're going up, right? We have to see what happens down here because with the weekly money flow, still just very, very early in its money flow crossover. This could be the start of a much bigger downtrend, right? Just like we see it trending out, we anticipate lower highs and lower lows. And now, as this is just very early in the red, when we look at these previous money flow crossovers, and again, not just the money flow, I'm never just going to look at an indicator and base all my decisions off of that. But if you look at this historically, right, you get the big drop to the downside. At this point, if I had to just try to track this fractal, right, like we're somewhere in here. You still have that really early money flow crossover. This money flow oftentimes does spend a decent amount of time in the red. And when we look at this, right, like the bottom comes in after this money flow has been in the red for a while, it does seem that we are probably still pretty early on that crossover, right? So at this point, when I say, hey guys, we have this big, massive level of support down here, this is where I would entertain longs. This is not just, set a 100x leverage limit order, right, to take a long position. We have to see what happens in here. And, of course, it is a volume profile. Let me take off some of these horizontal levels just to clean up the chart. At this point, right, if we cannot reclaim this POC at $67,000, well, of course, right, or the value area high at 70K, if we get stuck in this range, guys, the next obvious place for price to go is going to be sitting down here at about $59,000. Now, this is the zone, right? I don't know at least as of right now, right? Like how long we're going to spend down here, right? If we bing bong around here, right, this money flow continues into the red, and then we get like one more last drop to the downside. I'll cover some of the lower levels in a second, and then we start to see some kind of a bottom formation, and then this money flow is now deeper in the red. This is where we could kind of say, well, hey, we have massive bullish confirmations. Obviously, there's nothing to see right here for high time frame bullish confirmations. All I see here is a very, very weak chart. This is going to take time to play out. And obviously, the two major scenarios that we have is, the major support levels here. Obviously, 70 to 59K is the first zone. And then underneath us, right, we have the macro 2021 value area sitting just underneath us. And this is kind of the backup support here, right? If we deviate below that volume profile, we looked at this yesterday. We do have the POC sitting here at 47K, and then the value area high sitting at about 55K. So if we do end up, it really depends on what goes. I know everybody wants me to come on here and be like, this is the bottom or this is the bottom. But at the end of the day, right, sometimes you just have to let the price action play out and see what you get. There's no way for me to say, this is the bottom. I personally don't believe it is. But of course, right, like looking at the money flow, understanding how the bear markets have played out in the past, which, by the way, is exactly how we were able to predict the move from here to here. The same exact techniques and like literally the same price action, even sentiment-wise, right, guys? When I talked about potentially seeing the bigger drop from here, people hated me, guys. No one wanted to hear it. And, of course, I stood firm in my position, and a lot of people wound up being like, thank you. So, when it comes to this, if we do wind up, this is the volume profile. Value area high 70K, POC 67K, value area low 59K. And then if we have to deviate below these levels, I would be accepting of coming down to about $55,000 to $47,000 if we are able to, again, see the weekly money flow kind of give us a play out here with a decent sized wave, and we start to see this money flow try to trend back to the upside. Maybe we have the same, right? It's not guaranteed, but maybe we see the same signals we saw last cycle with the bullish divergences. We don't need this, but this is a very obvious signal. This is something that we were looking for in 2022. We were looking to deviate slightly below the previous all-time high, which was $20,000. We wound up putting in the low, the lower low, the higher low, and then money flow decides to start creeping back into the green, right, or creeping up and trending to the upside, and then that typically indicates the bottom is in, and we can start to get ready. This is more of an accumulation zone and get ready for the next bull market. This has been clear as day that this is playing out very similar, right? Like a lot of people, I don't know why, like this is, I don't know. I feel like it kind of happens at every top, but, a lot of people saying like the bull market has just started. And like, I just could not for the life of me make any kind of argument of that based on the chart, right? The bull market does not start when Bitcoin starts, pushing into massive new all-time highs. The bull market starts down here. So when we look at that, right, we deviate below this value area low. This is the next major zone of support, right? $55,000 to $47,000 if we wind up seeing some of those massive weekly bullish divergences or something like that. Again, I don't know exactly what this is going to look like. And the money flow starts trending up. Like, this would be kind of the best case scenario for an early bottom to come in. And I am still interested in this, right? Like, we'll see. Maybe we bing bong around here for months. I don't know. I hope not, because that would be super boring. But this is kind of that first major level of support. Once we lose it, you have the backup here. Now, this is where things could potentially get very ugly. If we do end up losing our POC, it's very clear line in the sand. Lose the POC at 47K. Well, guess what? Very likely that you're getting accepted into this upper profile, because I know there's probably a lot of people right now saying, what about the 4-year cycle bear market? This is not our typical 70 to 80% correction, right? This would only be 52% or maybe 62%. What about the typical 75% correction, right? Well, I will say this is technically in the cards, guys. I can't rule this out. I am open to these supports up here. I will not ignore them. Bitcoin does not typically lose its previous all-time high decisively, but if you're going to go for that typical 75% correction, 47K is the level to lose. If you lose 47K, that is where I start to set my targets here at around, call it $30,000, right? And of course, you could deviate below, right? And then we would just treat that as a volume profile as well. And then we'd look for the same signals we look for down here, or that we would look for up here, down here. So, and these are all things, right? Like, I've drawn this exact example. I've drawn these two scenarios many, many a times before this drop to the downside, because that's the overall anticipation, right? This would be the best case scenario. Maybe this time is different. And if this time is going to be different, which is never my base case, maybe the bear market is a little bit muted. It would make sense for the logarithmic regression to make the pumps and the dumps a little bit less extreme on both ends, right? Makes sense, right? Because every bull market has been less explosive. Every bear market has been less explosive, I guess, in the opposite direction. It could potentially make sense. But once you decisively lose $47,305 and you cannot get back out of this volume profile, guys, I will be looking down here, and that's where you would see the traditional 4-year cycle bear market play out for that 80% correction. I wouldn't expect 80%, but probably like 70, low to mid 70s. Those two scenarios are 100% in the cards. I wish I could tell you exactly which one is in play, but of course, we need more information on the charts, right? Like, there's no way I can just, like, randomly say, hey, this is the bottom, right? It's going to come in here, guys. Just sit on your hands, and if any bullish signs come, just ignore them. You got to wait for my target, right? Not ever will I do that to you. And it's the same thing here, right? It's just volume profile theory. Auction market theory is the way the market moves. It's the best way to predict the market, in my opinion. If you watch this channel, you know why we use it. It's the same thing up in this profile, right? If we can't get out of this volume profile, we're getting accepted into the lower value, and it is very likely to rotate to the other end at 59K. And then we just move out, right? If we lose this range, well, let's see. Where's our next profile? It's sitting right down here. We rinse and repeat. And we did that in here on this range. We did it up here on this range. We did it here on this range, here on this range, right? And we were even doing it here on this range as we were bing-bonging around, right? This is like the best way to predict the markets. Well, not predict, I don't want to say, but understand where the market is likely to go next. So that is obviously, like, it's kind of crazy because if you watch the show, you'll know that, like, this is not much different than what we've been talking about since 108K. It just obviously takes a long time for these high time frames to play out. Oftentimes, we'll draw this out. I know it seems crazy. Nobody wants to hear it. But then you get a little bounce, and people are like, what the heck happened? I thought we were bearish, right? What happened? I thought we were bearish. We're bullish now. But, of course, the high time frame context is king. So, again, this is never to show, like, look, I was right. This is to show that the charts are almost always the truth, because throughout all of this, kind of price action in here, there's, like, big arguments of, in the crypto space, like, oh, high or low, all-time highs. And it's just very clear from a chart perspective that, yes, this is a higher low. Yes, you have the weekly bullish divergence, but these are not all created equal, right? Like this, look at this. Low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. How could you not be looking for a higher high? Well, it's not, the higher lows and higher highs are going to continue until they don't, right? Like, the trend is your friend until the end. And what if there was a way that you can understand the charts where you can see that, where the high probability of the trend actually changing is. And that's exactly what we do here with the money flow, the bearish divergences, volume profiles, etc. And even looking at MicroStrategy, guys, like 1-to-1, right? Like, same exact price action. And this is what we've seen in the past as well. It's not, and I'll never say it's like you have to look for history to repeat. It's not always going to repeat, but, oftentimes we see Bitcoin just follow MicroStrategy, and you have the same exact thing here. You had your upper value, your lower value, your upper value, your lower value, right? So, like, I never want to call for these levels, guys. Like, I know a lot of people are like, man, I hate this guy, right? I don't want to do that, right? But of course, I'm also don't want to come up here and just, like, I don't know, say it's going up for no reason, right? If I could build a case for a move up, that's where we, like, invert market cipher, and we say, hey, if this was a big red wave crossing into the green, then I would maybe be looking for this to be a higher low and a higher high. But of course, that you have to flip the indicator upside down to see that. But yeah, like, MicroStrategy, like, same thing here. If you just look at MicroStrategy alone, if we impulse out of this volume profile, guys, the highest probability situation is that it is going to seek out fair value, the closest area of fair value, right? When price leaves a fair value area, right, an area of balance, a place where buyers and sellers agree that this is a fair price. When it gets to the top, it's expensive, they sell it back in. When it gets to the low, they buy it, they push it back up. It's a simple auction. This is how the market moves. The market is an auction, right? This is why this works so well. It's not a random shape on the chart. It's not a random imaginary line on the chart. It's actually based off volume. So when you impulse out of a range, price is very likely to seek out fair value. And you can see fast move up oftentimes creates a fast move down. If we pulled up the volume profile, I can already tell you, I won't even pull it up. You're going to have a high volume node here, a very low volume node here, and then you're going to have your next high volume node down here. So you would say, hey, if we lose these lows, we fall into the gap, price is going to seek out the closest area of fair value. Once we get into that range, can't get out, price is going to very likely rotate to the value area low. It is the exact same thing here. This is what we've been looking for on Bitcoin. And what happens, right? I know it seems crazy, but we impulse out of the range, we come down. If we cannot get out of here, doesn't mean you can't get retracements or bounces, but it's very likely to rotate down to the value area low. And then once we start, and you can see MicroStrategy starting to deviate below its profile, once we start getting down here, I personally will very likely have a good idea of if a bottom is forming or if it is going to be much more likely for a rotation or a retracement for lower highs, and then unfortunately the much more bearish scenario to play out. Hopefully that's not the case. I'm hopeful that that won't be the case, but I won't have a clear view on that until we see the price action. If I were to say it's not going below 59K, if I had $1 for every time somebody said we're never going below 100K, right, or we're never going below 50K or 60K or 70K, it's just like a very decisive thing. We're never going back down there, and it's like, explain it, right? Like, I've been in this market long enough. I've been through enough crypto cycles to understand that you can't just do that, right? It's not how the market works. You actually need information to tell you kind of what is going to happen. So I won't really know that until we get down here. But until then, lower time frame, I'm just kind of, again, sitting in my shorts, letting them pay me out, and I really don't see a reason to be like, oh my God, massive bounce going to come here. I'm going to close my shorts, right? Now the question is, if we get a retracement, how high could we go? Now, of course, we're just going to keep an eye on, assuming the low comes in here at this weekly MPOC, which again, I don't necessarily see a huge sign for, but we're just going to be doing the same thing we did on the way down. We're going to be pulling those volume Fibonacci retracements. Money flows in the red. That indicates to us that lower highs and lower lows are very likely. And, I would still say, 86K, this is still major resistance. I don't see a reason to even retrace up there right now. Even if I were looking at like lower time frame fibs, like if we were going to be pulling maybe something like this, where does this come in? This comes in at like 80K. If we were to pull something like this, right, 75K, like I don't really see a reason right now. Like obviously massive weakness here. But like high time frame, right? Like this is definitely a massive level of support. I don't want to discount that, right? If someone, I said this yesterday, right? Like some people were saying like, hey, like I might buy some spot down here. And like, I would never really call you crazy for that, right? Like Bitcoin was just 126K. Now you're down into 72K. Now we're obviously down at 67K, the 65K. But this is like kind of a big area, right? Like if you, like for me personally, like I am not a financial advisor. I am not telling you to buy spot Bitcoin down here, but I wouldn't call somebody crazy for buying spot down here, right? Now would I call somebody crazy that like I threw my whole bag in? This is definitely the bottom. We're going to all-time highs. Well, I'd be like maybe pump the brakes a little bit. But of course, dollar cost averaging has been the kind of best strategy to get in the bear markets. This is what I did back in 2022. I started dollar cost averaging, I believe, after this drop. But even here, right, you dollar cost average a little bit. And you do I always talk about weighted dollar cost averaging, right? Maybe you take a little bite here. A little 5% of your bag, take a little bit, right? Get another dump. Maybe you take 10%, right? And then you start to dollar cost average. Another dump, maybe 20%. And then you get another dump. You just kind of more heavily dollar cost average in on the way down. And what does that do, right? That lowers your average entry price. I'm never waiting for the bottom signal comes in and I'm just throwing in my whole bag. So at the end of the day, right, like now we are I know there's probably a lot of people out there, as we've explained in the past, saying now we've just entered the bear market. It's just starting, right? Just like they say the bull market is just starting up here at the end, right? A lot of people are going to see, especially if we get like another capitulation down, they're going to be like the bear market is just starting. And they're going to be calling for 3K, 5K, 0. It's never coming back. Obviously, they're late to the top. They're late to buy in. They're late to buy in. They're late to sell, right? And I guess if you're, this is just kind of the first major area of support, right? So I'm not telling you to buy Bitcoin. I would never say that. I'm not a financial advisor. You can't just listen to somebody on YouTube. I'm just sharing with you guys my ideas. This is a major level. This is the first place where I'm interested in saying, this is a major macro level of support, right? And we've shown this through the horizontal support levels, right? Taking the ranges off the chart. Take that 2021 range off the chart, right? Like obviously you pull up all your horizontal levels, like this is the first major zone of support, right? And then again, right, I'd have to try to go back and get all these MPOCs, but at the end of the day, you start losing that 47K level, there's really not a lot underneath you until you start coming back down towards 30K. So again, right, like you have to think to yourself, right? Like everyone has to have a different plan. Are you okay, right? Dollar cost averaging here. Again, I'm not telling you to buy Bitcoin, but if you take a light dollar cost average here, all right, whatever. Like, what if it does bottom out here? You might want to be a little bit exposed, maybe not on your full bag, but, I just want to kind of let people know, every time people are like, I'm buying in here, I'm always like, it's kind of nuts, dude. I don't know why you would do that. But like, that would not really be my situation down here. And again, you have to make your own decisions. But again, weighted dollar cost averages, right? That's kind of how I like to do it, right? Like maybe a lower amount, higher amount, maybe weight down here, a little bit more, and then if you do wind up getting a huge drop down, you have to think not only are you waiting for a big drop to buy, but you're also like weighting it down here too. You're buying a lot heavier of a bag down here than you are up here, which is going to dramatically drop your average entry price. You are very unlikely going to just see a wick and be like, I know that's the bottom, let me buy in. That's kind of where you wind up getting wrecked, because then you buy your whole bag here and then you come down, you're absolutely cooked, you sell, and then you're like, I'm done with this is crazy. There's one more dump, you're like, I'm not buying that, I got screwed last time, and then you wind up doing what? Buying on the way up, and you're late to the bull market, right? You don't want to do that, right? And I like to try to keep the Mafia like psychologically prepared. If we get some kind of crazy bearish narratives, right? People, usually the bottoms come in on crypto is dead, exchanges are going down, regulation is coming in, it's never going back up, 8K, 5K, 3K, boom. Right. So you got to kind of, think about that. If there's some bearish narratives, right? I know Bitcoin was mentioned in the files, right? Maybe more stuff comes out about that. Everyone's like, that's it. It's over. This is nothing this bad has ever happened to crypto. Maybe something like that. You need to like see, the bottoms typically come in on bad news. The tops usually come in on more of good news, right? And when we look at this cycle, talking about how, maybe 2024 was the true top. What was going on there? Pro-crypto president, right? Meme coins going crazy. But the only time in this cycle I had any of my normie friends or family texting me, like, this is very clearly the euphoric, if that's what you want to call it, this cycle. But like technically within this cycle, that was the more euphoric top. And then obviously this was kind of just to print out those bearish divergences and then send it to the downside, very similar to 2021. So it's like during those times is where you want to take profit. I mean, at the end of the day, if you were selling 106K and then it goes up to 126K, right? You're not really going to be worried about, oh my God, I didn't sell the tippy top. Same thing here, right? If you sold here, you're not going to be worried like down here that like, oh man, I missed the top. Like you got to be careful pinpointing the tops and the bottoms. It's a very difficult thing to do on a high time frame like this. But we got massive support here, guys. That's like kind of the good news. We have support. Very clearly, right? So, I would not be surprised if we're able to, again, I'm not looking to like really catch any knives here, but if I had to separate this, right, really 70K down to 67.3, where we had the point of control of the range. But even here, right, we have the weekly, the 2 dailies, and even if I take these dailies off because they're a little, less significant than the weekly MPOC. Like right now, I would say like the biggest level locally is going to be this weekly naked point of control. We lose this, right? Next local level underneath you is going to be about 62,658. Lose that. Next underneath you, 61K. And then again, at the end of the day, you start losing that. You're probably just, I personally view these higher time frames through the volume profiles, right? Where's that lower range? Right. So like I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not interested in catching knives here, but you do get bounces off here. I would definitely be very careful getting stuck inside this range over time, even if you kind of leak out here. Very high probability rotation to the value area low. And like you look at micro strategy, if you dig in a little bit to not such a macro view, but you just kind of zoom into this profile, right? It's like you hit the POC, you get a little bit of a bounce. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, right? But you pull up the weekly. Look at that money flow, right? This money flow is telling you lower highs, lower lows. Lower highs can't get out of the profile, rotate down to the low, and obviously beyond. So very similar view on Bitcoin, right? And so far it's been playing out. So we'll see, right? I would say the biggest levels to get on your chart right now, other than the ones that we're kind of running through right now, 59K, 55K, 47.3. 47.3 is the line in the sand for me, where if lost, we're probably headed down towards the 30s. So kind of just seeing the TA play out here, guys. And shout out to anybody who watches this show and was not caught completely offsides. I know people always put in the chat, like, you saved me. I sold my bags on the retracement. Not that you should ever make decisions based off what I say. So when I see that, I'm kind of like, you should just listen to me. But if I could kind of show you guys how this stuff plays out, and you can learn from it, we do love when we help people stay on the right sides of the trades. Fail to plan sauce or you're planning. Fail to plan sauce or you're Planning to fail sauce. Shout out to Neon Visual. Imagine the ETH bag holders who round tripped again. Yeah, that is brutal. We'll take a look at the altcoins, guys. Like even things, right? Like it's kind of been difficult for me from a content perspective because like ever since we started losing 108K, my viewpoint has really been the same. Not only is it just repetitive, but it's also like not what people want to hear. It's not fun to talk about. But even things like Cardano, right? Like everyone's like, what about, my altcoin? What about Cardano? My God. We're just inside this volume profile, right? Like, can you get bounces? Yes, right? And even bringing up the key levels on the live stream, right? Like if we get a retracement here, at the end of the day, the overall viewpoint is you're inside the volume profile. It is very likely that your next highest probability area for price to go is going to be about 28 cent, the 28 cent value area low, right? When you see the bullish divergences, sure, that's a bullish divergence. That's bullish in the context of a lower time frame, right? Or just in the context of a bear market, that's bullish short term, right? For a potential retracement, a lower high. What do we do when we see that? We say, hey, Cardano could potentially get a bounce here. You got to be careful around the POC. And then the Fibonacci retracement, the highest probability area for the lower high before the lower low is that golden pocket 786. We retrace, we reject the golden pocket 786, we get the lower low. Eventually, you are expecting price to come down here. You don't always get, price doesn't always just lose the value area high, go straight down to the value area low. It is oftentimes kind of a choppy, sketchy environment or sketchy kind of journey. But overall, right, long term, you're expecting that value area low. And you can see you did actually get a little bit of support there. You come down to the value area low, you slip it, you get a little bounce, and now we're losing it again, right? And the other thought there was, fill the wick, right? We take a look at Ethereum. Actually, let's take a look over here, right? We had our two major volume profiles. Where is it? Right, we have our major volume profile here. If we impulse out of this volume profile, the next place to look is to the volume profile underneath, simple auction market theory. So at this point, $2,000 macro value area high. At this point, right, we've already gotten a breakdown, a bearish retest. It's not possible to get, kind of bounces here, but from a long-term perspective, guys, high time frame, weekly money flow in the red, right? Like this would still put me in a, looking at the market through the lens of, lackluster bounces, even if we get back out of here. Lower highs, lower lows. If we cannot get out of this range, this is your volume profile. $2,000 at the $2,011 at the value area high. POC sits at 1638, value area low at 1311. So very simple, just like Cardano. Can't get out of this range, right? Eventually, there is a high probability of coming down to the POC. This is a major level of support. We could pull up some of our confluences here. We have a weekly support level here. And then just above that, we do have I believe, a daily. We have a daily at about $1,800, but I wouldn't say that's as strong as the POC, right? The POC is the strongest magnet within the profile. Get accepted in, even if you get the bounces off the local levels, right? Chances are you're eventually going to get sucked down to that POC. You have the daily, the weekly, the point of control, a monthly naked point of control. This is going to be a very, very big level of support. So on Ethereum, guys, if we cannot break above $2,011, biggest level of support, in my opinion, right? Of course, you have a daily here, but the real confluence is going to be sitting down towards that POC. Mark that off of the blue box, right? This would be big, big, big support for Ethereum. I almost said Solana, which we will take a look at in a second, right? So these are the levels I would be looking at. And then once you come down to the POC, right? Again, I just like to bring up other coins because, all volume profiles pretty much behave the same way, right? Just like, whoops, where's Cardano? Right? Like, oh, bounce off the POC. What's money flow doing? On the weekly, it's coming into the red, lower highs, lower lows. Eventually, you lose the POC, you come down to the low, right? So again, it could be a choppy journey, but overall, right, like this is the plan. Until you break out of this value area, the plan is to see that fill in full. It's the same thing on Ethereum. Unless we're able to get some kind of a crazy push out of this volume profile, let me hide some of these levels, right? Unless we're able to get some kind of a crazy push outside of this volume profile and to get accepted back up in here, and I mean, even if you did come up in here, you could still put in lower highs. But if you can't break out of this volume profile, right, the roadmap is probably going to be POC. Maybe you get a bounce off the POC. If that bounce cannot get you out of here decisively, it is probably just going to be like this would be the expected roadmap until you break out of the volume profile, right? I can't say it's going to play out exactly like that, like a beautiful stair step down. And of course, on those bounces, we can pull up those key levels of resistance, which we usually give you guys here on the live stream. So if I were to say, key levels of resistance above you, I mean, this is a major breakdown, guys, right? Obviously. But, if we pull our major Fibonacci retracements, we'll pull from the high to the low. Clearly, if you come up and retest this structure, that's going to give you resistance. And then try to pull a little bit more locally here. Yeah, I mean, POC would be major resistance, and then the value area low would also be major resistance. So, I mean, I would say if you get a bounce out of this volume profile and get a big retracement, biggest level of resistance to look at on Ethereum is going to be sitting right here, sitting between 22.53 and 23.55, right? But there's really no reason to look for that until you can at least get out of the value area high, which, again, we have bearishly backtested, at least on the lower time frames. All right, let me come into the chat a little bit. What are you guys feeling? Are you scared? Were you expecting this? Are you just numb at this point? Let me know. Shout out to Tony D. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Says, who remembers the November 14th stream when Frankie showed us a key level at 65.7 if we broke to 75K? Yeah, I wanted to see. Let me pull this up real quick. There we are, right? Literally, obviously, let me see if I can grab this real quick. I would bring up the clip. It's just going to kind of, maybe I'll do that on a fake out or something, but I don't want it to take too long. But here you go, right? Like, obviously, drawing this line many, many a times. This was all based off of the high time frame money flow crossovers. Nice face, Frankie Candles. Very nice. I look scared. Oh, guys, I hope this isn't the case. But of course, right, like five-day money flow crosses over before the weekly. We're anticipating that weekly money flow crossover. Very high risk of a massive downtrend continuing. And like, where is that next major level of support, right? You can see you have the weekly MPOC down here. Nothing really below this low at $74,300 or whatever, 75K, right? There's nothing here, right? AKA low volume gap, AKA where's your next key level of support? 68. 65, I guess, if my cursor's on that correctly, right? Like, these are the same levels that we're looking at on the chart. This seems very crazy, and obviously, looking at this at 108K seemed even crazier, right? But at this point, we were already down to like 94K. But this is not. This is. I like to talk about this because almost every time we see a big collapse like this. This always seems like your body, right? Your brain, you're a human being. Like, you're not going to want to think this is possible, but there's no way to avoid that feeling, right? But you don't want to make your decisions based off of that. If the charts are pointing in one direction, that is usually what I make my decisions off of. Of course, I didn't want Bitcoin to do this, but clearly the signs were here on the chart. So, binary technical analysis, right? No, if I came up here and talked about, what I want to happen, I'd be like, well, hey, guys, bounce off 108K all-time highs, right? But, of course, it's really hard to make that argument when you see those signs on the chart. Here we are, right? Takes a long time to play out, though. Let's see. Thank you for that, Tony. Shout out to Jesse. Told you all to smash the like button. We got more than 1,400 people watching. The minimum is at least 1,000 likes, guys. Let's run it up to 1,000 likes. If you want Bitcoin to bounce off this weekly MPOC, we need 1,000 likes on the live stream. That is one major thing off the charts that will greatly influence the price action. Shout out to Jesse. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Brillo says, thanks for teaching me how to fish, Frankie. Shout out to Brillo. I assume your short is printing, my friend. No problem, bro. You put in the work. I'm just giving you the fishing pole, the best bait, and then I just kind of point to the hole in the ice. And I go, I think there's a bunch of fish over there. And you do the work. If you didn't go in there and reel up when you felt the bite, you wouldn't be making that money. So pat yourself on the back, bro. Randy, thank you for the super chat. Is that a 570S in your profile picture? It looks like a 570S. Up 3K today. You're the GOAT, Frankie. Shout out to Randy. Let's go, baby. Mafia making money. That's proof that you can make money when price goes down, guys. Bear markets are always just going to be another bull market if you know how to make money as price goes down. Shout out to Chris. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I know it doesn't guarantee you look at it, but thoughts on XRP not even hitting its crazy wick yet from November 5th. Yeah, shout out to Chris. I was going to take a look at XRP because obviously we had a low volume gap down below, and we are losing our secondary support there. So we'll talk about that in a second. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Jesse said, and still not 1,000 likes. Smash that like button for our boy Jesse, bro. And smash the like button for a bounce on Bitcoin. Let's see. Shout out to Indian Martini. Said, for anybody not enjoying shorts from higher, what would you be looking for a fresh trade? Hard to fight FOMO, but trying not to catch knives. Yeah, shout out to Martini, bro. For me personally, right, like I am just like, I'm not going to say, right, that you can't bounce, right? Obviously, you can bounce, right? We're hitting the MPOC. When I look at this, though, it's like there's no bullish divergences. There's not really, like, massive confirmation. And at this point, I'm personally not interested in catching knives, right? So I just kind of sit on my hands. I of course, I understand that's a lot easier to do when you're holding shorts from higher. But, I mean, if I were not holding shorts from higher, I would probably still be sitting on my hands, right? Like, that wouldn't change my decision. Like, you know, it's just a very dangerous place, in my opinion, right? Unless you're, like, trying to scalp, like, a super low time frame. You know, you are hitting a key level of support, right? If we bounce here, that wouldn't be super shocking. But for me personally, I'm not really interested in much down here. I mean, you don't even have like 15-minute bull divs. Again, that doesn't mean you can't get a bounce. But yeah, I mean, for me personally, I would have to wait for some kind of either, right, some kind of structure to form, right? Like maybe we get some kind of a volume profile to form down here, right? Then I have an actual something to look at that gives me context into where I can look for some trades, right? Or maybe you get a bigger retracement, right, into a major key level that I would be looking at for a short. Until one of those things happen, right, I wouldn't really be super interested. Not that you shouldn't take a trade, but I personally would not be super interested in anything, right? I just kind of gotta let it play out. And whether I was sitting in the shorts or not, right, like, you know, this is just, you know, straight down price action. Anytime I'm trying to long this, it's a knife catch situation. Not that I never do that, right? But it is a little bit more risky. So, you know, I would need some structure to form, or I would need some kind of a significant retracement. Not getting FOMO if I'm missing the push up, right? Just getting the push up and then zooming out and saying, okay, we're getting a retracement. Let me see where my key levels are. Maybe we'll go over some of those levels in a minute. Yeah, I covered the major levels to the upside. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll be live for a while here, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get some price action here. But, yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, it's not every move that you have to catch, right? And, of course, I did take some scalps here. Again, got stopped out on a loss on one of them, and then got stopped out in profit on the other one. But at the end of the day, right, it's like, you know, you're not missing out on much. Like, sometimes you just got to, like, sometimes the best trade is no trade, right? You know, a lot of people get itchy to click the button. It's a very dangerous thing to do, right? Like, why are you taking the trade? The answer to that question should always be because I hit the key level I was looking at, and I had the confirmations I was looking for, and I have confluence as far as money flow, etc., that it would play out in my favor, right? The answer to that question should never be, why did I take a trade? If you look back and you say, why did I take that trade? The answer should never be, because I sat on the charts and I just really wanted to take a trade. That's called a boredom trade or a self-destruction trade. Very, very dangerous. Shout out to KC, said yesterday you predicted the short squeeze in the Discord and it worked exactly as you said. Can you explain what made you predict it, and do we have possible similar possibilities now? Shout out to Casey. Yeah, that that short squeeze was very heavily predicted by the order flow. Casey, if you're in the premium Discord, we'll go over that on today's Thursday, right? Yeah, we'll go over that in tomorrow's premium live stream. I'll kind of explain to you guys exactly why I looked at that. But yeah, that was not pretty much. That was really just based off of the order flow. And if you guys are curious, I showed this yesterday. We had this area, right? We had a lot of shorts funneling in at the bottom. And again, I'll explain this in the premium Discord in detail. But we basically had this zone here, and it's like, hey, if we scoop past this level, we could probably see the push to the upside. And we were kind of just bing-bonging around there, and then eventually it literally just did exactly what we wanted to. But this was all based off of the order flow. I wasn't even looking at divergences or anything like that. I was just looking at the order flow. I saw that level and said, hey, if we push up here, like that's probably where the squeeze starts. And that's one of the beautiful things about the order flows. You can kind of see exactly where those levels are. So we'll cover that in the premium live stream for you, brother. My sharts, I think some people are shorting. My shorts are so printing since 7 days. Yeah, shout out to, I don't even know how to say that. Jancy, shout out to you, brother. Yeah, the shorts are cooking right now. Solana, yeah, we could take a look at Solana for sure. Are my hats on sale? Yeah, if you go to frankiecandlestrading.com, there's a link in the description down below. You can check out the hats. We have them in a bunch of colors. They do increase your profitability. It's another thing off the charts that can increase your profitability. Obviously, I'm joking. Premium Discord it is. Yeah, shout out to KC. Usually that's what we do. We'll kind of go over it. That's where we'll go over kind of like, why the trades played out, maybe why they didn't play out, and I kind of explain to you guys exactly what I looked for. With oversold RSI, how low can it go? Shout out to Paul. Listen, I explain this a lot, right? Like, listen, do I think a retracement can come in, right? Obviously, we are oftentimes things don't go straight. Things never go down in a straight line forever. So yes, I do think bounces will come in, right? Let's just even assume that the most bearish case plays out and we do end up getting a big move down to like 30K, say, right? There will be bounces, right? Like, next week we might be in a long. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily close to shorts, but there will be bounces that come in, right? Like, this is not, right, ever. And even though we've come down since yesterday, those are never areas where I would look for a short, right? Doesn't mean that price won't continue down. It just means there's no valid setup, at least for my system, right, or my strategies. For me, I have to hit the key level, see my confirmations, have confluence. That is why I take trades, right? Like, if I'm just melting down here, like, this is obviously not a place I would look for a short. If anything, pushing into support, I would have to look for a long. That doesn't mean that I'm interested in taking a long right now. But just like from, the ping pong kind of aspect of the market, like as price is dumping, that is typically where I'm going to be looking for longs, right, to get that retracement, not wait for the drop down and then short and then get caught up in a retracement and getting cooked. Again, all of our shorts were on moves to the upside, right? We push up. This is bullish on a low time frame. We actually longed this as well in the premium. But price pushes up. I look for the shorts to catch the top and then enjoy the ride down. If I'm down here and I'm not short from higher, I look at this and I say, I missed that move. And that's not the end of the world. You're not going to catch every single trade. That happens to me, right? I don't catch every single trade, right? But if I were not in a short, I'd be sitting here and being like, well, I missed the short, right? I have to wait for some kind of significant retracement to then look for another short before a continuation down. But there will be bounces, right? Like, I doubt that, like, if we're going to go down to 30K, the worst case scenario, right? Like, you still got to get through all of this, which is a very, very, very good support zone, right? But even if we did go down to 30K, right, like, I don't think it's going to just do this, right? Like, let's look at 2021, right? Although the bounces are lackluster, which is, of course, in a bearish environment very likely, right? That was kind of the push into 98K. We get that short. We dump down, right? Like, you can get little bounces, consolidations. And then what do you have here? Shout out to Indian Martini. Like, this is kind of what I like. This is not really where I look for the long. Could you knife catch and maybe catch it? Sure, right? Like, you could do that. But, you got to wait for some kind of consolidation or some kind of structure to form. And then you can actually look at the chart and identify, where can I find a setup now, right? Like, now you have a little bit of consolidation. You can come down to, like, a lower time frame. Come on, right? And then you at least, right, this is a super tight range, but you can at least have some kind of situation here where you're looking at a volume profile. And then it's like, well, hey, now I'm deviating above the profile. Maybe I have some low time frame bearish divergences. I have an SFP. Let me go ahead and take a little short there. Maybe it's a day trade, right? Let me see if this can get down to the value area high and the POC. That would be your first major target. And then we kind of sweep back above. In this case, right, I would ride it down to the POC, TP1, stop loss to break even. If it doesn't stop me out, I can look to hold the rest of that trade for a bigger play out. Next target would be the value area low. You could take another partial TP. And if you're in a bear market, right, I would always recommend taking partial TPs and letting a portion of that ride for an eventual, whatever your lower target is. Maybe you want to go see if you could take down that low, right? But at least you have some kind of context. Now you can sit on the chart and say, hey, here's my value area. This is what my money flow is doing. Where's my Fibonacci retracements? Where's my MPOCs? Where am I looking for my confirmations? And then you can actually have some structure to take a trade. Down here, it's like there's nothing to take the trade off of, right? Really. I mean, you had a bull div here, but that's not really a bull div that I would look to take. Of course, price moves up, but you don't have to catch every move, right? I like to see some context where I can make a clear trading plan, and then you could try to hold it in case price loses the value area, and then you can turn that into a big winner. That's like basically exactly what we did with the $91,000 short. Let's see. Let me just cover these super chats real quick. Shout out to Tony D. Says, please note all hat orders between now and February 13th will not ship until the week of the 16th. Yeah, shout out to Tony D. Tony D is in the middle of a move. Thank you for that, Tony. Appreciate you. Shout out to Martin. Says, I don't like crypto. I like the movement of crypto. Hey, shout out to Martin. So do I. And we got NS8. I will take a look at XRP in a second here, guys. Says, alts are so beaten down. Do you think we could see many break below the lows of the previous bear market? I mean, personally, for me, I'm in the camp that most altcoins, not even in the camp, right? Like most altcoins don't make it, right? So I think a lot of altcoins will break their lows, and a lot of altcoins won't ever come back. Now, obviously, we're dealing with a situation where we have such an overflow of altcoins, right? Like this is a much different environment. We've talked about this in the past when we talk about potential alt seasons or whatever. I personally think we're in a different scenario this cycle, or just in these times than we were in the past, 2017, 2021, where you can kind of just throw a dart at a board, your altcoin moons. But even then, right, like most of those altcoins don't make it back to all-time highs. I do think that will continue. It's kind of the same thing as like the dot-com bubble. Only like the big ones make it through. I think it's a very similar situation with altcoins. I think a lot of altcoins not only will break their lows from the previous bear market, but a lot of altcoins won't ever come back. Now, of course, like the big ones, the good ones with good use case, the ones that are actually making progress, like those are a different story. But now picking those are a little bit more difficult, right? Like you could always look at like the top 10, the top 5, etc. But like a lot of the smaller cap altcoins are just never going to come back. Altcoins are obviously always going to be a more risky game. So let's jump into XRP real quick, and then I'll take a look at Solana, and we'll take a look at some more altcoins. And, of course, we'll keep an eye here on Bitcoin. Let me set some alerts here in case we are looking at something else. I'll just set an alert right below this low in case we crack the low. And then, we'll pop one above the POC. But let's take a look at XRP. So, obviously, guys, we spotted this low volume gap. We get the quick drop down that we would expect. This was your biggest level of resistance, right? If you cannot get accepted back into this volume profile, right? Once you break down, get above the value area low, next likely place for price to go is the POC. We saw that tapped almost to the tick. This was confluent with a golden pocket 786, which means what? High probability area for a lower high and a lower low, right? So when we came down here more recently, we had been tapped. We had one last level here at the daily horizontal, I believe we had right here. Once we lost that level, we had this gross low volume gap right underneath us, and we knew once we got accepted into that low volume gap, we would very likely see a fast drop down to the value area high sitting at $1.53. And then once we lose that, the only other thing we had underneath us was this level at $1.40. Didn't really, I guess you got a little bit of a reaction there, very slightly, but not really a super good reaction. And now why is this important? I'll take off that gap. We'll pull up the visible range volume profile. We'll zoom out. I'm going to hide all these upper levels just to clean up the chart. Let me just hide all this. Just make this stuff nice and clean. Bada boom. We can take this off. Take this off. Take the all-time high off. And this fib can now... we could actually hide this as well, right? I'll just give you a nice clean view. Right? So upper value, right? What do we talk about? The auction market theory, volume profiles. There's your area of value. When price impulses out of your volume profile, where does price like to go? It likes to seek previous value. And right now, we have broken down below the value area high at $1.40, right? So it's kind of the situation that a lot of altcoins are in, right? They're breaking into their lower profiles. If we get stuck inside of these, right, where would the next likely place for price to go be? over time, that point of control at about 84 cents would be a massive, massive level. Simple volume profiles, right? And of course, it could get very, oh my God, we're bouncing. Oh my God, the bottom is in. Oh God, right? But over time, look at the weekly time frame. Money flow is early on a weekly money flow crossover into the red, right? This indicates the trend is likely to continue down. The money flow indicates the overall trend. The green and the red dots indicate the ebbs and the flows, the ebbs and the flows, the ebbs and the flows, right? But money flow indicates the overall trend. So when we look at this from a volume profile perspective, we are now below this value area high. This is key support that we did not want to lose. Can't get back out of here, I would say, right? And again, pull up the volume. Come on, volume. There we go, right? Like not a ton of volume down here either, right? And then where's the volume start to pick up? It starts to pick up as you deviate below that value area low, right? So POC sits right here. These are the biggest macro levels, right? I'm not saying you're going to come down here tomorrow. It also not a place where I would short, right? Like this is not like short, go down here, right? I would have to, if I wasn't in a short on XRP, which I'm not, I'm not sitting here being like, oh my God, I got a short XRP, it's going down, right? I would need some kind of, again, consolidation to then find a nice entry on a lower high, or I would need to wait for some kind of big retracement for an entry on a lower high before a continuation down. It's like right here, there's really nothing to do. If I had to look for anything, I'd have to look for a long, but again, I wouldn't be interested in that either. But very simple. That's your volume profile. Value area high, $1.40, POC 83 cents, call it. Value area low sitting at 68 cents. And it, again, it doesn't guarantee that you have to come down to 68 cents or 69 cents. But, as you come up to these levels, right, you're hoping, maybe you can get some support. And I could try to see if we have any like major monthly MPOCs in here, right, because you're always going to have other levels as well. Unfortunately, right, no monthly MPOCs. This is basically an empty gap at this point, right? Let's see if we can find some weekly MPOCs. Give us something. There we go. Okay, so you have a weekly MPOC right here, right? So you're always going to have some intermediary support. There's a weekly MPOC. Now, again, and this is probably the POC of this local profile. Yep. But, so you got a weekly MPOC there. Let's pull, actually, you also have a weekly MPOC at your value area low. And you have a weekly MPOC below that. Let's take a look at the daily. Oh, man, I'm not going to be able to see the dailies because it's so far away. Let me see if it'll work in bar replay mode. It probably won't load. Yeah. Dang. So I can't see the daily MPOCs. They're just too far away. But what we can do is we can try to pull up some daily horizontals. So you got, man, is that tapped? All right, so you do have a, this is low-key kind of tapped. I'll mark it off. You got a little bit of a daily right there. A little bit of a daily right there. Yeah, not beautiful, but. So you do have some support in this zone between $1.13 and $1.54. And, of course, the weekly is not going to give us a level there. It's just going to be a giant green candle. Yeah, no weekly, no monthly. So, yeah, these are the next supports I would look at before, right? You don't always have to look, again, like you could get bounces. You're not always just going to get a full nuke to the POC, right? So this level between $1.14 and $1.04 would be the first place to look. And, of course, right, there's no saying that, like, you can put in a bottom here for a big retracement or put a bottom in here for all-time highs. Again, not what I would expect, but support is support, right? So that would be your next key level down below. And then underneath that, right, you have your POC and you have your value area low. So those are the next levels I would look at, right? We had the levels down here. We shot through the gaps. Now we're losing this. That would be the next big level to look at. And again, I don't even think we're bouncing. Yeah, you got like really nothing where we're sitting right now. Yeah, maybe you sweep the liquidity here, but again, like you're not sweeping into major support or anything. So yeah, I would say that's your next major support down below. and then lose that, right? Like really not much underneath you till the POC. But again, it's an if this then that statement, right? Trap, that would be a trap for maybe like maybe some leverage trades, right? Maybe a day trade, maybe a little bit of a bigger swing trade. But at this point, until you break above, I would say between $1.40 and $1.53, I mean, you're at risk of getting stuck in this profile and continuing down. Let's see. Shout out to 123 says, I would have printed if I shorted instead of longed. Shout out to 123. That's probably true. But don't be too hard on yourself, bro. And definitely don't FOMO. Sailor will go bankrupt. Yeah, shout out to 123. Yeah, I think it's really wild. Like, people have been saying that for a while, and like he's just like fighting through. He's like, I'm not leaving. Let's see. In Frankie we trust. Shout out to Andy. Not a financial advisor, guys. But sometimes we look at charts, and sometimes price does what the charts say. I will say that. Shout out to Ian said for order flow entries, which time frames do you use? Typically, the 30-minute is the biggest time frame that I use, and then sometimes I'll go down to like the 5-minute to just get like a little bit more of a granular look. But usually, like the 30 minutes the main time frame. So yeah, let's take a look at Solana now. Bitcoin still kind of sitting there. Let's take a quick look at Solana, and look at that, guys. Isn't that weird? Well, there you go. It's like these volume profiles, man. It's like if you learn the volume profiles, it's like it will always just give you a clear view of what will happen next, right? What do we have here? We have our upper value, right? I'll even mark this off with a white box, right? Showing you how we got to where we are and how I'm going to use these same techniques to predict where we go next, right? So here's your upper value. Once you impulse out of that value, price very oftentimes will seek out the next area of fair value. Where is that next area of fair value? It is sitting right down here, pulled from this range or area of consolidation. Extend it to the right. Why? Because this is fair value. We can then say price has found value here. When we lose it and come back up, those same levels are respected because it's a fair value. Get back above, you create new value. You come down, you create new value, right? Well, this is kind of still within the same value. But we have local value here. Whether you're looking at this range, impulsing out, or you're looking at the larger range as an impulse out, right? Like here's your upper value, here's your lower value, or if you want to look at it as here's your local value. But once you lose this major value area, price is going to very likely impulse down and seek out fair value. Price ranges 80% of the time. And impulses and trends, the rest. Bing bong around, fair value. Once you impulse out of here, price is going to seek out fair value. Specifically, it is going to seek out the POC of the range. And when we look at this from a volume profile perspective, and again, you can look at it the same way here. Impulse out of here, where's the next fair value? Well, it's right down here. Once you break into this range, lose the value area high, POC is next. They're very close to each other in this case, so obviously obvious there. But once you lose the POC, where's the next likely place for price to go? Probably to head down towards that value area low, which currently sits at about 80.92. We've basically come down to tap it, right? You've barely front ran it there. That could easily be a little bit of like, not having this perfectly lined up to the pixel. But let's see here. All right, just kind of clean this up a bit. Oops. So there you go. All right, so technically that value area low has been tapped. Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? So you're just within this range, right? So like, is this a place I would take a short? Absolutely not. Are there massive confirmations for a long? I wouldn't really necessarily say so, right? Like maybe a tiny little bullish divergence on the 4-hour, but that is not really what we like to see. And all bullish divergence are not created equal, guys. All bullish divergence are not created equal. In a massive bearish environment, bull divs are going to be looked at as reversal signals, right? But more of like that reversal is not necessarily reversal to all-time highs, right? It would be like I could try to find an example here of maybe a bull div. We haven't really had one in a while. Like here's a bull div, right? Lower lows into your value area low. Very nice, right? Higher lows, there's your bullish divergence into your key level. Sure, it could be a reversal as in price will go up, but Money flows in the red. Anticipation is lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. All right, so we lose this value, impulse, get accepted into value, fill it. That's how we find these levels, right? So 82.33. Underneath this, guys, is where things get a little bit dicey, to be quite honest. Because as you can see, value, 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 right? This is where these ranges originally come from. Down here, kind of just a massive impulse. Fast moves up can equal fast moves down. Now, I'm not saying Solana has to just nuke all the way back down here, but when it comes to trying to find the next major key levels, there's no monthlies here. Could see if we get a monthly MPOC. So we do have a monthly MPOC down here. That's nice. Let me just see if I have the MPOCs already marked out here. Okay, yes, we already have these marked out. There's your monthlies. Let's come on over to the weekly. And I'll turn these off in a second so it doesn't look like a spasm. All right, so we had a weekly MPOC here. This is now tapped. Let's pull up the dailies. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the dailies from back here, unfortunately, or at least the daily MPOCs. But what I can mark out are we have the... Let me get rid of the MPOCs. Let's get weekly. 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 And let me get these tapped levels off. So that weekly is tapped. This weekly MPOC is tapped. I could take this off. I could take this. I could take all these off are old. This MPOC is tapped. I could take this off. Take this off. That daily's still there. Okay. So now, if we deviate below this volume profile, your next major level is going to be this monthly naked point of control. All right, so next support's on Solana. Going to be sitting down here. 73.74 down to about 70.85. Right? Now, volume profiles, right? Of course, this is still support, value area low. But if we deviate below, right, this would be the next major support. And then maybe we could look for, yeah, pretty far away from that, looking to print a bull div, to be honest with you. Like no high time frame bull divs, right? Just massive weakness pretty much all across the board. But, you know, if I had to kind of guess here, a little bounce to the upside, deviation below, right? Maybe your momentum waves can do something like this, give you a bullish divergence. Of course, that is far away from setting up. But yeah, I mean, you're tapping into support right now at the value area low, but if this doesn't hold, I'd be looking down towards about 70, I'll call it 74 to $70, 70.65. So there you go. And then to the upside, of course, right, we can get rid of that weekly MPOC. We can get rid of this weekly, right? This is just your volume profile, right? And again, you know, I'd like to see some kind of local confirmation down here, but if we bounce from the value area low, this is a volume profile, right? Maybe we do something like this. POC, key resistance, value area high, key resistance. Maybe we start to range around in here a little bit. And this would be the context I would look at. If we pull some Fibonacci retracements, let's pull it from maybe here to here. Pull it from the lower high. Pull it from here. Yeah, I mean, I would say pretty much POC value area high is your biggest level of resistance. So I would just treat this as a typical volume profile. Again, maybe you range around. Once we get above there, biggest level of resistance to get back above is going to be right here. Look at that. Golden pocket confluence on your value area low. All right, so if you get some kind of like crazy massive bounce to the upside, right? Of course, you're going to have to get through all this, get back above it, push up. But this would be like major high time frame resistance. Sitting between 123.40 to 127.21, and then 786, 134.77 to 138.94. All right, so these would be the biggest. Oops. biggest zones of resistance if you get a massive bounce. So there you go. Bitcoin will bounce and break all-time highs, no doubt. Yeah, long term, that's what I would expect for sure. Yeah, it'll bounce back to all-time highs. The question is when, right? I do believe long term, right? Like none of this, guys, is me saying Bitcoin will never bounce, right? Like we've been through this before, right? We've been through this many a times before. And I mean, even I think bringing up the cycle chart is very not reassuring, but kind of like validating, right? It's like we've been in this situation many a times before. Massive bull market, bear market, 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 massive bull market. I do think that will continue long term. And I do think sooner than later, we could start looking for macro bottoms, right? This is the first place we're willing to look. Of course, like today, I wouldn't say there's any signal saying the massive bottom is in, but, of course, like we're just, this is not shocking. And to be honest, like, it's funny. I think like a lot of the new people in crypto that kind of learn about the 4-year cycle and they try to time the tops and the bottoms, hilariously enough, this cycle would have had them right on time. Right on time. And shout out to the Godfather candles. My dad literally sold the 126K top. And I called him to kind of talk to him about like, hey, man, starting to see some massive weakness on the charts. He goes, I sold all my bags. I think the top's in. I was like, he doesn't even read the charts, really. Just like, he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like 4-year cycle. He goes, think things are overextended. And like, I don't really even understand his strategy in full, but he crushes it. And he literally sold the tippy top. Sold higher than I did. I sold closer to like 109, 108K. But pretty crazy. And like another thing that we looked at here, guys, as well was like the Fibonacci time, which is essentially just looking at the timing of the cycle, previous cycle. But when we looked at that, there was a very specific date that we paid attention to. Let me see if I can pull this. I believe I pulled it from the low to the high to the low. Is this it? Oh, this isn't it, is it? Oh, yeah, October. This is it. So we had this. Whoops. We had this time fib here. Whoops. Let me just delete the one I just drew. We had this time fib. 100. Oh, no, that was the one. Low, high, low. October 10th. Where is this one? Oh, this is a more local one. When we looked at this, right, we see the timing of the cycle being very different top to top. I mean, very similar top to top. 1470, 1435, 1421. We had the Fibonacci time. This is the 1-to-1 Fibonacci time. This is exactly where the top came in 2021. If you pull the same fib from further back, the 1-to-1 time fib was literally right here. So we said, hey, I wouldn't base my decisions based off of this, but this is some interesting confluence, right? And this is part of the reason why we say if we get up to that level and we see bearish confirmations forming, these basically indicate, they don't tell you whether price will go up or down, but they kind of indicate when massive pivots in the market will occur. And we brought up that October 20, what was it? October, might not be pulled candle to candle. I think it was like October, I think it might have been October 20th. Or October 27th, maybe. But this is where you would kind of expect a massive pivot in the market. And we say, well, hey, again, it's kind of just measuring the timing of the cycle. It's kind of the same thing as looking at this. But like many things saying like maybe a massive pivot here, massive bearish confirmations would make a lot of sense. I wish I knew what live stream we looked at that in because we literally talked about this. Not guaranteeing it would be the case, but it would make a lot of sense on top of the plethora of other things that we looked at. And now looking back after the massive pivot, I mean, it is kind of freaky, right? Kind of wild. So we'll see, right? And then you have your next Fibonacci time based off that pull around November. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people looking at the 4-year cycle, which of course this makes sense because that's basically what this fib is doing. If you see the traditional 4-year cycle play out, right, and you continue down, right, a lot of people are looking for the bottom based off the 4-year cycle, October. Well, it's very interesting that your next Fibonacci time levels are right there. Right, maybe you get your next big pivot there. Maybe the bottom comes in, and then you get the next big move, right? Or kind of more having than the big move. I don't know. But kind of interesting. Very weird. TA is freaky, guys. Let's see. Shout out to Kyle, said, why didn't I sell more at 108K? I only sold 1/3 of my bags. We'll come back. I'll DCA my link and other top 10 projects I'm in. Shake my head. Shout out to Kyle. I don't know if this is your first cycle or not, but just understand, guys, it is like a rite of passage for your first cycle to kind of just get caught off sides. It happens to pretty much everybody. You guys try to predict the bottom. We'll buy at 100K. Yeah, I mean, that's my thing is like I think a lot of people kind of approach it as October will be the bottom, right? I was like, I'm going to wait to buy there. But, of course, that's not what I do. We like to actually base it off the charts, right? Literally, I don't know, not sniped at the bottom, right? But dollar cost average on the way down, right? And the weekly money flow has been the best indicator to start dollar cost averaging in. And what are we doing right now, right? I'm not telling you to buy Bitcoin. I'm just saying weekly money flow crosses over. You get your first big capitulation down. Weekly money flow is in the red. Historically, that is not a bad time to start dollar cost averaging into the market. Not throw your whole bag in, get scared, sell it. Get scared, buy back in, get scared, sell it, right? Weighted dollar cost averaging is typically what I do. Buy a little bit, buy a little bit, buy a little bit, buy a little bit, averaging your price lower and lower and lower. And then you get a nice average entry point. And this cycle was about 20 to 21K for me. Enjoy the entire bull market. Not wait for the highs to break. And same thing here, right? Weekly money flow crossover, right? Big capitulation, dollar cost average, dollar cost average, dollar cost average, right? Money flow starts trending back up. Big move, right? You even got a second opportunity to enter here. Obviously, that was a black swan. But, of course, dollar cost average, weekly money flow in the red, comes back into the green, bull market. Bottom is in, right? Happens every single time. Weekly money flow crossover, capitulation, right? Dollar cost average, dollar cost average, dollar cost average, dollar cost average. Money flow comes back into the green, bull market. Same exact thing, like clockwork. That is exactly what I'll be looking at. Not that only, right? Because, again, if you're just waiting for the 4-year cycle, you're expecting October to be the bottom, right? And we wind up kind of getting the less aggressive scenario, right, where maybe, we have a ton of support down here. Maybe we just kind of swoop. And then you wind up getting the bottom to come in earlier than later, right? If you're not looking at the actual technical confirmations, right? At the end of the day, guys, if we got the technical confirmations here that this was going to be a higher low, right? Or like if we were getting technical confirmations here that 70K was the bottom, right? Like, well, that would be the spot. But that's why we wait for the confirmations, right? Or to actually identify that that is probably the bottom, right? Doesn't mean you have to start dollar cost averaging in when you see that confirmation, because at the end of the day, right, if you wait for this weekly bullish divergence and then you start dollar cost averaging, you're kind of dollar cost averaging on the way up, right? That's why you kind of have to start on the way down. Never try to predict the bottom like, this is where it's going to come in. That's where I'm buying. That's where you say, a lot of people waited for 8K here. I'm not buying until we hit 8K because it's going down, right? Well, you don't know that. Nobody knows that, right? That's why dollar cost averaging is so much better. Because what happens then? They're going, 8K's incoming. I'm not going to buy. Told you 8K incoming. This is just a bounce. This is a lower high. This is a lower high, right? 8K incoming. 8K. No, guys, this is a big retreat. Okay, okay. Actually, you know what? I'm actually going to start buying now. Buy the top, getting wrecked. Right? That's not what you want to do. You want to change from a prediction mindset to a probability mindset. That's why, and of course, kind of risk managing it through the dollar cost averaging method is very good, right? If the bottom looks like it's coming in here, we are not just going to wait for some random date or some random wick to say, that's the bottom, buy now, right? Very dangerous scenario. You're more likely to start buying on the way up in that case. Let's see. Thank you again for Soul. No problem, bro. No problem. Yeah, if you're hedging, you could catch the bottom with low risk. Yeah. At the end of the day, right, if you have massive shorts from the tops, right, you could even you could almost treat your spot bags kind of like a shorter term trade, right? Like if you have like a massive short from 126 or even like here, if they're big enough, right, you could even like take a shot, right? And then if you wind up getting stopped out of those entire spot bags, right, those shorts are going to kind of cover the loss. Right, this is kind of how I treat my shorter term trades, right? Like I took a loss on a long recently. I think like 2 days ago, I got stopped out of a scalp at a loss, but my shorts wound up paying me out a ton, right? Much more than I lost on that long. There's many different strategies, right? Let's see. Yeah, shout out to Red Wave said billionaires rugging millionaires. Get out of BTC before they take it all. Yeah. And of course, right? Like, you know, and it's almost the same thing at the top, right? Not that well, I guess, yeah. Like you can dollar cost average on the way out, on the way up, just like you dollar cost average on the way in, right? Like we had our major targets. Target number 1 up here. Target number 2 was technically like 130K. We didn't just not sell our bags because we didn't hit 130K, right? Because we understand what we're looking at on the charts, right? We front run $130,000, and then on the way back down here, we see those massive warning signs on the chart. 108K, lose this level, very scary. We are in potential bear market warning territory, right? At that point, you don't have to sell the tippy top, right? Took a little profit up here on the second way up. Massive, 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 massive profit taking, right? And actually, it gets a little sketchy because we drop it, and then we get the retracement. This is kind of around where I took a lot of profit on my spot bags, right? I didn't sell the tippy top. I didn't say, boom, 126K, that's the top. We shorted 126K, but I didn't sell all my spot bags up there, right? And then we come down, get a retracement. Well, hey, guys, money flow is coming out on many different time frames. We have the 2-day coming out. Looked very bearish for at least a big drop down. And because of the weekly money flow starting to trend out, looked like, with the massive bearish confirmations, with the timing of the cycle, etc., very dangerous, right? We lose the 50-week moving average, which at the time was like 103K. We lose that. Very dangerous bear market territory. That's why I decided to take a lot of my profits there at 108K. In hindsight, right, with an entry at 20 to 21,000, right, exiting at 108K, it is not going to freak. I mean, I shouldn't freak anybody out that I missed the 120K top. I sold at 108K, right? But what a lot of people will say is like, I missed the top. It's got to go back up. It's got to go back up. They hold their bags. And then, you know, hopefully they don't end up selling at the bottom. Because that's where the most fear is, right? Down here, people who are round tripping their bags, very likely a lot of them got scared out of their bags. They're thinking, I'm holding my bag from my entry on the way up, and now, you know, crypto's dead, regulation, exchange is going down, I'm getting out, right? And then it's like literally the bottom. So you could dollar cost average out just like you dollar cost average in. You're never going to snipe that exact top. We could do that for the trades, right? It's a little easier or not as risky. But, you know, I'm always fully open, right? Like, there's nobody out there that's going to be like, I knew that 126K top was the top, like, guaranteed, so I sold my bags. I'm sure people sold. I mean, my dad sold 126K, but he wasn't 100% certain. He just knew that he was buying down here. Selling up here is not going to be a big deal, right? And the difference between selling at 126 and 108K when you're sitting at 65K is you still sold the top, right? So you're never going to catch those tops. I didn't catch the top here, candidly, right? Didn't catch the bottom here, candidly, right? Like, we walk you guys through all this price action live. Let's see. I was one of those 8 to 12K incoming dudes. I was mostly waiting for 12K to hit so I could deploy my cash, buy a full Bitcoin. That's all I had. Shout out to Kevin's Awake. And that's not a bad thing, right? Like, I'll never say, like, those people are idiots or anything. It's very easy to feel like that, right? It takes a lot of experience to understand how these markets move, and I think the way you gain that experience is by making the mistakes, right? Like, if I hadn't waited for key levels to get hit before I bought and then had to buy higher, if I had not experienced that pain before, I wouldn't have had the discipline and the experience to be like, I'm not doing that this time, right? And I personally, it doesn't mean you can't wait for lower prices. Me personally, if you guys you can go back and watch the videos. My thought process was 12 to 14K. But I understand that just because I'm looking at 12 to 14K does not mean that level has to get hit, right? When I see the price come down, I was already dollar cost averaging in, right? But when I see this bullish divergence form on the weekly, I start to say to myself, with weekly money flow coming up, hey, we're probably at that point not going to see 12 to 14K. So if I had not been buying, right, I would not be saying, I'd be looking at this being like, oh God, the bottom's probably in, right? I'm not going to be at that point saying, oh, 12 to 14K, 8K, right? I would just be saying like, oh, dang, I got a little bit of a worse entry this time. You know, bottom's in. I'd have to buy like these retracements, which at the end of the day wouldn't have even really been that bad. So, you know, when you have those we always have those targets, but like I always say, those are, you know, your targets are never guaranteed to get hit. Again, like very candidly, 12 to 14K was what I was looking for. Still was able to dollar cost average in, right? If we came down here, I would have a super high weighted dollar cost average, but we didn't hit it. We see the bullish divergences. All right, well, we got to deploy that cash because we're probably not coming down here anymore. Just like on the way up, 130K was the Fibonacci extension target. We didn't hit that. Doesn't mean that we have to go hit that level. Like, just because you have a target does not guarantee you're going to hit it. So what happens, right? You read the chart. You understand there's weakness. Hey, we're probably not going to 130K. Boom. I'm going to protect myself, right? Worst case 30K. Yeah, that would be like super, super worst case. Like, I mean, 30K maybe slightly below. I'm not going to say dollar amount exactly 30K. You could deviate below the profile a couple $1,000s. But yeah, around 30K, around the macro value area low. Yo, shout out to Chris. Said, Frankie, you shouldn't be too humble, bro. You called the top. You did it. You did beat around the bush, calling it, but more. But more assertive. Yeah, I mean, it's 108K, guys. Like that was the level, right? I honestly recommend like going back to those live streams and watching for the things that we were looking at, right? Because like those things are gonna pop up again on the chart. And to be honest, like this one wasn't really even that hard, right? Like there was just so much stuff here. There was like zero ability for me to argue a good case of all-time highs from here. Like no ability. If there was a case to argue that, right, I could always say it's not impossible because at the end of the day, that is true. It is not impossible to just rip up to all-time highs. Crazy stuff happens. But when you start seeing this, right, like what were some of the things that we were looking at up here at around 108K that was making us very concerned? Well, number one, it was the timing of the cycles, right? Kind of like lower on my list because the cycle can change, but still stands true, right? These have obviously been very similar in the past. Number two, massive high time frame bearish confirmations. Weekly bearish divergence forming at the 1-to-1 time fib, at literally the place where the top came in 2021, right? Massive bearish divergences without the timing of the cycle, without the time fib. This is still massive weakness in the market. Higher highs, lower highs. 2-week bearish divergences, higher highs, lower highs. Monthly bearish divergences, higher highs, lower highs. Very late in the cycle. Not only late in the cycle, but at the exact time where you would expect around here to be the top. As we see those high time frame confirmations, we go down to the lower time frames. 2-day money flow clearly trending to the downside. This indicates, before it even crosses red, this money flow trending out indicates that the overall trend is going to continue down. And when you see that with massive high time frame weakness, with the divergences and the weekly money flow coming out indicating a macro trend down, it makes it very clear, right, especially when you have the key level of support, which was the 50-week moving average, the 50-week moving average sitting just underneath you, you're saying to yourself, well, hey, if we wind up coming down here, what are the chances of this holding? Probably not very high this late in the cycle with weekly money flow coming out. Back here, it's a little different. Money flow came into the red, but you had plenty of time left in the cycle. The weekly was still in good shape. Many reasons. You had massive bullish confirmations, which we did not have here. No bullish divergences, no massive reversal signals. We're later in the cycle. The weekly looks like trash. The monthly looks like trash. Money flow is coming out. The chances of holding this are very low. So when we start losing $108,000, which, by the way, if you're wondering what that 108K level was, it was a simple value area high. I have to remember exactly which one it was. Or I'm sorry, was it a value area? It was from here. This value area high. Whoops. $108,000. I'm on the Bitstamp chart. On the Bybit chart, it was this value area high. Right? 108. Hang on. Maybe it was this one. There it is. So you have this value area, right? 108,000, value area low sitting at about 102, right? And then when you pull this as a larger profile, which actually might be what we were looking at here. Yeah. Then you have this value area just underneath you. I probably have it saved on the chart. I could just pull it up. But once you lose this value area high, guys, you bounce, you bounce, you bounce. Once you lose this, big drop down to the value area low at 102K is likely. And then when you have your money flow coming out, indicating the trend will continue, if this trend continues down, where's price likely to go next? Into the next value area. Right? This is literally how we did this. And I highly recommend going back and watching the stream so you can learn, right? Because these situations will always happen. Lose 108K, going to get accepted down to 102K. This is a very small profile. If money flow is coming out, indicating lower highs and lower lows on a high time frame like the 2-day, indicating a large trend down, well, hey, get accepted below here. You're probably not only losing the 50-week moving average, but you're probably headed down towards about 82K towards the value area low, right? So when we start losing that $108,000 value area high, We know that this 50-week is probably not going to hold because the trends are very weak with high time frame bearish confirmations. The trend is likely to continue down. That is not a game I'm willing to hold on to say all-time highs. If I wanted all-time highs here, money flow would literally have to look the opposite of the way it did. And we did this, right? Red money flow wave crossing into the green. Well, that's where you could look for a higher low and a higher high. That was not the case, right? Very clear. Not only that this would be the case, but that we would stop off at all these levels, right? Clear value areas. And then even this was a retest of that POC, which is pretty wild. But that's how you do it, right? Like, that's the massive sign of weakness. Incorporated and added along with the context of the market, which is money flow and trend and time, right? Those were the big warning signs. And honestly, I got sick of talking about them because everybody hated to hear it, right? I'll never forget. When we started talking about seeing this volume profile fill, man, people were not happy. This guy's an idiot. He's a clown. He has no idea what's going on. And I'm just like, all right, hold your bag. I don't know what to tell you. And at the end of the day, like, this is kind of like what I always say. Shocks can happen. Crazy things can happen. You could have just gone to all-time highs here. Just like back here when we said the bear market was coming in, right here. Right? Technically, everyone was calling for 100K. Technically, that could have happened, right? The TA might not play out. That's not the decisions I'm going to make, right? I'm going to make my decisions based off the chart, which is, of course, more often than not the right decision. So, very clear signs up there. And yeah, I just literally have to sit up there and apologize. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to say this, but I can't say anything different, right? Like, I'm just stuck here looking at the chart. So, there you go. Let's see. Can we take a look at ADA? Yeah, we'll take a look at ADA. Shout out to Neon Visual says Frankie's one of those people who's trying to carry as many people up the ladder with him as possible. Yeah, shout out to Neon. Yeah, like, I can't do that, guys. Like, I've never in my life, throughout having this channel over the past 4 years, ever looked back and been like, man, I really wish I was just given senseless hopium. Right? Like, people don't want to hear this, guys. It is beneficial for me and my channel to just tell people, don't worry about the bearish confirmations, guys. All-time highs, all-time highs. That's good for views. That's good for likes. That's good for subs. It is literally one-to-one more beneficial for me to do that. You know what? Who that is less beneficial for is the audience, right? The Mafia. I will never do the Mafia wrong. So, and I've never looked back. I've always been happy that I stay true to my stance because I've seen this stuff play out before. I've been staring at charts for a decade, right? And in crypto since late 2016. I've been through many cycles. And just from a TA perspective, I understand how the markets move. And so I try to teach you guys, every day, right? Like, I'm passionate about actually helping people. Like, don't listen to me. Learn how to read the charts. Once you learn how to read the charts, you really have no option but to agree. And you can see bullish things, right? There's always going to be bullish and bearish signs. But if your bearish evidence list is this long, and then your bullish evidence piece is this time is different, hopium, this is always going to be the higher probability scenario. Right? And that's how I make my decisions. Let me look at the bullish case. Let me look at the bearish case. Which case has more evidence? That's the higher probability. That's the decision I make. It's not going to be right 100% of the time. I'd say about 8 out of the 10 of times, right? But it's very simple. Then you're not stuck. Oh, what should I do? Oh my God! But what about this news event is about to happen? Like, that's going to make things explode. I don't even pay attention to the news. Show me the charts to tell you the news every single time. The warning signs are almost always on the charts before the news comes out, right? People will say, if we get some kind of crazy bearish narrative that comes in and we get another big capitulation down, oh God, lows are cracked. If we get another big capitulation down on some bearish news, I can literally say that was seen here at 108K. Shared on the live stream, of course, with the Mafia. So learn how to read the charts. Even if you don't learn from me, right? Like, just learn how to read the charts. I'll never tell people yeah, trade the news. If you trade the news, you're too late. If you trade the news, you buy up here, right? Oh my God, oh, Bitcoin, massive new all-time highs. Pro crypto president. Oh my God, everything's going crazy. Buy. You are late to the party. This is where the bull market starts, not here. This is the top. Anyway, let's take a look at Cardano. Let's come on over to the alt list. Well, there she goes. There she goes. Hang on one sec, guys. Let me pull out my my Starbucks. It's literally popped up as the intro music was going here, but we're live. I gotta keep the fuel going here. All right. What'd they say on my cup today? They said, hang in there, Frank. Bitcoin will go back up. Man, those Starbucks baristas know me. Just kidding. It says congratulations on your shorts. But anyway, and again, guys, like if you're new here, if you are in your first cycle, learn, in my opinion, right? You know, not everybody has the time to trade, but if you learn how to trade, guys, the bear market's become like, because a lot of people see the end of the bull market as like, that was my opportunity to get rich, and they hold on to that dream. You don't have to do that, right? Even if you bought the top and you understand there's weakness here, you could just say to yourself, well, cool. I thought my spot bags were going to pay me out on a big move up like that. But now that I understand that's probably not the case and we're going to go down, if I learn how to short the market, I could just save my spot bags, flip short, and make money on the drops, right? Like this is literally just another bull market. Just invert the chart, right? This is just another bull market, right? If I change the color of these candles, bottom's in, right? And I even did this on the live stream, right? Because I said, if I invert everything, I flip the chart upside down, I flip market cipher B upside down, and I literally invert the chart 1-to-1, literally flip it opposite. This to me, right, would look like the bottom of the bear market. Here's the top, massive weekly bearish divergence, probably a bear market incoming. Here is a massive weekly bullish divergence with your money flow crossing into the green. This chart, if it looked like this, again, full disclosure, this is all flipped upside down. If this chart looked like this would be me screaming bull market incoming, right? The beautiful thing as a trader, you can make money on the shorts, right? Maybe even flip the chart upside down, change the colors, and trade the bear market like that if you have a hard time, like, psychologically with shorting, right? And instead of hitting long, right, you hit short, right? Money flow is coming up, massive bullish divergences. The thought here would be higher high or low high, higher high, low high, higher low, higher high. Money flow comes up, trend is likely to continue to the upside. You can make money on those shorts just like you can on the longs. Just flip the chart. You don't have to flip the chart, right? But it's just like another bull market. You just need the volatility, right? You don't need up or down. Of course, the bull markets are nice because you get double paid off your spot bags and your longs, but total massive opportunity. You don't have to leave crypto, right? It's just like, we're still here. We're still making money. Not a lot of people understand shorting, though. But anyway, let's take a look at Cardano here, right? So we kind of took a look at this already, but Cardano, obviously, we see, I'll just hide these Fibonacci retracements because obviously they didn't get the big retracement. But same idea here, guys, right? Like, this is like, a lot of people charge for this. Like, this is just like the best information I can give you is just look at the volume profiles. Upper value, lower value. When you impulse out of this value, price is going to seek out the closest area of fair value, which is below, right here. This is the highest probability scenario to eventually fill this range in full. That's why we don't call for massive bounces or massive longs at the POC, because we know the higher probability scenario is not to front run the value area low, but fill it in full, right? So that's kind of where we are, right? That's what we look for. That's where we're at, right? That's what we have. At this point, right, this is, generally speaking, your 2022 bear market range. This is, I would not say, obviously, I would say even overextended to the downside. Same thing for Bitcoin, right? Like, we're obviously like not going to go down in a straight line forever. You're going to get some kind of bounce to come in at some point, and they could be big, right? Like, even on Bitcoin, let's say we bounce off 70K, or maybe we have to go down to 59K. Like, you could see pretty big retracements. And this is where you have to be careful, because if the high time frames remain very bearish, you could eventually see like pretty massive retracements. And, for me personally, I don't know exactly, at this point, right? Let's say you go down to 59K. I would still be paying attention to these macro Fibonacci retracements. If the trend is likely to continue down, like, imagine seeing something like this and then a drop down, right? We talked about that even here, right? Getting a kind of head and shoulders formation if we were to come up and break this high. But like, you could see massive retracements. It's not impossible. And everybody would be calling all-time highs, super excited. If we are still in a bear market territory, which of course this is very far away, we'd have to see what the charts look like down here. We'd have to see what we're bouncing from. Do we have massive confirmations? Is weekly money flow coming up, etc.? This is suck everybody back in, crush their dreams, right? So like some kind of massive retracements can come in. This wouldn't be my base case, right? I, of course, would be looking at probably closer to, the 80s to 90s as a retracement, especially if we bounced here. First major retracement, high, low, lower, high, lower, low. I would start the fib here. This would be the first major retracement I would look at. Oh, my God, bull market on, lower, high, lower, low, right? If the weekly money flow is still coming out, the charts look like trash, that is the higher probability scenario. If we break above that, that's where I would pull it to the new high, right? It wouldn't be until we broke, above 112K. And again, timing of the cycle doesn't really line up with that either. But we could see big bounces here, right? We've seen big bear market bounces in the past, right? Like this one, I think was 48%. This one's going to be 100%, right? So you can see big bear market bounces. Like people would say, bottoms in, all-time highs, wiggle, 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 boom, right? You got to be careful. Not all bounces are created equal. And I'll be up here on the live stream letting you guys know. If we think it's the bounce, we'll have reasons to say it. But if it doesn't, right, I'm just going to have to continue to kind of be the guy. It's like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. But anyway, so for Cardano, right, like, I mean, your major level to reclaim here for some kind of significant retracement would be the value area low at 28 cents. Underneath us, right, unfortunately, we got a lot of price action to look at down here. I mean, I'm not saying you have to go down here, but, I mean, just for what it's worth, right, like your next significant value area, again, not saying you have to come down here, but, when we just look at the major volume profiles, hopefully not. I don't know. That would be kind of crazy. But, it is down there. Those levels are down there whether they get tapped or not, and I wouldn't necessarily put that a high probability on that right now because, again, you're like basically at support, right? When you deviate below these lows, typically, even if you're not going to get the full profile, like this is support. If you can reclaim the value area low, and just to show you in the past, deviation below, flip it as support, POC is next, flip the POC, value area high is next, deviate above, overvalued, get back in, can't break out, POC, lose the POC, value area low, fulfill, fulfill. Bounce off the low, get back in, POC, flip the POC, back up to the value area high. And this might be pulled on a weekly, which is why it's kind of annoying because the time frames will change sometimes change the location of the POC. Let me just see something here because I might, that's why. So yeah, I'll pull this actually on the daily and I'll move the POC to the daily right there. All right, yeah, so I would say, if you could, right, and again, I don't really see any like massive confirmations down here locally, right? You don't have a 4-hour bull div. This momentum wave is breaking the low. If you got some kind of massive rip to the upside super aggressively, maybe that momentum wave moves back up. But right now, no bullish divergences down here. Major weakness in the market. But at the end of the day, from a level perspective, if you could flip that value area low at 28 cents, that's your best bet to see some kind of a retracement. POC would be your biggest resistance above at 35 cents. And to be honest, even on that push up, biggest levels here, like locally, probably going to have confluence on that value area low fib right there. So your biggest resistances above are going to be value area low 786 golden pocket 28 to 29 cents. This is always going to be resistance until proven otherwise, right? So it could be a lower high zone, but it is local. So you got to be careful of it as resistance. Once you flip that 786, hold on top of the 786 value area low. That's where you could start to look up maybe towards the point of control. I would still, in a bearish environment like this, be looking at your local Fibonacci retracements. But if you pull the higher time frame levels, let's see. I don't think you're good. Maybe you will. Yeah, there you go. Even pull it from the lower high. Yeah, POC value area low. These are the biggest levels of resistance, right? So if you do get some kind of significant big retracement, which again, not a lot on the chart to call for that, at least just yet, but biggest areas of resistance going to be there, POC here, right? Now, of course, if you reject the point of control, bada boom, right? You could flip the value area low and continue up. That's going to be very heavily reliant on money flow, though. I don't know what money flow will look like up there. We'll have to retouch on that. And then once you break that 786, right, really once you start cracking, I would say 39 cents, then you can start looking for potentially a journey up towards the high. But really, really big high time frame resistance here. So that's what I will look at on Cardano. Of course, taking a look at the weekly. Money flow is in the red. This is always going to indicate the longer-term trend or the higher time frame trend. You're a little further along here, which is nice. It's not like Bitcoin where it's like just starting to cross over, right? You at least got a decent wave here. So we'll see. First resistance, 28 to 29 cents. Flip that. Next biggest resistance will be about 35 to 39 cents. Yo, shout out to BTC Bill gifted into the Frankie Candles memberships. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Shout out to BTC Bill. You're the man, bro. Thank you so much. And shout out to everybody who just got a membership. Drop those golden emojis in the chat if you just got a membership. And shout out to BTC Bill for the super chat. Said, thanks for what you do, Frankie. Shout out to BTC Bill. Bro, those shorts must be cooking, Bill. He is so generous to this channel, bro. He gives the memberships to the Mafia. He super chats constantly. Shout out to you, brother. Are you short? Let us know. I don't even really see you chat that much in the free chat. You just send super chats, bro. I appreciate you. Shout out to BTC Bill. He might be cousins with Golden. Shout out to BTS, I think that says, is it a coincidence that crypto crashes a week after both government shutdowns? And I'm just always going to point to the chart, to be honest. It's like, show me the charts, and then the news fills in. Not something I pay attention to necessarily. You know, I pay attention to it, but it's not something I make decisions off of. Like, oftentimes, it's like, you know, when we look at $108,000 and we draw those lines talking about, hey, we might be able to get the big drop to the downside, that is never based off of, like, you never really hear me talk about, like, well, guys, if we lose 108K and then this news event happens, that's going to draw price down, and then we have the expected, the cost to mine. Like, never. It's just always bearish divergence, money flow coming out. Very likely we break down from here in a very big way. Timing of the cycle says bear market incoming. That's what we look at. Whatever the news is, tweets, whatever it is, I don't know. Bitcoin being in the files, whatever it is like we see all that up here. I don't know what those news events are going to be. I'm not saying they don't mean anything. It's the same thing in 2021. Why did I think that we were likely to get a big breakdown into the bear market on this bearish retracement? It had to do with the bearish divergences, the money flow coming out, the timing of the cycles, just very clear technical factors to see a big breakdown there. I wasn't saying, and then guys, like, Luna's at risk of collapsing, and then FTX, like, is a big scam. Like just fill that in, right? I don't have to pay attention to that. I think there's a lot of emotion involved in the narratives, right? Because if you're paying attention and making decisions off of that, how are you going to feel down here when FTX is collapsing, when Luna's collapsed? How are you going to feel? It's going to be real hard to buy those lows, right? If you're not paying attention to any of that stuff and you're expecting a move down based off the technicals, and then when you get the move down, you're looking for bullish confirmations and you're just paying attention to that, it's a lot easier to say, there's my bullish confirmation. I think the bottom's in. Let's send it up for another bull market. I don't care what the news is, right? And then you could even say here, right, you see the bullish confirmations, right? Oh, my God, pro-crypto president, bada boom, Show me the charts. I'll tell you the news every single time. And again, I'm not saying the news doesn't mean anything. I'm not saying it doesn't move the price, but again, like, the signs are on the chart. Why that happens is up for debate. The Epstein flash crash, maybe. Let's see. Thanks again for the live. Yeah, shout out to Expat84. No problem, bro. No problem. Let's see. Can we take a look at River? Yeah, we could take a look at River. Again, right? Like, for the altcoins, guys, like, it's going to be very, 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 very tied to what Bitcoin does, right? If Bitcoin capitulates down again, the altcoins are very likely to follow. I don't really see a situation where Bitcoin, right? We did have a thought process. If you wanted alt season, we either needed Bitcoin at all-time highs, or we needed Bitcoin, right? Or we needed Bitcoin to retrace on falling Bitcoin dominance. Both things need to happen. We didn't get that scenario. No alt season. Continuation down. Shout out to anybody who's watched this channel, man. Like, insane. Insane. Being able to see this from so far away. And the reason I say that is not to say I'm right. It's to say I hope at least one person out there is scratching their head being like, dang, this was on the charts. I've seen these live streams. I've seen all the bearish confirmations. This is crazy. I hope that sparks your interest into learning how to read the charts. Whether you want to be a trader, a day trader, a scalper, or just use the charts for your long-term investments, they will only improve your investment strategy or your trading, obviously. If you're a trader, you kind of have to look at the charts. I would not be sitting on the news and be like, oh my God, bullish news, long. That'd be crazy. I don't know if people do that. But let's go back to River, right? Like, obviously, like, there's not a lot here, right? We'd have no high time frame candles here. There's, I mean, 16-hour money flow coming out. You know, you have a daily green dot printing. I would still say overall, as long as the bearish bias is on Bitcoin and Bitcoin still has massive weakness, I would still say, like, this is very likely to follow suit. There's nothing really, like, showing here that is, you know, again, I can't see the weekly time frame. So, again, there's, like, kind of a lack of information here, which makes it a little bit difficult. But, you know, there's not really anything here. This 16-hour money flow crosses red. That indicates to me the overall higher time frame trend is likely to continue to the downside. If that week 16-hour money flow crosses red, the daily is probably going to follow suit. So maybe on your next green dot, you can get a little retracement. But I would still overall be looking for a continuation down. If I were looking at some key levels down below for this, here's your next volume profile. It's not super clean. Yeah, neither of these are super clean. Let me see. Is there anything with a little more price history? Yeah, there we go. A little bit more there. Yeah, but still just pull the profile the same way. So, I mean, I can pull this profile. You have your value area high. So I'll give you some key levels down below. From a sentiment standpoint, right, just kind of would track along with Bitcoin. Let me pull our full fib from the low to the high, drop that on log. So these are your two biggest levels of support. Let me actually pull this anchored VWAP as well from the low. Yeah, this would be a pretty big... So... Whoops. It's like speed TA here. Yeah, like I could try to pull this as a volume profile. It's just a little, yeah. So from a macro perspective, I would say like really low levels, if you end up losing this value area, and you can see, right, like I'm just using the auction market theory, right? You have a little balance here. You wind up getting stuck in here. If you impulse out of this range, the next place for price to gravitate to is going to be the lower value, which sits down here. You have your golden pocket value area high confluence sitting right here between 754 and 603. Your POC is also confluent with your 786. That sits at about 377, right? So these would be like really, really big support levels you would want to watch. Locally, you have your smaller, more local volume profile with your value area low at about, call it $12. POC sitting at 1598, and then your value area high at 2196. I would personally say, if you got some kind of big retracement, I think the green dot is going to be the thing to look at, right? If you get that green dot on the daily, I think that's your best bet of getting a move up. If you break out of this volume profile, you know, this anchored VWAP from the top is going to become probably confluent with that value area high. So that is major, major resistance. If you get above there, I would just look at your Fibonacci retracement. I'd say this is a little less likely in my opinion, but it is sitting there at around 38 cents. So this is the local range I would look at. Until you break out of this value area high and anchored VWAP, there's no reason to even look up here. I would just look to kind of respect this range, right? If you get the green dot, with a 90-minute money flow crossover, which is coming up, maybe you can get a little continuation of a 90-minute trend through the profile. Definitely be careful around that value area high at 2196. It wouldn't be until we broke out of there, decisively flipped the anchored VWAP where I'd look up there. Right? If you break down, next big level, 760 to 611. So there you go. Oh, yeah, shout out to, does that say the librarian, I think? Lowest daily RSI reading since August 23rd. Yeah, a lot of people, you know, of course, right? If you're oversold, right, again, like you can get bounces. The thing I like to do is try to set expectations on the bounces, right? overall trend continuation is likely lower. So even on big bounces, right? Like even here, right? Major key levels of support down here. We can get a bounce, guys, but not all bounces are created equal. You get a pretty sizable retracement. The overall context, yes, that is bullish. Yes, we took longs here. Yes, we made money on the long. Yes, we made money within the range. But of course, right, the overall macro context, lower highs and lower lows, as of right now, until something changes, that would be the same kind of thought process moving forward. But when it comes to oversold stuff, yes, you can get bounces, but one thing you do have to understand is that the RSI, Market Cipher B, these momentum indicators can remain oversold for a certain period, for an extended period of time. And that's why I like to look for divergences, right? The difference between the price action and the momentum. So if we go over, say, to the weekly, let's pull up the RSI. Right, the RSI can remain oversold for quite some time, right? Or just an extended period of time. It's not just like, oh, oversold, it goes directly up. Sometimes it will, but that's not how it like works, right? You can remain oversold for some time, even overbought for some time, right? Like a lot of people here might be like, oh, we're overbought, it's gonna dump. We're overbought, we have to go down. You kind of just go sideways and then continue up, right? You're just overbought for an extended period of time, right? Like if you shorted this massively, you would have gotten cooked. If you shorted this massively, I mean, you could have made money for the move down, but just to show, right, like you can actually have price be overbought for quite some time or oversold for quite some time as well. And again, that's why I like to look for the divergences, right? So like the weekly here, oh my God, we're overbought. That's the bear market top, right? I'm not saying anyone thought that, but like if you're looking at it like that, sure. I mean, you do get that big drop down. Beautiful shorts in that zone. But really for the big tops, right? Like, why would I not really look at this? A lot of people were saying, like, is this the bear market, right? Which was obviously not my thought process, right? Because we had massive support, massive bullish divergences. We looked for the new high. We got it. Why was this different? It was a completely different scenario, right? Different timing in the cycle, below the 50-week moving average. You know, once you lose that 50-week, it's totally different. Here we were coming down to it with massive confirmation. This time, as we came down to the 50-week, as I explained before, right? Two different things. Two different scenarios. This is much different than this. Why? Because this, we have time left in the cycle, right? We don't have massive weekly bearish divergences. We have some bearish divergences. But again, many things go into this, money flow, etc. But when we come down here, we have lows, lower lows, massive bullish divergences. We're on top of the 50-week. We do not decisively lose the 50-week. We look for the continuation up. When we come here, you have massive weekly bear divs right at the time where you would expect the 4-year cycle top to come in, and on the way down, your 3-day, your 4-day, your 2-day, all your high time frame money flow is coming out, indicating the trend will continue down with no bullish confirmations, right? We did not have massive bullish divergences down here, all explicitly screamed from the rooftops here, right? This is why we expected this. Totally different scenario. Massive bullish confirmations, money flow comes up on many of the time frames that they were coming down here, different timing of the cycle, etc. There's reasons why we expect all-time highs here and not here. Not every tap of a moving average is created the same, right? They're different scenarios. Once you lose this, right, and then, of course, it becomes very clear that we're in a bearish environment. So what do we have here? Massive weekly bearish divergences. Money flow starts to come out, not only on the weekly, but we started to get it on the higher time frames as well. 2-day money flow starts to come out as we're approaching, right, as we're starting to lose this 50-week moving average, right? Well, hey, we lose this. Trend's already likely to continue down. If we can't hold this, it's even more likely. Here, you lose the money flow crosses red as we're approaching the 50-week moving average as support. Right here, we're like testing it, then it turns red. Trend continues down. And then obviously losing the 50-week is very bearish. And then not only that, you have your 3-day money flow crossing red as well. Not something that you had here. 4-day money flow also, wasn't really crossing red. 5-day money flow was crossing red. Another thing you did not have here. And again, just no reason to look for a big bounce here. No bullish confirmations, right? You don't have the massive 2-day bullish divergence, right? What do we have down here? Lower lows and momentum lower lows, right? No divergence between the price action and the momentum. If we have massive 2-day bull divs here with money flow still in the green, not as we were losing this, right? Well, then we'd say, hey, massive bullish divergences, low, higher low, money flow comes up, hey, higher low, higher high. That was just not the case here, right? That's why I can't build those cases. That's why, like, I know people wanted to say that it was going to go up here, but I just couldn't, right? Like, I just don't have that stuff here. Come on over down here, You're approaching the 50-week with higher lows. And on Market Cipher B, I don't personally look at the RSI. Higher lows, lower lows. Into your key level of support. Money flow comes up. That's where you look for all-time highs. Totally different scenario. So just some thought process there of how we do the analysis and why we expect that to happen and why it oftentimes plays out, right? It's not to have some crystal ball. I know some people think we have a crystal ball, but I can't confirm nor deny. But really, it's mostly this. The crystal ball just kind of gives us extra confirmation. Shout out to Bailey, said somebody's rug pulling Bitcoin. Send it lower, I'm short. Shout out to Bailey, let's go. Shout out to Lost Travel, said, please don't stop the stream. Your words are comforting in these dark times. Shout out to Lost Travel. I'm here, brother. We're always here for the Mafia. Up, down, left, right. And hey, the Mafia makes money whether the price goes up or down. So not only are we here trying to, comfort people in the scary times, but, also getting paid. Something positive right now on the chart. I would say, unfortunately, there's not a lot. But we're at massive support, right? Again, this is not me saying that the bottom is in because of that, right? But like just something that might be a little maybe a little bit comforting could be the fact that, we're coming down to this massive zone of support. This is good support. Doesn't mean that, it's going to go to all-time highs. But, there was nothing here, right? And again, on the live stream, talking about the massive volume gap, nothing being here, right? Just massive hole. Very fast capitulation down was very likely, right? And I think understanding why it might happen before it actually happens also kind of like helps with the fear as well, right? Lose this low, guys. Fall into the low volume gap. Perfect environment for a big capitulation down. Compared to the previous cycles, losing the 100-week, all that stuff. Very likely that was going to be the case. And I think understanding that and seeing that on the charts before it happens is kind of like, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? It turns that to, oh, we're falling through that low volume gap. Now we have support down here. Hopefully we can hold. So I do think there's a good chance that, the other thing that I would say is like somewhat decent is the fact that like we're super overextended, right? Like again, price doesn't just go down in a straight line. Obviously, if you look on a high enough time frame, it's a straight line. But oh my God, this is so scary. It's so scary, right? But it doesn't just go down in a straight line, right? You get a little support, you get a little bing bong, you get a little bit of structure, a clear view on what's likely to come next. And retracements can happen. And we are at key support, right? As a zone, right? Of course, we have all the intermediary levels, but like this whole area between 70 and 59K is big support. That's not to say it can't melt down just in a straight line, but if I had to say something kind of like a little reassuring is like, hey, we've jumped out of the plane and we are free falling, right? We are approaching the ground here, or hopefully an inflatable bouncy house, right? We're approaching something here. There's nothing underneath us anymore, right? And then even if we keep dumping through here, you have the all-time high structure. Like you're coming down to something, right? Now it doesn't mean that will be the bottom for all-time highs, but there will be some kind of settle here. Or there should be some kind of like, very likely you'll see some kind of support, right? Whether it's massive support or it's just going to be little chop before more downside. Like, this isn't just going to last forever. We're not going to watch a week of this, 3-day candle just continuing to the downside, or a week of the weekly candle just continuing to the downside in one shot, right? They can get brutal. But again, right, it's like you're going to hit support, free fall, a little bit of support, free fall. I guess you just kind of held on to these lows a little bit. Free fall, you had the previous all-time high, right? So this will not last forever, right? This will not last forever. I can't say the continuation of the trend isn't going to last longer, but this straight scary drop down will not last forever, and we are approaching support. So there's pillows on the floor. Hopefully we can hit them. If we, whether we, we had the big hole, right? Again, expected, guys. Nothing's really super crazy. If you watch this live stream, I don't think this big capitulation down, we've talked about it time and time again, right? Like I don't think it's that shocking, but I think this is a good way to kind of visualize it, right? Without even looking at the key levels. There's nothing here. It's literally why we expect the fast drop down. We are now pushing price. This is a magnet, right? So like this is lose this, free fall. This is usually where you'll get some kind of like sticking point, right? Is it guaranteed? I can't say so, but very likely, right? So you've already fallen through the hole. You're approaching some support. That would be kind of the, positive, not positive view, but a little bit of like a reassuring view. Like you're coming down to something. It's not like this is just a big low volume gap all the way down to, 43K, right? Although this is a higher volume node. Well, let me zoom out a little bit. Right? Now, like you got stuff down here, right? All-time highs, consolidation, like you're coming down to something. Like this range is very likely to give us some kind of support. This is a good level of support. So that would be kind of the reassuring view. Won't last forever. But of course, if it does last forever, I wouldn't really mind it. Up almost 20 grand on the short here. Let's check the other one. We X short 13. So wouldn't mind the dump to continue, at least for the short. But of course, for Bitcoin, for the community, for everybody wanting price to go up, I always root for price to go up. I don't care how much money we can make on the shorts. We always want price to go up. Satoshi Secret in danger. It's crashing like Terra Luna. Shout out to Raul. Yeah, listen, like maybe that's the narrative. It's literally what we talked about. I just hate that kind of stance. Like we talked about this. Look, it's like I just think it's like I don't know. It's corny, but like it is true, right? We don't know what the narrative was going to be. Maybe the Bitcoin being in the files maybe that's the narrative. But like we talked literally about if we fall through this low volume gap, we expect another big capitulation. We don't know what the narrative will be. We don't really care what the narrative is, right? We just know it's going to come in. We see the weakness up here at 108K. We expect the big drop down. We know the low volume gap is going to give you the fast drop. Wouldn't be surprised if a narrative comes in here. Don't know what it's going to be. Hard to predict, but there we go, right? And comparing it to Luna, another kind of reassuring thing would be what happened after Luna, right? Luna collapses. Well, hey, that's kind of where you start looking for the bottom, right? And that's why I am entertaining the idea that maybe if we don't have to go down to 30K, we could start looking in this general zone between, I would say like super low, 59 to 48K. Like this could be. Right, we get maybe there's two, right? Because there was Terra Luna and then there was FTX. But if you want to compare that, right, we see the chart weakness here, money flow coming out, etc. We expect a big capitulation. Fill in the narrative. We see the chart weakness here. We see the money flow coming out. Fill in the narrative. Like clockwork, right? Easy, right? I don't want to say easy, but simple. So if you wanted to compare this to something like here. Hey, could be closer to the end of this than a lot of people realize, right? Bear market not starting. Been in bear market. Real top. Bear market's just starting. 8K incoming. Bear market starting. 8K incoming. Closer to the bottom than you realize. Doesn't mean you can't go down lower, right? Even if you did go down to like 40 to 30K, right? Like you don't want to be too late, right? So if I had to compare this, it's like, oh, hey, here's some narratives coming in. It doesn't mean not more are going to come in. It doesn't mean you can't go lower. But it could mean that we're further along in this than a lot of people realize. So a little bit more reassuring view, right? Let's see. Cash is used for illegal stuff. Yeah, cash is definitely used for illegal stuff. I'm sure you're probably arguing that people say... like the people arguing that Bitcoin's for criminals. It's like, yeah, so is cash. And again, guys, if you feel bad, right? Like, again, if like the best thing I can say is like the best way to improve your decision making moving forward into further cycles, right? Because obviously a lot of people are probably feeling pain. A lot of people were buying in on excitement, and a lot of those people are probably feeling pain right now. Understand, and I know this is probably not what a lot of people want to hear, but I think the best thing to have is self-accountability, right? look back at the mistakes you made, right? And I don't know the mistakes you made. Maybe you didn't take profit. Maybe you did buy in good. You didn't take profit. In that case, that's your lesson. I had a great buy-in price. I bought the dip. I was up. I just didn't take profit. Why didn't you take profit? Were you getting greedy? You just wanted to make more money? Did you have a plan? Did you have targets? Do you understand how to recognize weakness in the market? If you don't, check out the YouTube channel. Free content galore to teach you how to find that stuff. But understand those mistakes you made and then work actively to fix them moving forward, right? I did not start off buying low, selling high, right? I started off in the worst scenario, as the worst trader possible, the most emotional, trying to get rich quick trader on earth. I lost money for a very long time. And then I broke even for a very long time. And then I finally started making money, right? Even when it comes to cycles, I don't just always buy the bottom and sell the top. It took me a long time to get to the point, make mistakes, recognize the mistakes and blame myself for them, and then fix them moving forward to get to the point where I could buy low. Not just sell the top, right? But understand that I wasn't sure if this was the top until I saw the weakness, and then having the discipline to say, I don't want to be greedy. I've been greedy before. It didn't pay out. I understand there's weakness here. I'm going to make the decision. And it winds up being the right decision, right? So understand the mistakes you've made and then actively work to fix them. Everyone's going to have different mistakes they made. Maybe you were listening to your friends that are saying this thing's going up forever. Maybe you listened to somebody who was just too bullish. Maybe they didn't understand, right? Like everybody and their grandma was calling for 100K here. A lot of people got caught off sides there. And a lot of those people that got caught off sides and then learned how to read the market probably changed those mistakes and wound up making better decisions in this cycle. So just understand those mistakes. Just understand, like, especially if it's your first cycle, right? Like, I think everybody messes up their first cycle. I definitely made huge mistakes in my first cycle, right? Even in 2021, I made some big mistakes, right? So if it's your first cycle, right, and especially trading, I think a lot of people, like, get into crypto, they're like, I want to be a day trader, and then, like, they lose money for 3 months, and they're like, man, I screwed this whole thing up. And it's like, it's very unlikely that you're going to start trading and then build that lifelong skill over a couple of weeks and just start making money easily. If someone tells you that, they're selling you a fake dream. You can make tons of money trading, obviously, but you just have to learn. You have to understand that it takes a long time to learn. And it's difficult, and you have to have self-accountability, and you have to, like, really have a lot of grit, right? It's brutal. It's like, so I saw some TikTok or Instagram reel the other day of some guy was, like, acting like he was telling his war stories. He's like, I forget what he said. I don't know. He said he did two tours in, like, NASDAQ. So he, like, made it a country name. And it, like, really is true. It feels like war. Like, you got to really, like, fight through that stuff until you really start making the right decisions and you learn. You have to learn through that experience. Like, you have to understand that part of the journey is messing it up. You have to make those mistakes in order to get to the other side. You're never going to get into trading, learn a strategy, and then just instantly start making money. Because the strategy can work. You could have the best TA, but, like, you have to build those, like I said yesterday, right? Like, the intangible skills, right? The minds, I hate saying mindset because it sounds woo-woo, but it is true. The psychology, the discipline, right? The discipline to go to the gym when you feel tired, right? The discipline to eat right when you really want to eat the donut, right? You get the best workout plan, best personal trainer, highest $500 a month high-end gym. That's worthless. All that stuff is worthless without the discipline. It's the same thing with trading. So, and investing, right? Like, you kind of have to go through those hard times, learn the hard mistakes to actually fix them moving forward. And a lot of people just won't be able to do that. NASDAQistan. Yeah, I think that is what he said. Yeah. I'm just like, dude, that's funny. You learn the hard way. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know. It's like one of those skills where, it's like one of the most emotionally, obviously not comparing this to stuff, ER nurses, doctors, stuff like that. But, like, it's one of the most emotionally draining skills that you can need to learn, especially when, even when you figure it out, it's very emotionally draining trading, right? Like, it's one of the only jobs that, like, it'd be, like, endlessly fruitful, right? You can make money from anywhere in the world. You can literally click buttons on a computer and make money out of thin air is what it feels like sometimes. But it's also one of the only jobs that, you might go to sleep and be like, not only might I not get a paycheck this week, but my boss might take money from me, right? Because you're never going to win every day, every week either. It's like losing is part of the game. You have to be a good loser, right? Yeah, shout out to Scarlett. Says the best TA is the dollar gets weaker, Bitcoin gets more valuable. Yeah, as a long-term play. Yeah, shout out to Rudy. Said I took a trade last night, forgot about it, lost money. Pretty stupid. Pretty stupid mistake. Oh, well, yeah, I learned moving forward, right? I make stupid mistakes still to this day, guys. Like, sometimes I'll go to sleep, forget a stop loss. I'm like, oh, my God. But anytime I get wrecked, right, I'm not, like, switching my strategy. I'm just like, why'd I get wrecked? I didn't set a stop loss. I should have checked my stop loss, right? Plenty of trades ahead of us. If you look at 16 to 20K range, bottom on Bitcoin, we had plenty of 20% moves. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, it's not just going to go down in a straight line forever 100%. I pulled this up yesterday, right? Like, I try to save, like, as many of them as I can remember, like, as many of the trades on from the Discord that I possibly can. It used to run back to, like, all the way here. And then they got deleted somehow. I wish not, but it was pretty sick. That, like, all ran through here, right? We buy low. We sell high, but on the way up, there's longs, shorts, longs, shorts, long, short, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, 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 long, like all in here. There's tons of trades. There's tons of trades to be had. And like, that's all money, right? Money, 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 bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, right? While you're just kind of printing on the spot bags. It's the same thing in the bear market, right? Trade, 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 long, long, short, long, short, long, short. Oh, short played out for a swing. Long. Oh, nice. Long, short, long, short. Oh, short played out. Oh, long, short, right? Like, tons of trades to be had. You know, you zoom into this, right? This is a nice range, right? You could trade that up and down. Same thing on the way down. The only difference is you're not going to make money on your spot bags, but hey, you can make a bunch of profit on your shorts, right? And then roll those back in at the bottom when you're looking for accumulation. Shout out to Gen Z, said, stupid mistake, not listening to Frankie say short 98K. Shout out to Gen Z. It's okay. There's no stupid mistakes. They just are mistakes, right? But of course, right, like, you know, that, hey, listen, that short might have gotten stopped out too, right? Sol went to $9 on the F3. Was that 9 for the FTX crash? Yeah. I actually caught, I've talked about this before. I caught 3x pre-leveraged tokens on Solana. I think at, where was it? I think it was like $9. I got paid on that. I didn't hold them all the way to the top, but I got massively paid on those. My average entry into Solana is like $30. My spot bags. Yeah, it's just another give back your profits. Yeah, sucks ass, dude. Yeah, for sure, dude. It totally sucks. Yeah, shout out to your comrade. This is a great question, bro. He said, how do you combine your life with starting to trade? I mean, real life work. Can't do it full time, and all what happened, it's rabbit I wheel. Take tame, but not results enough. What advice? I'm not sure if 100%. I think I understand your question. Here's the thing, right? I always give people different advice when they say, I want to learn how to trade. What should I do, right? I get on the 5-minute chart. What do I do, long or short? And if I have somebody who has a full-time job and a family, right, I am not going to point that guy to start learning how to scalp the market, right? Now, could you do that on the weekends, study, practice? Yes. But if you don't have, if you're day trading, like, you really got to be on the charts, right? Like, you can't be, and I've done this before at full-time jobs where I'm, like, literally on my laptop trying to hide it from my boss. And it doesn't mean you can't trade, right? There's different types of traders. You could be a scalper, you could be a day trader, you could be a swing trader, you could be a position trader, or just a long-term investor. I always tell people, if you want to figure out what kind of trading you should be doing, look at your life. What does your lifestyle allow you to do? If you have a family, you have a full-time job, you have a bunch of hobbies that you're not willing to sacrifice, which is fine, right? Trading the lower time frames can be a very difficult thing. I would never tell somebody to do that, right? Like, day trading is probably not your game. What you could do is swing trade, right? You could understand how to read the charts. You could find high time frame levels, enter longer term positions, maybe from a few days to a couple of weeks, right? That way you don't have to check the chart every 5 seconds, right? You could kind of find the level, your alert goes off, you look for your confirmation, you could take the trade, and then you could just wait, right? Check the trade the next day. You don't have to check the 5-minute chart every 2 seconds, right? And then, maybe you make a bunch of money swing trading. You could eventually start leaving your job or going part-time, and then you have more time to maybe focus on the lower time frames. Everybody wants to be a scalper. Everybody wants to be on the 5-minute chart. Like, for example, the long position here from the premium Discord that we saw the short squeeze on, looking for the squeeze, boom, right? Like this is me staring at the chart, looking at the orders coming in. Like I am literally like, I could never do that if I was not 100% focused on the charts. So what type of trading does your lifestyle facilitate, right? I have a video on the channel explaining this. Again, like it depends, right? Like for me, I'm all in on stuff that I do. When I found trading, I mean, I'm all in. I don't mind staying up late at night while instead of like whatever, going to hang out with friends or going to, do other hobbies. Like that was my hobby. That became like kind of my personality. So, and again, it's not right or wrong. It's just like, what is your lifestyle? Like if it takes a lot of dedication to be on the lower time frames and day trade. It also takes a long time to learn it, right? Before you even think about making money, you got to learn everything, right? And then you jump into the markets, probably make a lot of mistakes, probably give some money away, and then eventually you make that progress, right? So that's very prevalent in day trading. I think swing trading is probably the best bet for a lot of people who have full-time jobs. Doesn't mean you can't transition out eventually or something like that into something different. Doesn't mean you can't scalp on the weekends. But not a lot of volume, but of course, crypto's 24/7. But yeah, like what kind of trading what kind of trading style does your lifestyle allow? Trading few servers are failing. Yeah, probably. If shout out to Yoda said, if Bitcoin is not a scam, why are they selling it so fast, like with no bad news, even after the Clarity Act about regulations? Shout out to Yoda. I mean, this is bear market sentiment, man. This is bear market sentiment. I've been through it many a times. It's dead. It's dead, right? Which could be a good sign, right? Like when people start saying Bitcoin is dead, it's usually when you're pretty close to finding a bottom. Whether it's the bottom for all-time highs or a massive retracement, that could be another story. But yeah, people call Bitcoin a scam every bear market. It's going to zero. I told you the magic. And it's funny because like the arguments change too. It's like, I told you the magic internet money was fake and it's going to zero. Boom. I told you this was never going to be, this was going to get regulated. It was never going to be a real thing. It's finally dead. Boom. Right? Like the same thing is going to happen. I don't know what the narratives will be, but if I had to guess, right, like it's going to be very similar. Right? It's about time to see this happen. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Shout out to Dave Digital. Thank you for the super chat. Said, can't wait till you go all in on Ring. Is that a baby? Is that a woman holding a baby? Shout out to Dave Digital. Hey, maybe that's bear market activities. Just go ahead and pop out a mini candle. A candelito, as they call it. Shout out to Dave Digital. How many hours is the live stream, boss? I don't know. We're just rolling with it. Sometimes they're 1 hour. Sometimes they're 2 hours. Sometimes they're 5 hours. We'll see. We're hanging. Just joined. What are the prices that we're looking for? If you scrub back, we talked about it in detail, but just to kind of show you from a basic perspective, I'll pull up the levels here. We're in a massive support zone. Doesn't mean it's going to hold long term, right? But we're coming down to support. Pretty weird, right, guys? We get below the value area high, we start trekking through the profile. It's almost like we expected this. But yeah, we're coming down to big level down here. Approaching the weekly at 62,874. Right? Big support here. Not just from a volume perspective, but from like a horizontal level perspective as well. So 59K is the bottom of this range. If we deviate below, you got about 56 to 55K. I think that's, I would say 59 to 55K, huge level. And then once we lose 55K, 47K is going to be huge. We lose 47K, very not good, guys. Shout out to Dave Digital. 24/7 Mafia. We'll just have to have a Frankie Candles AI that doesn't sleep, even though I don't really sleep. I'm going to be hard competition for the AI. I'm not going to lie. But we're just up here 24/7. What is going on, CandleMafia? We are live at 4:44 a.m. 24/7 live stream. Stream till the bear market bottom. Shout out to Erica. We're live, guys. We're never leaving. We're not leaving till the bottom's in. I'm just overgrown. Huge beard. Crazy hair. Dang, that guy's been through it. Any reversal signs at support? I'm chilling in my shorts right now. I'm not interested in catching the knife right now. And again, you don't always have to catch the bottom either, right? Like, you don't have to knife catch. You know, you could even wait for a sign of strength, right? You wait for a breakout, wait for the charts to look a little bit better, and then you just look for the retracement entries, right? Oh my God, but you're not long from the bottom. You could have made an extra 5%. It's like, I don't worry about that ever, right? There's always opportunity in the chart. Let's see. Binance and Bybit are halting withdrawals. Oh boy. Interesting. I don't have any money on Bybit or Binance, but that is interesting. Don't leave the stream, please, until 60 to 58K. Shut up to Lost Travels. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. If we keep dumping, maybe we could do it. But yeah, you got to be careful with, this is part of the reason why I always talk about this. I mean, we don't talk about it very often. Man, what is this? I got like a rash here, guys. I'm breaking out in hives. Bitcoin's crashing. But yeah, when it comes to exchanges, right, like you want to diversify. You don't want to always have all your money in one spot, right? You don't want to have all your money in one wallet. You don't want to have your money in one exchange. You don't want to have all your money in one bank account at the end of the day, right? Depending on, what the balance is, right? If you have $1 million, FDIC insurance is only up to $250K. If you have $1 million, you probably don't want to have that $1 million in one single bank account, right? If the bank goes down, you're going to get $250K out of your $1 million, right? So, of course, that's just, general, risk management when it comes to your capital. And that's kind of why I like the leverage trading, right? Because I don't have to have $100,000 sitting on my account, $200,000 sitting on my account to take significant position sizes. Kind of limits the risk there in a really weird way. And if you think leverage is gambling, I won't even talk about that. It doesn't have to be gambling. Of course, you can make it gambling. But of course, if you manage the risk, it does not have to be gambling. Yeah, man, Binance can't do anything right. Biggest scammers. Yeah, they've been under fire for a while. What's up with your 97K short? Still holding strong. Up $13,132. I have profits locked in there on there as well, but $13,000 unrealized, and then the Blowfin short up $19,500. So the shorts are cooking, baby. Let's long micro strategy. Shout out to Yoda. Tony said risk manager. I barely know her. Oh, man. Anything above 2x leverage is gambling. Shout out to Cigar Itachi. Yeah, that's it's just simply not true. The leverage has a lot less to do with if it's a gamble or not, right? The only way at the end of the day, trading is technically gambling. I always say this. Anything without a 100% certainty is a gamble, right? At the end of the day. Business is a gamble. There's not a 100% chance that you're going to make money and stay alive long term. So if you want to look at it technically, right, like anything without 100% certainty is a gamble. But at the end of the day, right, if you're taking calculated risk, right, gambling on leverage is the reason why people say gambling is leverage is gambling is because they think, right, if you use leverage and the price goes against you, right, you're going to lose all of your money. You're going to get liquidated. The thing that a lot of people don't understand is getting liquidated is a choice for the most part, right? Unless your stop loss doesn't get triggered, which sometimes might happen if price really moves like crazy. But if you have a stop loss set, I'm almost never, unless I forget to set my stop loss, I am almost never worried about getting liquidated, right? Like, I'm not worried getting liquidated on this short. Why? Well, number one, obviously it's pretty far away from where my liquidation would be, but also I would get stopped out before I hit my liquidation, right? So there's just no real risk of me getting liquidated. So like if you have a risk of liquidation, that is a trader choice, right? That's the choice of the trader. If you go on 100x leverage and you have no stop loss, number one, your liquidation level on 100x is going to be super close to you, right? It's going to be super close to price. Price has to like sneeze and you're out. And you get liquidated, right? But technically, if you're on 100x leverage and your stop loss is before your liquidation point, you still won't get liquidated. I mean, you could even get liquidated on a 2x trade or a 3x trade. Actually, as a matter of fact, I told this story the other day. I think it was the 4th of July back here. I ended up was in like a low leverage swing trade, and I wound up almost getting liquidated. I thought I had my stop loss set. I just didn't. It was a stupid mistake on my end, and I almost got liquidated. And that was a really low leverage trade. I don't remember where that was at. Maybe it wasn't 3x leverage. It might have been a little bit lower. But I've been in situations on 3x trades where you could still get liquidated, right? Obviously, your liquidation level is far away, but your liquidation level really only matters if you're allowing your liquidation level to get hit. If you have your stop loss set, you're going to get stopped out for whatever loss you choose before you get liquidated. But of course, 100x leverage, no stop loss, that is gambling 100%. Let's see. Shout out to Kyle, said, can you show us how to set up where you can look on YouTube for the setups and the volume profiles? Yeah, go to the beginner series on my channel. I have volume profile tutorials. I show you exactly how to use them. Go through the whole beginner series, honestly. And actually, specifically, if you want to learn how to leverage trade without gambling, watch the only leverage trading tutorial you'll ever need to watch. I think is the name of the title of that video. It's in the beginner series. Go watch through the whole beginner series. If you want to learn how to trade, it's all for free right there. I forget how many videos are in there, but just watch through that. It'll catch you up to speed. Shout out to Dave Digital. Thank you for dropping the volume profile video. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Bound said, do you have a private community? Yes, we have a premium Discord. We also have a free Discord. My premium Discord is not a signals group. I don't say buy now, sell now. I give my spoon-fed trade setups. I'll try to find an example here. Actually, I'll just pull up the dining room because there's a good example of one of the shorts. So the way I run the premium Discord, this is actually the dining room. This is a kind of freemium. If you get in here, you'll get one premium post per week. Obviously, the premium in there every weekday and sometimes on the weekends too. But you get like setups throughout the whole week, and then you get the daily TA. I'm in there pretty much all day. But this will give you one premium post per week if you want to try it out. You can come to the dining room, come to click unlock access. If you use any of our exchange affiliates, you can get free access to this. We never kick you out. You just stay in here long term. You also get access to other channels as well. But this is basically how I run the premium, right? I don't give signals, buy here, sell there, right? Signals don't work. I'll stand by that. If signals worked, I would just go pay for the best signals channel. For stocks and everything, and I would just code a bot and print money and just never have to do anything. So signals, whatever. People can do whatever they want, but that's why I don't run signals. But what I do is I show you my spoon-fed trade setups. Like, hey, guys, if price moves up to this level, I want to see these confirmations, and that is where I'm going to be looking to take the short. And this short, actually, we wound up taking. This was in the dining room for free. Shout out to Tony. He picked a banger for the dining room that week. But, if this, then that, right? I'm not interested right now. If price ends up retracing back into this golden pocket, I see X confirmations that I want to see. That's where I'll be looking for the shorts. And then, of course, I show kind of where I want to see that play out to. Value area low was the first target. And the opportunity for this to turn into a swing trade obviously was there, which obviously... did end up being the case, right? So just to be very clear, my premium Discord is not a signals group. It's very educational. I give you the fishing rod. I give you the best bait. I show you where the fish are, and I tell you exactly how I fish. And then I also, spoon feed you the trade setups. But it's not a signals group. A lot of people would be in there, you never told me to buy or sell. That is not what my Discord is about. And honestly, you don't need that. A lot of people joke. They're like, you say it's not a signals channel, but... but anyway, that's how we do it. So you can check that out, and also just get in the free Discord. If you're just learning how to trade and you're a total beginner and you have not put in the work to watch the tutorials or even just study TA in general, you're probably not ready for the premium Discord anyway. You're not going to be able to just get in there and buy sell. This will be my average investor here. This will be my second cycle, not selling anything except about 10% in September. Haven't learned my lesson yet, but I'll be ready for the next bull market. Shout out to User, bro. That is, you are going to make it. I don't know if it'll be next cycle. Hopefully next cycle. I think you have a good chance. But, bro, you understand the mistakes that you made. You made them once. You made them twice. And I relate to that, bro, because that was my big problem was I was making mistakes. I was identifying them. And I don't know, I'm thick-headed. I'm a thick-headed Sicilian, bro. I just went and just screwed it up again, and screwed it up again, and screwed it up again, and screwed it up again. It wasn't even the pain that made me change. It was the boredom. of just having the same outcome. The fact that you identify the mistakes and know that you're not fixing it is like half the battle there, bro. So you're gonna make it, bro. I'm telling you. Yo, shout out to Dave Digital. Said, Frankie, will you just stop paying attention to all these other people and pay attention to me? Shout out to Dave Digital. Yo, you're funny, bro. Shout out to what does that say? 97. I can't see that full name. The Bitcoin and crypto community is disappointing me right now. Last market, we joke about paper hands, made memes, we joked, we laughed, we cried, but we stayed headstrong. This time, people are weak. Yeah, I think, you know why I think that's happening, bro? I think people are upset with this cycle because of altcoins. I think people are just, they're sick of it, man. They've like, you know, a lot of people are just like giving up because a lot of people get overexposed to altcoins. And, you know, I've said this in the past, like, this is a Bitcoin bull market, guys, or this was a Bitcoin bull market. Bitcoin was at $14,000 and it went up to $126,000. This was a bull market. But the altcoins never got their time to shine. I think it was a liquidity problem, not a crypto problem necessarily, right? We're just not in an environment where, like, the super risk on assets were in a place to go up, like, aggressively, like they were in 2021 with massive money printing. But a lot of people get overexposed to altcoins. And, you know, there's a lot of people saying this altcoin is going to go to this price by this day, right? It's like XRP to $10,000 by, you know, 2023, by January 1st, by December 31st, by August 1st. Like, it's just always this thing, and people just, you know, it's a very crazy place, crypto. And, you know, I'm just never one of those people. But, you know, this was a Bitcoin bull market, right? I made a lot of money here. And a lot of people got caught up in the altcoins. And I think that's why a lot of people are fed up, because people who were very exposed to Bitcoin had a pretty decent bull market, right? But people who were heavily exposed to altcoins, or maybe more exposed to altcoins than Bitcoin, had a very hard time. I had a lot of altcoins as well, right? I still do hold a lot of them that are absolutely crushed. But it's just a smaller portion of my portfolio, right? So I think that's why a lot of people are just, like you're saying, weak. I think that's where that comes from. Like, people have basically watch their altcoins like pump a little bit this cycle and then go back down and then just go sideways while Bitcoin just kept going up. I think that causes that kind of sentiment that you see right now. It is what it is, right? And I don't blame them, right? This is super painful. Or, you know, for the altcoins, it was super painful. You know, I always say, like, this is a bull market, like one of the cleanest bull markets. Higher lows, higher highs, and like the most cleanest like market structure way. But I think when people say, like, the bull market hasn't started yet, it's like they're kind of basing that off of altcoins, right? So yeah, it's been brutal. It's been, like, from a altcoin perspective, it's been a brutal bull market. Let's see. Yeah, ADA never even broke $1.50. I mean, we could look at any of the altcoins, right? Like, I mean, we had some like most altcoins didn't make new all-time highs, right? Doge, no all-time high, right? The newer ones obviously did make all-time highs, right? Cardano, no new all-time highs, right? But you'll just have people there calling $5 incoming. This is why Cardano goes to $5 by this date, because of this news event that might or might not happen, right? Let's see. Try to find some other stuff here that you would think would hit all-time highs, like Ethereum even, right? Like, there's your thing, right? Ethereum barely put in a new all-time high. Hard environment for altcoins to absolutely explode when Ethereum has barely made a new all-time high. It's basically like the same all-time high as the previous. But, I mean, you could look at anything. These were all just retracements, right? Like, even Chainlink, right? Golden Pocket, 786. Dogecoin to a new all-time high. I'm trying to find some stuff that's been around for a while here. And then you had some of the Dino coins that just didn't, like, got little pumps, but, like, really nothing, right? Boop. Dead. Let's see. Like Polkadot, very similar situation as Cosmos. Oh, man, TradingView choking out, guys. TradingView choking out. That's how you know people are freaking, right? Like, there's Dot, right? Dude. Didn't even get, like, a full golden pocket retracement, right? is kind of just got a retracement from the lower high, right? So like no altcoins really, other than like the new ones, were really like you had to be like really on top of the new altcoins for like the super big performers. But yeah, I mean, brutal, absolutely brutal for altcoins, 100%. I don't think anybody can really argue that. But I think that's where like it feels like everyone's really weak. I think that's really where that comes from. Yeah, shout out to Taylor. Said if you're a trader these days, where we dump like this are just as good, or dumps like this are just as good as when we pump. So happy to finally have great movement and out of that sideways chop. Yeah, shout out to Taylor, 100%, 100%. I'm so happy to. I'm not happy to dump, right? Well, for the shorts, I'm happy, but I'm just happy to be out of this range, right? And I was kind of hoping that we would just rip the Band-Aid off. I guess I got what I wanted. Maybe I shouldn't have asked for that. Shout out to Henry. Said, can you show your settings for the volume profiles? Yeah, watch the volume profile tutorial. Dave Digital actually dropped it in the chat not long ago. Just go watch that tutorial. It'll show you everything you need to know about the volume profiles, the settings, how to pull them, how to trade them in general. I get more anxious during the pumps. And this is a gift. Shout out to Alex. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the volatility where people are like, oh, my God, what's going on? What should I do? Right? And that's why I always say you want to kind of position yourself before the moves happen, right? Like short from 98K or short from 91K. You want to position yourself before the move, right? It's like, oh, my God, what are you doing right now? And it's like, I'm just getting paid on my shorts, right? Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to jump in a short? Like, no. Like, I'm already short from up here. I positioned myself correctly. At this point, I'd just be too late to the short. Doesn't mean it can't continue going down, but, this is not where I would try to catch the short. Let me pull up these levels real quick. Bouncing off the weekly, or at least tapping the weekly, I should say. I'm going to hide the levels that we've already ran through. So you got the weekly, the value area low. Weekly MPOC has been run through. Yeah, so 59K is the value area low. And we're like kind of cooking through this profile, to be honest with you. It'd be crazy if we just ran right down here and got a reaction at 59K. It's not often that you just like fully fill the profile instantly like that. Usually you get some kind of turbulence. And then underneath this, next level would be 55K. Major level at 55K. Lose that, 47K. Lose 47K, guys, not good. Right? Like that's like the next big yikes moment would be losing 47K. But why is that, right? Well, it would just open up the door. It would simply just open up the door to your value area low, right? Lose the POC, value area low sits at about 30K, right? So value area high sits at about 55K. Once you get accepted in there, you could hold on the POC, but once you lose that POC, very likely. Same thing here, right? It'd be like the exact same kind of scenario you would look at here, right? But just pretend that your price was coming down from all-time highs, right? You tap on the value area low, 55K, massive support. If you lose it, 47K is the POC. You bounce, you bounce, you bounce. Once you lose that and can't get back above, very likely to see the value area low. I would expect it to be lose the POC, very similar kind of situation where you just wind up eventually coming down to the value area low. When we extend these levels to the right, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Right? I would expect it to behave very similarly, right? If we lose this range and we start tapping into the value area high and you don't bounce here, you get accepted in, POC is probably next. If you can't get out, you lose the POC, probably value area low next. Now, again, it doesn't mean that you can't see big retracements, right? It doesn't mean that you can't, come down here, retrace back up, then come down, right? You're going to have moves up and down, right? There's going to be trades to be had, long and short in a bear market. We long and we short in a bull market, and we long and we short in a bear market. We're more greedy with the shorts, more conservative with the longs. In a bear market, And in a bull market, we're more greedy with the longs, conservative with the shorts. Doesn't mean we can't make a ton of money. We made a ton of money here. We made a ton of money here. We made a ton of money from here to here. Or me personally, I think here. Made a ton of money here. Made a ton of money here. Right? There's money all over the place, whether price is long-term going up or long-term going down. Right? We made money on the long from 85 to 98K. Right? Then we make money. We know the shorts are the ones you want to be greedy with. Right? So we're conservative with the long here. Long, you go through the profile. Man, TradingView tripping. Everybody's on TradingView right now. Oh, no, actually, hang on. That was a anchored fixed range. Just clicking the wrong dang tools. Right? Long at the low, flip the POC value area low, go into the high. We even looked for the continuation up because money flow was in the green on the daily. Once we got up here, looking for the short because we know the longer-term trend is to the downside. We want to be conservative with the long. We understand the context. And then greedy with the shorts because we understand the context. So let's pull back up our levels here. And, I always like to try, teach sound trading strategies, right? And, like, safe, valid, logical trading habits. But I'm not going to lie. It would be super fun to just, like, sit up here and gamble with you guys on the, like, local levels. Like, long it, can we get a bounce of some kind? But I just can't do that. Would just teach everybody to gamble, which is not what I'm in the business of. Let's see. 69K incoming. Let's see. Shout out to Madzilla. See if we can find any kind of, and again, right, like even telling the premium Discord earlier today, like, guys, I'm just chilling in my shorts. I'm not really interested in catching a knife. And, like, we just continue to melt down. Like, indeed the right decision. Right? We see the weakness. It's, like, no reason to try to catch the knives. At least we're hitting into support here. Maybe we get some kind of a bounce. Like, no bullish divergences still. Oh, man. But let's see. Do we have anything significant at 69K? Right, and just think about all these bounces. Like, everyone just thinks, like, oh, my God, we're going to bounce. Oh, my God, oh, my God. Like, every bounce is like, eventually the bounce will come in. But let's see. Oops. Right, this would be kind of like a somewhat of a local fib here. 67. Yeah, I would just look at the profile, right? But you're at a 786 here, about 69. Like, if we were to get some kind of a retracement there, could look up in this zone here for resistance. Time will tell. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Market. First crash to 25K and then bounce to 35K. Go from here from here to 25K in a straight line. That would be insane. That would be wild. But again, a little bit of more of the reassuring view, guys. Like, this is big support. I will say it again. All right. Although the higher time frame thought process would still be bearish, right? This is big support. This, not going to go down a straight line forever. We got the weekly here. Until, right, we could just kind of bounce around, stay in the range. You got the POC here. Let me just label these levels real quick, just so you guys can get your head around where the POC and everything is. Bada boom. Yeah, so I'm just going to take, obviously we're bouncing off the weekly here, but I'll just hide it, right? Like, we're just within this volume profile. We've lost this range, right? I mean, we've been accepted into this range. We bounced, we got in, bearish retest, POC. Lose the POC, could eventually expect the value area low. Very similar. Or not very similar, but just like basically the same thing that you look for on any of these, right? You break down, you can't get out, POC is next, you end up losing the POC, value area low, right? Doesn't mean you can't get retracements, doesn't mean you can't get bounces. But overall, right, big support down here. So, I would say biggest level of resistance above would just simply be the POC. I don't want to confuse everybody with like all the retracement levels and all that. But even then, like there's your confluence, right? Like this would be the biggest level of resistance so far. And the nice thing is too, like if everybody's super bearish here, everybody's starting to enter shorts here. It's like if you do start to get a retracement, you're able to get some kind of like push to the upside. Like eventually you're going to start to see those squeeze, right? And then maybe you get a bigger retracement. But we'll keep an eye on these local levels. Let's keep an eye on the lower time frames here. Will she hit the value area low? We'll put alerts here. And maybe we'll even go down to like the lower time frames and just pull like the super hyper scalp TA and try to see if we can call the moves. POC. Whoops. Boom. All right. Let's see here. Let me just... Let's pull up the liquidation heat map real quick. Pull up like the 6 month. Yeah, shout out to Alaba. Says, it's funny we needed weeks to gain 69K, and we now just pass it in a few hours. Yeah. Pretty wild. 47K POC pulled earlier is confluent with the golden pocket fib. Pulled from 15 to 126K. Yeah. Shout out to, what's that say? I'm just going to call it Yvette. Shout out to Vet. Yeah, we actually looked at that yesterday. You do have confluence on the golden pocket there for sure. And unlike the other bear markets, a 30% drop below the 200-week moving average brings us down to 47K. Looks reasonable for a bottom. Yeah, for sure. Would also be like pretty much, right, a slight deviation below the previous all-time high, which we've seen in the past as well. If we make it down that low, for sure. Shout out to New Earth Guardian. Said, bro, we're still under 65K. Hold your horses, Bulls. Yeah. Shout out to Bullish on Parade. Said, well, glad I rotated into the stock market. Frankie, when stock market channel? Yo, shout out to Bullish on Parade. Sometimes we look at stocks. If people want to look at stocks, we'll take a look at them. But yeah, maybe we'll, yeah, I mean, I guess technically we could look at stocks. It's not Frankie Candle's crypto. It's Frankie Candle's trading. And we could look at anything. We could look at horse manure futures. I'm kidding. I don't think that's a thing, guys. Sold now at 80 with 67K. Would $67 be a good base? Let's see. The next level underneath you is the monthly MPOC and the weekly at about $73 to $74. So that'll be the next major level I would look at underneath you. I mean, if you wick below it, I mean, maybe you hit 67K. I mean, 67K, $67. Solana's at 67K, guys. But yeah, you got the $67 wick there. And yeah, liquidation heat map. I'm going to have to look at the year. I mean, we're barely going to be able to see anything here going back because they only go back a year. Yeah, we're already through. We're at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, we can't even see them. We'll only be able to see the liquidity above and then the local liquidity we create below. Let me pull up a lower time frame here as well. Pull up the 1 month. Check GameStop, Frankie. It's the next Berkshire Hathaway, according to Michael Berry. Let's take a look at GameStop real quick. Let's take a look at the daily here. Man. Low-key GameStop kind of holding up. Like GameStop, like low-key held up after the rip to $110. Like, relative, right? Obviously, lost tons of its value, but I mean, after this rip, I mean, this thing has not gone all the way back down. That's kind of wild. Let's see here. 2 week money flow crossing into the green. Oh my God. Monthly money flow in the red. You do have the monthly green dot, though. Weekly money flow kind of bing-bonging around. Kind of choppy there on Market Cipher, if I'm being honest. Let's check the 2-day. Yeah, 2-day chop. This thing is chopped up on Market Cipher. 16-hour and daily money flow crossover into the green. Try to pull a profile here. Yeah, I mean, you got full rotation, full rotation, full rotation, full rotation. Down at the lows, money flow crossover into the green. Next major value area high sits here at about 30.37. Could even pull this maybe. Not really that clean. So yeah, you got your value area high up there about 30.26. Money flow in the green. That money flow stays green. You could look for a potential continuation of the trend into that level. Not saying it's going to do that. I'm just saying that's what I would look for if that money flow stays green. Not financial advice. 48 to 50K. Shout out to Prosperity Fund. Yes. Though I don't know exactly the question there. 48 to 50K. Both very, I would say 48-ish K for the POC is a very key level, and then 55K at the value area high of the range. Two very key levels. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here in the chat. Yeah, by the very end of the week, there will be a wick at the bottom of that channel, potentially. I mean, probably likely. Or wick at the bottom. Wait, what do you say? Wick at the bottom of the channel? Oh, candle. Yeah, I mean, depending on where it closes, of course. I mean, this would be the place if we want to get a bounce. Like, this is the place you would want it, unless you want to come back down here to these lower levels. Question is, in the next 3 days and 3 hours, are we going? Is the wick going to start here? Is the wick going to start down here? Where's it going to be? Obviously, is the question. Yeah, shout out to Kalia, said bull divs on the medium time frames are just giving sideways consolidation. Very, very typical of a bear. I actually talked about that yesterday. Very typical of a bear market. Same thing on the way up, right? On a bull market, the bear divs are kind of going to give you either like sideways consolidation or just like local pullbacks before higher lows and higher highs. So yeah, very typical in a super bearish environment. Everything is on sale. Shout out to Vesda. Yeah. For sure. Shout out to Panda the Prophet, said, I'm still here, Mafia, busy at work. Shout out to Panda the Prophet. He's got his AirPods in. It's low-key ducking the boss. Let's go. It's like, you don't get it, boss. The markets are melting down. How is there zero bounce? There's just zero bounce right now. There will be a bounce. Well, I guess technically there no significant bounce, but I guess there has been bounces. Bounce. But yeah, no significant bounce just yet. Bitcoin dominance. We can take a look at Bitcoin dominance. Take a look at it over here. Let's see. What am I? I'm on the CME chart. What the heck is going on here? Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Dominance, like this dominance coming down is not necessarily like dominance is not always one-to-one on like alts pumping. I don't know if this is why you want to look at it. But of course, like if Bitcoin keeps nuking, it's going to make a very hard environment. Like whether dominance is going down or going up, right? Like it's going to create a hard environment for altcoins to pump. So this isn't really like typically when I look at Bitcoin dominance, I'm usually trying to find a situation where Bitcoin dominance is going to dump and like we could be in an environment where we could see altcoins rip. At this point, right, like I don't know if anyone's still looking for this, but like alt season is obviously not something that I would be looking for right now. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really have much. I can give the technical viewpoint on this. We're still rejecting the Fibonacci retracements that we've looked at all the way back since October. And then the kind of the thought process for, or the hope for some kind of an altcoin retracement or altcoin relief would have been to see the lower highs and then lower lows continue with massive weakness. This obviously, we were hoping that you would hope that this would happen on the Bitcoin, like a big Bitcoin retracement. That was like kind of the only hope for the altcoins to get a rally. But of course, obviously, the Bitcoin retracement was very lackluster for the lower high and the lower low. So I don't really have much of an opinion here on Bitcoin dominance right now. I don't think it's going to be signaling anything like super big right now. It's at least from my perspective, the things that I look at, it's not something that I would pay a lot of attention to right now. Not that you shouldn't, or not that it's not important. Just for me, like, I don't really have much of an opinion on this. Guys, I'm literally breaking out into hives. What the heck is going on? Can you see this? What is going on? How come I can't show this? Can you see that? What is going on, guys? This Bitcoin dump. I'm allergic to Bitcoin dumps. This is insane. Just make it bounce already. I mean, you hit the weekly. It's got to bounce, right? All right, let's pull up a lower time frame here. Let's get some local price action. Let's pull up the 1 minute time frame here. So you got the weekly. Underneath the weekly. What do we have under the weekly? Man, you got the weekly MPOC. But yeah, I'm just kind of chilling in the shorts here. Yeah, shout out to Neon Visual, allergic to money. It's like, yeah, I don't know, I'm allergic to Bitcoin dumps even when we are making the money. This is crazy. Are you on a medication? You might be having an allergic reaction to something. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it's not even like a red rash. Like, it's like, I don't know if you guys could see that. Like, this is, it's very hard to alarm me medically. I'm not going to lie. But, you can't see this, like, at all. There's, like, broken blood vessels. You guys can't see it. Low-key look pasty AF on the on the camera here. But, yeah, no, I'm not on any medication. I'm trying to think. I didn't even eat anything. I drank coffee. I drank water. That's all I had today. Now I'm breaking out in hives. It's got to be the Bitcoin price action. Oops, I left my voodoo doll on the heat register. Yo, shout out to Bullish on Parade. Dang. Bullish on Parade just poking me with pins? Dang, bro. For the record, Dave gave it to me. Dave's got a voodoo doll. Is that why my knee's been hurting for the past 2 weeks? Dave's like, stop saying price is going down, Frankie. I'm going to keep bashing this voodoo doll knee in. Do I have a cat? No, I do not have a cat. I actually did see Tony D's cat yesterday, though. Am I allergic? Oh, my God. It was the same spider as your finger. Yeah, maybe. I'm just getting attacked. I'm getting bit. I have a spider infestation. They saw the spider lines on the chart, and they thought they were home. They saw the spider lines, and they were like, dang, bro, I gotta start, oh, my God, I can't even get the spider lines to show up here. Good Lord. I saw the spider lines on the chart and was like, dang, I got to hang out on the desk and bite Frankie candles. Shout out to Joe Mama. You saw Tony D's what? Sorry, bro. I rubbed poison on you last night when you came over. Oh, my God. They're trying to take me out, guys. The market's trying to take me out. Tony D's mad the market's going down. He's trying to take me out. I didn't make the market go down. Yo, shout out to New Earth Guardian. Yeah, we're dumping because the Mafia is so short right now. New Earth Guardian said, guys, I think we should close the shorts and let Bitcoin recover a bit. All right, guys, stop pushing it down. Everybody take profits. Let's give it a bounce here. I'm making the call. Close your shorts. Give us the bounce. Everybody does it at once. We can see the bounce. Dang, shout out to Dismazed says down 279K on one day. Good Lord. Sorry to hear that, bro. That is quite a loss. Or not a loss unless you sell it, obviously. But that's quite the drawdown for sure. XRP strong support at 0. Yeah, probably. Flash Chip said, ask ChatGPT what to do right now when it said to check with Frankie. Shout out to Flash Chips. Tony D with the super chat. How dare you name Bear in this? How dare you name Bear in this? He's a flawless cat, 0 allergens. You ever see those hairless cats? Tony, I know you've seen them. Those things are kind of scary looking, I'm not going to lie. So are the hairless dogs. Sadly, several people just closed their shorts. Frankie closed the short, the market will bounce. Spider infestation, oh my God. Bear is a saint, yes. Bear is the best cat. He really is. I have to say that. I don't have a cat, so I can say that fairly. But let's see here. Will the weekly hold? And of course, daily money flow. Still in the red here. Never got the green dot. Even if we did get the green dot, right? Money flow in the red would still make you anticipate lower highs, lower lows, but daily money flow still just cooking into the red here. What is that indicator? Shout out to 35. I sometimes these names, I hate the new YouTube handles. They're so hard to read. Hey, bro, what's that indicator? This is Market Cipher. Market Cipher B specifically. Long didn't even give me time for a stop loss. Immediately liquidated. Shout out to Jay Lopez. Dang, you were on high leverage, I guess. Do you already have spider senses where the price of Bitcoin is going to rise? It depends on what you would consider a rise, right? This is the most common question I get is where will we bounce, right? Well, I would simply point you towards support levels. Where do I think you'll bounce? Well, I think you'll bounce at the value area high. Do you bounce at the value area high? Yes, right? So that would be a place to bounce. Anytime you come into a key level, the POC, you get a bounce, right? The chances are like, where do I think a significant bounce will come in? I'm kind of letting things settle down here, right? This is a massive, massive, massive area of confluence. And let me just go ahead. I'm actually going to put this in a folder because I do want to, unfortunately, we may have to, we may have to re-refer to this at some point in the future. So we'll call this 2021 macro value area. I hope we don't have to keep pulling it up, but we will keep it there in case, right? Because if we lose this value area, we're going to have to simply look down to the next value area. But this is very obviously I don't want to say very obviously, but this is a big zone. This is a big zone of support. So, obviously bounces at any of these key levels is valid. But, again, from a volume profile perspective, I can't really say that it's, I'd have to say it's probably the highest probability that, even if you bounce off the weekly or if we come on down here, right, and we dip down to the weekly MPOC, right, like lower highs and lower lows to fill this value area in full at some point is going to be very high probability. But until, I need something, right? This is one of those times where, we're positioned in the shorts. Dang, let's really zoom out here, right? We're positioned in the shorts. This is where we just kind of have the price action come down. There's not a lot to do on these dumping candles, right? And even in the beginning of the stream saying, I am not interested in catching knives here, right? And we just keep chopping down. For me to kind of have a significant place where we could get a bounce, I need some kind of structure. I need some kind of maybe consolidation. I need a tap of maybe the value area low. I need some kind of a retracement. I need something to happen here, right? This is a very dangerous place, literally ever since here, right, to just try to start catching knives, unless you're just trying to catch little scalps and you understand that. So for me personally, right, I'm not, I'm just chilling in the short and just need some kind of price action here. Because right now it's just kind of panic dump. Shout out to Doc. Shout out to Doc the Goat. Thank you for the super chat, brother. It says AVAX looking scary. If it doesn't hold here, $4, then maybe even 50 cents. What do you say? Take a look at AVAX real quick. Well, now we got to set a new alert here in case we break this low. And we'll set an alert in case break the weekly MPOC. Let's take a look at AVAX. All right. Well, I know we have to have that bear market range somewhere. Maybe not. Macro range. Well, here's your 2022 bear market range, right? And dang, you have now lost that. But here you go, right? Upper value. And look at that. Weekly, monthly, daily. That's your key resistance. Nuke it. Pretty wild. But we can now take this off the chart, this off the chart, this off the chart. Whoops. I guess technically we can keep the other one there because it's untapped. Get that off. Right. High volume node. All right. So there's your upper value. Here's your lower value. They slightly overlap. But, of course, the key level here would essentially be the POC of this range because it's also the value area high of this range. And based off auction market theory, if you get accepted into this profile, very high probability of a continuation to the POC and the value area low, and we are now losing this range. So, to be honest, you really need to reclaim that value area low right here sitting at 1160. If you can't reclaim this, well, try to find some lower levels for you. I mean, you got that like $7 wick. I mean, really hard to pull the levels because we're running out of room to look left here. So let me see. You have a weekly right here, which is what you're interacting with, I believe, right now. That one's tapped. So you have this weekly level right here. Nah, ran right through. Oh no, this is already tapped on that wick, so that is not there, unfortunately. Man, just gonna mark out this previous wick. Try to pull a fail. Man, this is kind of a mess. It's like, I mean, you got this little value area down here, 478 down to about 307. Yeah, I mean, when I try to find these key levels, it's like I can't really look. You got a weekly here. Whoops. Come on. Got a weekly right here. That's about it. Let's see if you got probably a daily down there as well, if I had to guess. Yeah, you got a daily there as well. All right, so you got a little... some horizontal levels there. Obviously, that's very far away. You have another daily right here. The heck did that go? There we go. Got a daily right there. So, I mean, these are really the only levels that I can pull up. Got another daily right here. You know, are these like... oh, no, that's tapped. So, yeah, I mean, you don't really have a lot. I mean, those are dailies. It's not like they're massive monthly levels. All right, so you do have a monthly here as well. So that would be the bigger one. Yeah, so I would say, like, really your bigger support kind of sits all the way down here towards 328. Other than that, you got, like, this wick in the daily, but I would probably view this as daily value area high. Then you have this lower value area. You have the POC of this range, value area low. So this is kind of all I can see underneath you. So if you lose this range decisively, all right, if you can't get accepted back in here, this is the next place to look, in my opinion. And that sits between about 283 and I would say about 653. And then the only other thing I can really do there is pull your Fibonacci. Yeah, and then you got golden pocket at the top of that zone, 786 at the bottom of that zone, and then if you start losing that, right, like you really just got to start looking at you just got to start looking at extension levels, which your first major extension that I would be looking at is about 25 cents. But I that's a far ways away. You got this area right here. I'd say like your biggest, highest time frame strong level of support is the monthly MPOC and the weekly down here between 318 and 280. Until then, right, you're hoping that you don't get accepted into this profile. You lose 587, that's where it becomes probable that you come down to the POC and the value area low. 12-hour live stream today? Maybe. Maybe. Shout out to Passerby. Yeah, why buy? Yeah, like that's my thing. Is like I am not interested in altcoins as long as Bitcoin is in this bearish environment. Like I just have no interest in altcoins right now. 100%. Shout out to New Earth Guardian. Shout out to New Earth Guardian. Yeah, alt's looking real strong right now. When bull run, shout out to Coin Hoover. Oh, man. I don't know. Not today. Not today. But, yeah, a lot of people ask me, like, look at the altcoins. And, like, we're going to have time, right? Like, very likely to find bottoms on altcoins and stuff. But, like, I just have zero interest in altcoins right now when you have this massive weakness on Bitcoin. I know it's not what a lot of people want to hear. They kind of just want to hear, like, their altcoin has some massive bullish signal. It's going to go into a massive bull run. But, the truth of the matter is, like, it's just very unrealistic to look at that when we have this massive weakness on Bitcoin. Let's see. Are we close to a buy zone yet? I mean, depending on your plan, right? I wouldn't say this is, again, not financial advice. I am not telling you to buy Bitcoin. But, I would say, this is major support. I wouldn't call somebody crazy if they were starting to DCA down here. Now, that is me saying this with the expectation of it very likely going lower. So understand that. If I were to DCA in here, it'd be a very small percentage with an understanding that we could go lower, right? But, we're at major support. So, we'll see. Very likely, this is going to give us something, right? I'm not saying it has to be something like this, but this is very likely going to hold us up in some way, right? Even if it's very lackluster and we just kind of melt through it. This is major support, right? Just look at it from a horizontal perspective, right? Nothing here. That's why we literally expect the big drop down, right? Talked about this on the live stream multiple times, right? Break these lows, very likely fast drop to the downside. Where's our next key level? 70 to 59K, right? Why do we expect a fast drop down through here? Literally zero support, no horizontal levels, no nothing. All the volume is down here. All the confluence is down here. That's why you anticipate those levels to come. Even yesterday, right? It's like maybe we bounce, but, I expect these levels to get hit at some point, right? And here we are. So if I had to separate these into, like, two separate levels, it's kind of hard, right? Because, yeah, if I were to separate these into, like, separate levels, it's like here and then not really much underneath this until you get down to the, value area low. So if we can't hold this weekly MPOC at 61K, I would expect the value area low closer to 59 down to 53K. So if I were to mark that out as like two different zones, right? Like maybe here and then not really much underneath that. Just see here. Yeah, and then, pretty much the value area low. So, again, I'm just always inclined to look at this through a volume profile perspective, right? Like, you don't always have to have every single. I pull up this confluence because it adds to the confluence, right? Like the strength of the level. But within the profile, can't reclaim here, right? Very likely, if you get stuck in this range, eventually you see that value area low at 59K. Then you bring up the levels underneath you, if we look for a deviation there, right, and I'll just treat this as a range, right? If we bounce around here, right, and then we deviate below and we see signals to look for the longs, we'll look to take that back into the range. Will that be the actual bottom or not? Well, we won't know until we see that price action. But, I mean, this is the area. Like, it's the clearest way I can say it. Value area high, 70K, $67,000 POC. Can reclaim that. Can reclaim the POC more specifically. Value area low next at 59K, almost 60K. The goat is hungry. Phoebe's sleeping right now. She looks so cute. She's like curled up. Her big floppy goat ears are just like flopped over on the floor. Man, I love that goat. Just ordered Domino's. Dang. I haven't had Domino's in a minute. Yeah, shout out to New Earth Guardian said what people don't understand is there's no buy zone without confirmation. That's why we don't place limit orders. Yeah, I mean, again, like unless you're dollar cost averaging in, it's like, you know, people say like, where's the buy zone, right? I could say this is a buy zone, right? But if I don't get the long-term bullish confirmations that I want for a massive bounce from here, you know, it might not be a good buy zone, right? And like the at the end of the day, right? Like if you were to buy spot down here, right, and you think this is a big buy zone, you can make this your dollar cost average zone. You could dollar cost average in with your stops down below, right? And then if it breaks through, you could hit your stop, and then you're pretty much, you know, lose 47K. You can look down towards the 30s, and then that's your next buy zone, right? But that's kind of a dangerous situation to be in if you're not short from the highs. So it really depends, right? Like everybody just wants like, what level should I buy at? No one can tell you that. Doesn't matter if it's me or whoever else you want to listen to or anything. Like no one can tell you where to buy. At the end of the day, someone can tell you, hey, this is big support. That support does not necessarily have to hold, especially like on this massive drop down, right? Like look how the bear markets typically play out, right? Massive drop down. Was it an instant V-shaped recovery? Like understand that's very likely not, like that's not going to happen, right? You're not going to, like, this is the key level, then you come down, and then you just go straight up to all-time highs. That's not how it works, right? You will eventually find a bottom, right? Start to enter an accumulation zone, right? Even here, you could find the bottom. It was the technical bottom. But, like, realize that there's not one level that it hits and then goes up, right? It's always a zone. There's always consolidation and price action that has to play out. Eventually, you get the big buy signal, bullish divergence on the weekly with money flow coming up. That's indicating the low is likely in. I don't wait for that to buy in. I dollar cost average. But again, it also has to do with like your overall plan, right? So it's never going to be like hit the level straight to all-time highs, right? It's going to be all that consolidation. Even here, right? Oh my God, is this a buy zone? Like maybe, right? But like maybe for a dollar cost average, maybe a light dollar cost average. Then you dump, you buy more heavier, right? 10%, then you buy maybe 20% here. Then you break the low again, then you buy 40% here, right? And then you just continue to dollar cost average in, etc. Right? You can weight the dollar cost average on the way down. Buy a little bit, buy more, deploy your capital in like a weighted fashion, right? But it's always a zone. And at the end of the day here, right, we were, right, weekly bullish divergence, low is likely in. But at the end of the day, if this did break down again, right, like I would just continue that dollar cost average to the next target, right? Like, what's the buy zone here? Well, 12 to 14K would have looked really nice. There's no guarantee you get down there, right? So it's kind of a long term. I would say this is the first place, the first big area, right, to look to maybe. Not telling you to buy Bitcoin, but like I wouldn't tell someone they're crazy if they were starting to dollar cost average in a little bit here. In case we see the more bullish case play out where we don't have to go for the 75, 80% correction and we see a bottom come in. And I don't think it would happen that fast. But we see a bottom start to form here, right? This wouldn't be a bad place, right? But we just need price action. We can't make the decision on this big red candle. I'm never closing my short until we get back to 88K. Yeah, that's my thing. I'll close my short on a little bit of strength. But until then, I'm just going to hold the not full position, but the rest of the position that I'm holding right now. Let's see. How long do I wait? Shout out to Moses. Is that what that says? Yeah, shout out to Moses. I mean, I would just kind of compare it to 2021, right? Like the thought process, like one of the big thought processes for this was the fact that we obviously had our previous all-time high down here, right? Whoops. What am I doing here? Oh, I already have it on the chart. Right, we had our previous all-time high here, right? And I think also the other thing we were looking at was potentially this. Was this the, yeah, that was the 12K value area high. And I think we were also looking at the C19 golden pocket between 11, yeah, between like $11,000. Let me just see what this looks like on non-log. Yeah. So we had like the next supports were right down here, right? And actually, I think the 12 to 14K might have been pulled from this profile. Yeah. I forget exactly what we're looking at. It was the Fibonacci retracements and these volume profiles down here. But, someone say, well, be a good buy zone. I'm like, well, that would be a good buy zone, but there's no guarantee you get in there, right? So, there's no way to say 100% what will happen, right? And like, this is, I think, the hard thing that a lot of people don't understand or don't want to accept is that, like, nobody knows whether they're confidently saying it. Think about all the people who confidently call for alt season, right? That's what makes people comfortable making a decision. This guy must know what he's talking about. He said alt season's going to happen. I'm going to buy my altcoins, and then everyone gets wrecked, right? You got to be careful with the deterministic language, right? Nobody knows. If someone's telling you they know something is going to happen, like, that should scream inexperience to you, right? But at the end of the day, something like if we form a bottom here, guys, like it's very likely going to not happen overnight, right? Just like 2021, right? Even if you call this the bottom or this the bottom, right? It does not happen overnight. You're going to have time to analyze the price action. So this obviously would be the best case scenario. Early bottom, send it up. This is entertainable, right? Whether you come down here or whatever. This is entertainable. But I cannot say that this is the bottom, we're going up. Maybe once we have actual confirmation, right? Again, we have those big weekly bullish divergences. Like, I can't even really be more detailed than that, right? If we had the same signs we had down here over here at these levels, right? It's going to be more likely that case will play out. Until we see that, I can't say that that's the highest probability. So as of right now, the two highest probability scenarios is either that the low comes in somewhere here, maybe with a dip down to 47K, 48K. And then the second scenario would be losing 48K, and then I'd be looking down towards about $30,000. These are both in the cards right now. I won't know if this is the higher probability until I see this price action. And I won't know this is the higher probability until this price action doesn't play out, right? And then my bias would be, hey, guys, we're not seeing the confirmations. I'm looking for lower highs and lower lows. Now this case is more high probability, right? We just don't know. So this would be buy zone number one. And then, again, I wouldn't necessarily say you want to, like, buy here and then, unless it's like a very light dollar cost average. But, I wouldn't necessarily say, like, put your whole bag in here. Again, not financial advice. You can do whatever you want. All right. But I would never just, like, buy my whole bag here and then just, like, expect this to definitely be the bottom. Right. It's a very dangerous thing, especially with no price action. Like, we just need consolidation. You need more information. Yeah, shout out to 94, man. I can't see that name. Something Creations, I think it says. I run from any influencer now that says BTC must do this or that. Yeah, it's a huge warning sign. Any real trader, any person that truly understands how the market works understands that they will always operate from a probability standpoint. What is the highest probability? Up here, the highest probability was lower highs and a continuation down. That's why we call for that, right? Frankie, is it impossible to go to all-time highs from here? No, it's just the absolute lowest probability, right? So anyone, like, and I think a lot of people learn that lesson this cycle, right? Because, again, and I don't know how people didn't. I mean, probably people just continue making that mistake. But I think, like, here, everybody's so confidently calling for $100,000. Like, oh, 100K, 100K, 100K. Not even entertaining the idea of the bear market potentially being there, right? Why does this happen? I don't know. Maybe it's an experience. Maybe it's, more beneficial for people online to be saying it's going up. It's better for views, better for YouTube revenue. I don't know. But that is, I think a lot of people learn their lesson, right? Like, just because somebody online says something is guaranteed to happen, not only does that mean not only does that mean it doesn't have to happen, it also should, like, really be a warning sign that that person probably doesn't know what's going on, right? Because anyone who really understands how the market works understands you can't be 100% confident in any call. Probability standpoint. Predictions? No. Probability? Yes. Shift your mindset from prediction to probability. Prediction is a gamble. Putting probabilities on it is a calculated risk, right? Calculated probabilities, manage the risk. That is a calculation. Prediction, this has to go up from here. What does that say? That screams go all in. It's guaranteed going to go up. This is what gets people wrecked. And when I started my channel, I took an oath to myself that I would never do that. I would only say, and again, I would never say, technically, something crazy could have happened. We could have gone to 100K. Sometimes the lower probabilities plays out, but very rarely, right? So I made an oath to myself that I would never do that to my community and keep them on the right side. And we continue to do that in this cycle, 100%. So you just really got to be careful there. And even if someone, even if someone's super confident in something happening, you could take that into account, right? I wasn't just totally ignoring the fact that there was a chance you can go up to 100K here, right? Maybe there's a reason, right? I don't know. It really wasn't, right? This is everything was screaming down. But if there's a reason, right? If they bring up good information, that's okay to take that into account. But you have to weigh it against everything else, right? What was everyone's argument here? High or low, weekly bull div, no bearish narrative. What? Hey. What about all the bearish technicals? Shut up. It doesn't matter. Up. It's going to 250K. You could take the idea of maybe it goes to all-time highs into account, right? But you can't do that while also just ignoring all the massive weakness, all the timing of the cycles, all that other stuff, right? You can't just ignore all that. Take both pieces. Like I said, the easiest way to do it is, what's the bullish case here? Pretty much the same thing as every other cycle, guys. What is the bullish case here for all-time highs? It's this time is different. This time is different. This happens every single cycle, which makes it a little easier for me to stand true in my stance, right? Because I'm just I've seen this happen time and time again. I don't know how people don't learn, but it's right on track with what happens in the past. It's a market psychology, right? Just look up the market psychology chart. How many exchanges will go bankrupt this time? I don't know. Probably some of them. So you got to remember, manage the risk there, guys. You don't want to have all your money in one place. Nobody's safe. Shout out to Jar says, I sold all my coins a few weeks ago. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Feeling pretty good right now. Shout out to you, brother. Nice move. Maybe bottom will be the last bottom after ETH approved in 24, around 49K. Loads of liquidity probably. Today tagged an anchored VWAP from the bottom. Yeah, it's actually something I was looking at earlier today. We could bring that up. It comes right. That's another reason why why this zone is so, just another level of confluence in this zone. Whoops. Where's it at? Anchored VWAP from the bottom of the bear market, right? Not holding, right? Let me just make sure I have this on the actual wick low here. Which one was the low? I think it was this. 15.45. Technically this. Not really going to give you much of a different level. But yeah, here's your massive anchored VWAP. If you could reclaim this, it's also confluent with your value area high, your POC. If you get a weekly candle closure above here, right? Ideally above the value area high. But if you get a hold on top of this, this would be a big level to reclaim, right? We talk about the anchored VWAPs a lot of the time, right? Not only can they locally help you get your sniper entries into your trades, but they can also indicate macro trend changes, right? If you get below this and you can't reclaim it, macro continuation of the trend could be very likely. Where does this sit right now? About 68K, right in the resistance that we brought up before. The biggest level of resistance on any retracements to get above. All right, if you can't get above this, probably not looking good. If you can reclaim it, well, maybe we can see more of a retracement come in. And maybe it's big, right? Maybe you wind up coming back up to the macro golden pocket, and then it still would not invalidate the idea of potentially coming down on the higher time frames, but we'll see. This is big support, guys. This is big support. And again, I don't think that, I think we could be a lot further along in this bear market than a lot of people realize, right? Hopefully. Uh, yeah, who has the gall to anticipate a reclaim after the strength of the sell? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not looking likely. That is for sure. Right? And again, I you know, my personal bias here is like any bounces you catch here are very likely to be retracements for continuations down. This is a bear market, guys. Has been. What is this percentage from the top at this point? 50%. Maybe. Wouldn't line up with the timing of the cycles or the weekly money flow crossover. But, you know, we've had 50% corrections in the past and then made new all-time highs, right? Obviously not my anticipation here, right? Why would that not be? Well, this 50% correction, your weekly money flow is still thick in the green. This 50% correction is obviously on a money flow crossover. This 50% correction is much more similar to this. Like, this dump is much more similar to this dump than it is this dump. There could still be an idea here for a higher low and a higher high because your weekly money flow is still intact. Weekly money flow here, not so much. But yeah, you know, this eventually, if we do get a retracement, you know, I personally would rather wait for a sign of strength than try to catch the knife. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, shout out to Simi. There's always a chance. Are we going to zero, Frankie? Shout out to Bailey. I don't think we're going to zero. Mostly out, so I don't care. But what did Trump say today? Shout out to Amir. What did he say? He's always saying something. If it went down that much, I'm not sure we will continue going on. If it went down to 40K, I don't know why you would anticipate that. 40K would be nothing that we haven't seen in the past. Right? This is, again, guys, like, here's the thing. If the bottom comes in somewhere down here, and this winds up being the bottom of the bear market, and we eventually wind up going up from there, I was like, this will be the easiest bear market ever. Like, 50%. Again, maybe I'm jaded because I've been crypto for so long, but, like, bro, 50% bear market, cakewalk. Absolute cakewalk. 2022 was 77%. Right? That's like ending the bear market here. Imagine you didn't have to endure all that. Like, that would be an absolute cakewalk. And if your first cycle, you'll have no context. But just understand, like, you're getting a break. If we get the bottom to come in down here, and again, like, we'll know this when we have more information. But what's the next play, Frankie? Shout out to Rudy. My next play is hold the shorts. I'm just sitting in the shorts. I'm not personally interested in trying to catch the knife here. Like I said earlier in the stream, I need some kind of retracement. Right? I know a lot of people would be like, "Oh my God, but you missed the move up." Don't care. Right? Just literally, like, there's always another setup. You got to kind of pull yourself out of that mindset. Oh my God, you missed the move up. And it just continues down. Right? And it's very easy for me to kind of say that when I'm holding the shorts. But couldn't have been more clear here, to be honest. Massive money, massive volume gap, massive support. Like, we got to hope that we hold somewhere in here. Whether it winds up being a long-term bottom or not, we are far off from knowing that. We could say this is the first place to entertain that. Once you lose 47K, 48K, that's where, you know, the next zone is really to start looking down towards 30 grand. And there will be, if that does wind up happening, right, there's going to be bounces, there's going to be levels, there's going to be tons of trades to take. But right now, this is the beauty, right? This is the nice thing of being short, right, from the right place, right? Just kind of kick back, benefit off the dump, and also not have to panic. Like, I'm not worried about missing bounces here. Not because I don't think it'll bounce, just because I'm just not worried about missing out on much. And even if it did, right, like, even if it did, thing just absolutely rip. Like, I just don't care, right? Like, I think this comes with experience. The only way to kind of get to that point is to just have experience, right? Like, I've missed bounces before. Never looked back and be like, I can't believe I missed this bounce. There's always another opportunity. Once you start chasing moves and feeling like you missed out, you're just become an emotional trading nightmare. Yeah, a loss of 65%. Really, a loss between like 70 and 80% is standard. 65% wouldn't be super out of the question because, again, you have the logarithmic regression every single cycle. All right, maybe I'll just actually keep this on the chart so I don't have to keep drawing it. Can I get a percentage on this? Yeah. Right, so every bear market pretty much gets a little bit less and less explosive to the upside and the downside, right? So here, 83%. Here, 76%. Here, 86%. 86, 83, 76, right? So would it be crazy to think that maybe we go down a little less than 76? Probably not. Problem there is, even 75%, 73% is at 32K, right? That is possible, guys. That is possible. If we can't hold this area of consolidation, can't hold above 47K, 47K would give you, 48, 47 would give you about 62%. That's a bit of a more drastic mute on the bear market than we've seen in the past. But you do have massive support, previous all-time highs. So, definitely not impossible. Once you lose that, that's where I think you go down for the traditional 75% correction, right? Around 30K. But we'll see. We'll have plenty of time to figure that out, guys. Let's see. Remember last Super Bowl that we pumped, this time we dump? I don't know. Maybe we'll get I don't know. Maybe we'll get something that happened on the Super Bowl that'll pump things. Super Bowl is a dump. Yeah. I'll never forget that because I think a lot of people, what were they excited? Something was something was happening there where people thought that something was going to happen on the Super Bowl that was going to pump crypto. Forget what it was. Maybe it was like a exchange commercial or something. I don't know. It was fun while it lasted. Shout out to Crypto Maxi. Super cycle incoming. Shout out to Henry. Super bear market cycle or super bull market cycle? Hopefully we have a microwaved bear cycle. I hope so. With Matt Damon. Was that it? Yeah. Again, guys, news. If you're ever sitting there going, this thing is supposed to happen, it's going to pump crypto. It's usually too late. It's like, that's usually where I'd be sitting there with my finger on the sell button. Like, all right, it's about to happen, and I'm out. Shout out to Crypto Unicorn said, isn't falling too fast for the normal. Shout out to Crypto Unicorn. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. We need another crypto commercial to bring us out of the bear market. Oh, man. Shout out to Crypto Billy in the chat. What is going on, brother? Welcome in. Everything to zero guaranteed. Shout out to Iron says, Frankie, you have the most realistic, factual, and honest channel. Seriously, I used to listen to the to Tones a lot. They all disregarded the bear market. Clear hints. Thanks, man. Yeah, shout out to Iron, bro. I mean, the signs are there. Like, the charts, right? Like, if the signs weren't there, we don't look for it. But the signs were very clearly there. So, yeah, I appreciate you saying that, bro. It's all you're going to get here. Clear information. So that'll be, honestly, I was kind of prepared for it because I just had to pretty much handle that the same way I handled it up here. I'm like, all right, I know everyone's going to hate me, but I know what the charts look like. Got to stand true. I'm down here. I looked back here and I said, thank God I wasn't calling for 100K like most other people. I even had people who were very just hated me, and they DM'd me. They sent me, this was when I had my DMs more open on Discord. They sent me. I got a couple of DMs that were like, "Man, I hated you. I was trolling you in the chat," And I just want to let you know that actually, I actually trolled you and like listened anyway. And I'm not saying you should listen to me, guys. Could have been wrong, right? But not a financial advisor, of course. What they were like, I apologize, man, and you actually saved me a lot of money. And I was like, yeah, man. I don't care if you troll me. It's not going to change my, I'm never, it doesn't matter how trolled. And honestly, like, we barely have to deal with it. It's like usually like 2 people. But it's like, it's just never, my decisions here on the channel, my decisions here when I talk about the chart are all based off the chart. Doesn't matter what people want to hear, what I think people want to hear. I hate it. Again, I don't like it. I always want to call for higher prices. But I'll tell you right now, guys, when we're looking for the bottom, I'm still going to have to fight against the crowd. People are going to say, what do you mean? Especially if we get like another capitulation, it's going to be like, what do you mean, bro? We're going down. How could you possibly be looking for a bottom, right? We're just going to have to fight that. Be the same thing all over again. But hey, plays out, baby, plays out. Nobody can hate Frankie. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Yeah, we like literally have to deal with like pretty much no hate, which is nice. The only time is like when we have to tell people what they don't want to hear. But it's literally 2 people, usually. Wait, you read DMs? Shout out to Creighton C. No, not really anymore. I don't even know if my DMs on Discord are open anymore. It gets like unmanageable. Yeah, at some point. I've learned that very quickly. I was like, yeah. I was like, check my DMs and be like, oh, good Lord. All right. That is not going to be manageable. We only hate Frankie haters. Yeah. Yeah. The Mafia gets them before we even get to them. But it's funny. I always like, again, we like never have to deal with it, but it's like, yeah, I just always feel bad for people who hate, man. It's like, I don't know how you could hate and not realize that, like, like you're obviously in the bad position. It's like I always feel bad for them because like I had been in positions like that in my life too, where it's like so easy to hate when you're really low, right? It's like super embarrassing when I look back on that. It's like, yeah, of course you're a hater, right? Like you have nothing going for you. Right, so it's like I actually feel for those people genuinely, and all I tell them is it'll get better, bro. It's usually what I say. Like if someone just says something senseless, like you're ugly, just like oh, don't worry, bro. Your life will get better. I promise you. I've been where you're at. Well, your life will get better. Oh, shout out to Clea said stocks with Josh. Shout out to stocks with Josh. Called the bear market too. But Stocks with Josh is not Frankie Candles. That's why we're here, not there. Yeah. Shout out to Stocks with Josh. I actually met him. They actually wanted me to come on their channel. I got to reach out to them. Those guys are awesome. They were like, dude, they were like one of the people that told me, they were like, dude, you crush it in crypto, bro. Like, you should just go to stocks. Like, you would be so easy for you. I was like, I'm just a degen at heart, though. But I've actually met those guys. Those are nice dudes. I met them at Bitcoin Nashville. Thanks, Frankie, for telling us what we don't want to hear. Of course. Again, I wouldn't even view it like that. I just tell the truth. And not only that, right? Like we also, it's like, hey, I might have to tell you what you don't want to hear, but I'll show you. I'll show you how to print money. I'll show you how to print money by hearing that horrible information. It's like the biggest thing. I started this channel in a bear market, and there was a weird. I almost miss the bear market days because it's like. Only the people who are like, only like the real people who are dedicated and gonna make it kind of stick through the bear market. So it's like, I don't know, there's kind of a vibe in the bear market. But I built this channel in a bear market, and I had countless people telling me like, man, probably a bad time to start a crypto channel, right? Why? Bro, I'm making money right now. I can't wait to get on this YouTube channel and teach people how to do the same thing. It's gonna blow their minds. Not that I'm the first person to like short Bitcoin, but a lot of people don't understand how to make money when price goes down, right? It's very, very possible. So, when it comes down to it, it's like, again, like one of my favorite things to do on this channel is show people like you don't need price to go down. You don't have to wait for the bull market. Just make money on the dumps. You don't have to wait, even when price goes sideways. Like you make money in crypto every day. You don't have to like sit it out and wait for the bull market. It was a magical time. Yeah, shout out to Crypto Billy. And it also does help that like a lot of what we looked at played out, which is really nice to look back and see. But yeah, it's an awesome bear market's kind of like, I don't know, it's a vibe. I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds like sacrilegious in like the crypto world, but like I don't know, it's kind of a vibe. But yeah. Yeah, shout out to Crypto Lucid said, you are the definition of the value between giving a man a fish and teaching him how to fish for a lifetime. Yeah, 100%, bro. I could tell, and honestly, I can give people fish, right? I could say buy right now. But if you don't understand the plan, right, you don't know where to sell, you're not going to make a lot of money, right? You're probably going to lose money, right? Because it's not that simple. So I teach you how to fish so you know how not only, and then I also kind of give you the fish too. I give you the spoon-fed trade side, at least in the premium Discord, obviously. But, it's, one day if I don't come up here and go live, right? One day if I retire, which I don't know. I don't see in my future. I love this too much. But, you'll be able to, I want to teach you a lifelong skill that can change your life long term, right? I don't want you to get lucky on a couple of calls and still have to have your job. I want to teach you how to do this. Be realistic about the journey it's going to be and, the amount of time that it will take. That way, if you want to be dedicated and learn that skill for, X amount of time, you can then take that skill, which, by the way, has no salary cap, has no boss, has no, make money on your time, no inventory, no employees, no nothing, right? You're just there taking money out of the market. You'll be able to do that for the rest of your life. If they ban crypto, you can't trade crypto anymore. You can transfer all this information into another asset and use it the exact same way. It's one of the coolest things, guys. You can literally, I'm a little different. I've kind of chosen to have a full-time job and still trade, right? Because I'm on this YouTube channel every day. I'm in the Discord, so I have other responsibilities. I have the business to run and stuff. But if that were not the case, right? Like I really just do whatever I want, right? It's like go anywhere. I probably will do that at some point. Maybe this year, like just kind of travel. I could still stream from a laptop. I could still be in the Discord wherever I am. But you can do it from anywhere. There's no location lock. You can literally trade on the toilet. You can trade in the car. You can trade on a plane. It's amazing, right? It's like the most freeing thing ever. It's the most FU thing you could do to the world is become a trader. You don't need anybody, right? You don't need a boss. You don't need inventory. You don't need a customer. Like you just don't need anybody, right? You can just make money on your own time. Like that is true freedom. Just don't have to answer to anybody, anything. So yeah, it's amazing. But it takes time. Nothing that good comes easy. I did not start here, right? I started literally being the worst trader ever. It's like embarrassing. I can guarantee you I have lost more trades and blown up more accounts than anybody in the chat right now. I would love to go blown account for blown account. I don't think you could really do that, but I'd probably win. Keep crashing. We need to buy cheap. Let's go. Shout out to Kronos Crypto. Yeah, you cannot live alone, or you cannot live from trading alone. You need more cash flow. Shout out to Toaster. You could totally live off of trading alone. It makes it a lot easier to have other cash flow, obviously. I always tell people if you want to be a trader, I would never recommend like, hey, I don't know anything about trading. I want to be a trader. I would never tell that person, yeah, quit your job to pursue it full time, right? Because they think they're going to leave. They're going to start making money right away. That is very likely not going to be the case. So I always recommend like keep your job, put in the extra hours, right? But I have a full-time job. I have no time, right? Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to come home from your job and you're going to have to, what do they say? You have your 9 to 5, but then you're going to have to like have your 5 to 9, right? You're going to have to put in those extra hours, sacrifice other things in your life to study and learn and practice for a very long time until you can prove that you can make money over a certain period of time, not just a fluke or getting lucky. And then once you can consistently do that, then I would say leave your job. When I was like earlier in my career, I didn't just, instantly get into trading and start making money, right? Like when I was blowing up accounts and, being a terrible trader, I had literally side gigs that I would work just to make money to put towards my trading. Like I'd blow up an account. Like, all right, well, I can't trade until I save up enough money to throw back in the account. I'd get paid. I'd throw it into the account, right? I was not like, and I also think that removes the emotion, right? Like if you have your full-time job, right, paying your bills, it keeps you out of the emotional state of trading, right? Because you're not thinking, oh my God, I just lost a trade. I need to pay rent tomorrow. Let me revenge trade. That's literally going to slow down your progress. You need to emotionally detach yourself from the money, and quitting your job before you're profitable to go full time is the worst thing you could possibly do. You're just going to build worse habits. You're going to trade more emotionally. And I would never recommend that. I'm all for burn the boats, right? But not necessarily for trading. Could that work? Maybe. I mean, sure, it could happen, but it's a very dangerous thing. You're going to increase your bad habits. But having cash flow is from other things is like much easier, right? Like if you lose a trade, it's like you're not going to die. It makes it much easier to make the decisions too, because you're not going to make them from an emotional frame. So you know that is totally true. Getting some turbulence. Let's see. Shout out to Lord I think that's what that says. It said, I disagree. My blowing accounts is my daily routine. Yeah, shout, bro. Mine too, bro. Mine too. Definitely. Yeah. Like when I tell you guys I was the worst, I was probably the worst kind of type of person to learn how to like try to be a trader. Just like super want to get rich quick, wanna just like super thick-headed, kept making the same mistake. Really, really rough. But hopefully, learning from someone like me, or just like, at least just hearing my experience will help you guys kind of, when you almost inevitably fall into that trap, you're just kind of like, wait, hang on. I've been told about this before. I think I'm doing the thing. And hopefully it expedites your learning process. Frankie, that's why I love you. For the first time, I thought that bull market exists until I went in. Only bull markets exist until I went into the trenches. Trenches, got wrecked, and found you. Shout out to Perry. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Dang, 4 hours. Yeah, shout out to Raised, baby. We're live for the dump. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Said, Frankie's taught me so much here. So grateful. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Let's go, brother. Absolute. One of the OSGs of the channel and greatest human beings I've ever met. Shout out to Crypto Billy. AI Market Cipher. It has your picture and similar name. Shout out to Trade Time. Anything you see that, whatever, I don't know, if you see some kind of market cipher with my face on it, I have nothing to do with that. Yeah, that definitely does not have anything to do with me. But this is market cipher. We have a link in the description down below to their website. That link will also get you a discount if you're interested. Wait, what? Frankie does the thing now on the live stream? What are we doing? Oh my God, what did I do? Did I do something? Every 4 years we have a bull market to next all-time high. Unfortunately, this time it didn't meet expectations. Our window is over. Wait another 4 years. It will crash to 30 to 40K. Our next low, and then all-time high. Shout out to Kronos. Yeah, I mean, I think that's valid, bro. I think that's valid. We 100% ran out of time here. Again, all those signs were very clear, right? Like, this is not a shock. I mean, if you watch this channel, this is not a shock. We are literally right on track with what we expect. Running out of time. Massive bearish confirmations, money flow coming out, probably bear market, right? Right on time. Only thing I would say is, again, 30 to 40K, I think is valid. Again, if you're just going off the 4-year cycle, I would just be very careful around this zone. 59 to 48K. That's really where I would be very careful in case we do see something slightly different happen, not just because this time is different for no reason, but from a technical perspective, there is big support there at about 48K. And then again, I would say the drop down to 30K is probably still in the cards as well. But the invalidation, the line in the sand for that, for me, would be $48,000. But again, I wouldn't be waiting there to try to snipe the bottom. Of course, dollar cost average is always going to be the best way to do it. But yeah, super valid. Yeah, it's like, honestly, guys, if you just pay attention to the 4-year cycle, it's almost perfect. Like this cycle has literally almost been perfect. People say this time's different. This time's different. This news narrative. Oh my God, this time's different. It's literally been exactly the same. Sure, there's quirks. Having before the all-time high. That's a slight quirk. Didn't really change much, right? This is literally where you would expect the top to come in. And again, that's why we send the warning signs at 108K. Not just that, right? But, just right on track. Let's see. Yeah, I would say the 4-year cycle still, as of right now, is holding weight. Shout out to Darren. Says, yeah, the only deviation was the halving. Yeah, and they all kind of have little quirks, right? I always kind of expect those quirks, like halving before the all-time high. All-time high before the halving, rather. I always kind of expect little quirks. That's the first time that's happened. But again, like this was a double top situation. This was a blow off top situation. We had the 2020 situation, right? They all have their little quirks. This was kind of like really wonky. You have like a major high and then another, like one blow off top, then another blow off top. So they all do have their quirks. But my problem comes when people say, this is where, this makes good content, right? Like good hype. Having before the all-time high, this is the biggest bull run ever. It's going to $1 million. That's where, you got to pump the brakes a little bit, right? Those are kind of the narratives that you are, like the kind of mindset that you want to leave. So you kind of just got to stay chill, right? You got to stay chill. You got to stay collected. Oh yeah, that was kind of the one big quirk. What do I think the best way of learning how to trade in 2026 as an expert? I would say, literally, bro, watch this YouTube channel. There is endless free content. You watch the beginner series. Literally just watch this free YouTube channel. Tune into the live streams. And if you don't want to learn from me, if you just want it's honestly probably the best way to learn because it's all free. It's all very educational, very simplified for regular people to understand. But if you hate me, I hate you, Frank. I don't even want to learn from you. That's fine. I would still push you to learn volume profile trading. I think volume profiles are absolutely the best strategy in my opinion. They're one of the most profitable strategies statistically. So I would definitely push you towards volume profiles. Of course, Market Cipher also is awesome as well. But just like if I had to point you in a general direction, learn volume profiles. And of course, we teach it all for free. So if you want to learn it for free, you can check out the channel. We all started out as moon boys and gals. Yeah. Shout out to Toe Money. Let's go. Shout out to Lucho in the chat. What is going on, brother? He says, check the 50 and 100 EMA on the monthly. In the past, has marked the bottom. We could check out the EMA. Let's see. I don't know why I didn't just add this at the first place. Bada boom. You got the 50. The 100. Month. Well, let me change these. Make the 50 yellow. So yeah, I mean, 2018, you bottomed out on the 50. You didn't really have the 100 just yet. But yeah, 2021, 50. 100 comes in the bottom. Flip the 50 back up. 50. 100 sits at 46K. So would it be super shocking to see the bottom come in on that point of control at $48,000 as this moves? Probably not. It's all confluent, right? Like most of the things that you look at are all going to kind of point to the same levels, right? Like there's probably a massive point of control at a major moving average, right? And then that's why I always try to tell people, like, you want to pick, if you like moving averages, you might not have to look at all the other levels. You kind of want to keep the chart nice and simple. People always ask me, why don't I look at moving averages? I do look at the major moving averages, but at the end of the day, it's like, by the time, if we approach 40, what is this sitting at? About 45K. If this moves up, and I'll say 47, 48K, and we're approaching that level, we're already going to have the POC of that range that we're looking at. There's no need to see every single level there, but I would say that's beautiful confluence. Shout out to Lucho, bro. If we keep pushing down and this winds up coming into 48K, that would be massive. All right, one thing we can say, kind of hard with this 100 month, I might have been saying 50 week, is we just don't have a lot of information back here to see how this has acted in the past. But it did mark the bottom here in 2021, right? So again, right, bring it up on the current levels that we're looking at, right? That moving average will likely move up. 47K, 48K, POC of the range. Massive level we're already looking at. Would make sense if that 100-month lines up perfectly with that. Nice confluence. Lucho with the confluence. And hey, Lucho, it's not Friday, bro. It's not Friday, bro. I know you're here for the giveaways. Asia's going to wake up grumpy. Yeah, for sure. Can you check the RSI on the 3-day, for example? How many times it happened historically and what happened after? Shout out to the RSI. Let's see here. 3-day RSI. I don't know exactly. So I'll just compare it to 2021 because this is very similar. Let me just hide market cipher real quick. Bada boom. All right, so here's your 3-day. All right, here's your capitulation. 3-day RSI. Oversold. As I mentioned earlier today, it's not as easy as seeing an oversold RSI and a massive bounce. Not that that can't happen, but it's not always that simple. Oversold RSIs can remain oversold for quite some time, which is why I like to look for actual divergences, discrepancies between the price action and the momentum. It's not as easy. Unfortunately, I'll never forget, like back in the day when I learned about the RSI, I was like, this is easy. Yeah, just when it goes up here, I'll sell. When it goes down here, I'll buy. Not that simple, unfortunately, but we'll take a look at what happens here. 3-day, kind of like seems like where we're kind of at right now. RSI dips below the negative 30, right? Oversold. And then it bounces. Basically gives you sideways consolidation. You get another massive dump. So you're oversold. Yes, you do get a little bit of consolidation. You get a little bit of relief, right? But in a bear market, right, with I always point to money flow, but in a bear market, right, the bounces are oftentimes lackluster for lower highs and lower lows. Even if you have an oversold RSI, the oversold RSI remains down there for quite some time. You get another massive drop. So imagine if you were just looking at the RSI saying oversold, buy, right, another dump to the downside. You're just going to get absolutely cooked. RSI becomes oversold once again. And then it comes back up, right, all the way up to the high here. And then eventually you get a push to the upside. So I want to look at the, let's see, currently RSI oversold. Yes, this could indicate some kind of a bounce or reaction if you're able to curve back up, obviously. But there's nothing, in a bear market, it would be much more likely to be a lackluster bounce for another low to come. This will probably become oversold again. The thing I like to see is an actual divergence, right, which would be your price action making lower lows, right, with your RSI making higher lows, right? Then you'll have that bullish divergence showing you an actual discrepancy, and then you can look for the bigger reaction. Like even here, right, bear market territory, oversold RSI, you do get a bounce, right? Again, it could indicate a bounce, right, but overall, lower high, lower low. I wouldn't necessarily be looking at that as an indication of the bottom of the bear market. Hopefully it is. I hope. I just think just rips off to new all-time highs, of course. But, yeah, like in a bull market, right, it might be a little bit more, let's see. You don't even really get oversold too hard. But, of course, context is always going to be very important, right? You could pull this up over 2017 price action, right? There's your oversold RSI on the 3-day, right? You get a bounce, right? That's nice. And then you just come right back down. So you can remain oversold for a little bit. It doesn't always mark the absolute bottom, but it is oftentimes an indication that you do have a little bit of a oversold kind of situation. But again, I do prefer to see the divergences. So there you go. That is what trying to find an area where you just kind of hit the oversold and rip. And from like a spot perspective, right? Like oversold, buy in. You still have a lot of downside, right? Like here's an example of oversold V-shaped recovery. But again, this is a different context. This is coming out of a bear market after the bottom's already in and continued up. So it's a little bit of a different scenario. Like here, rip, new low. But then you also still have time to accumulate, right? So yeah. Like even the weekly, right? Down here, RSI, oversold. Right? Is that the bottom? No. You continue down again. Is it a good sign that you're overextended? Sure. All right, so could the low be in? Right, well, I wouldn't say the RSI being oversold would indicate that, right? Because, all those examples I just showed you. But, maybe you get a little bounce, right? And then we can get one more low, and then the RSI makes a higher low, right? Which is exactly what I explained at the beginning of the stream, which is basically just looking for high time frame bull divs. But we'll see what happens. Whoops. So there you go. I remember when I first found the RSI, I was just like, I just wait for it to be overbought, sell, oversold, buy. Didn't work. That'd be really easy to code a bot on as well. Shout out to Isaac Newton. Thank you for the super chat. Said I'm homeless because of Bitcoin. Shout out to Isaac Newton. No. Sending super chats homeless is crazy, bro. Shout out to Isaac. I think he's joking. But yeah, definitely painful. Breaking 63K. I don't know if you meant to the downside or the upside. 63. 63K even. Let me pull up the actual chart here real quick. Let's see. Still bouncing off the weekly. Again, right, like I'm not necessarily interested in catching a knife here, but let's get this RSI off the chart. Yeah. No bullish divergences. Not gonna lie, not catching the knife today ended up being the right decision. But, I don't know. Maybe some bull divs here, but again, these are super wonky. This is super, super weakness. I need to wait, guys, very simply, for some kind of a big bounce and retracement or some kind of structure to form, something like that. Yeah, maybe got little bull divs here on the lower time frames. See if we could take this blue box off, actually. Whoops. Probably make this purple because this is going to be the resistance. Where's my fib? Let's see. Let's pull up a 1 hour. There we go. Pull it from the acceptance, or the back test, rather. Yeah, I mean, I would say 67,422 to 70,189 is going to be the biggest level of resistance. POC, value area high. Nice little bounce off the weekly here. Low time frame bull divs. Nothing really significant on the higher time frames, but I mean, not even really, though. 12-minute, 15-minute, you got the lower lows. Not even on the 15-minute. It's really just the 12-minute here. Lower lows, higher lows. But yeah, see if we can get a little bounce off that weekly. Whoops. Let's see here. We have some single prints above leading into about 65K. See if we can crack 64,628 and then send it very quickly through 65K. Let's see, 64,637. About 65K. These are your single prints. And that is 64,637.50 to about 64,987. Bada boom. Let's see. Not big, right? It's going to be not huge single prints, but let's see. Little local volume profile here. Whoops. 1 minute money flow crossing into the green. No 15-minute green dot confluence. See, 90-minute green dot printing, no bull div. 1 hour green dot printing, no bull div. And then no bull divs here on the medium time frames. Even the medium time frame bull divs, honestly, haven't really given anything. Of course, bearish environment, guys. Lackluster bounces, greedy with the shorts, conservative with the longs. But this is kind of the first time we've actually seen some kind of even local divergence print, right? You're at support. You got lower lows. You got higher lows. But you got to be careful. You're in a bearish environment. We'll see if we can come up and take out these single prints. And then, what is that? 68.70. Oh, 68.5. Yeah, so like kind of right into this. Overall, if we're looking for a retracement, this would be the first one to look at. If you get some kind of a bounce here, again, be careful. Not financial advice, but I'd be looking up into this golden pocket 786. If we don't make it up there, I'm not going to be super shocked, but that would be what I would like. If you do get the bounce, this is the place to look, in my opinion. See if we can get those single prints to fill. Let's pull up the chat. Got rid of the chat for a second. We'll go for the CME gap at some point. Let's check it. Well, let's see. Let's take a look at the electronic. Yeah, 82. Yeah, around 80 to 82K. Let's check the RTH real quick. Do have a CME gap here on the RTH, 70,900 into about 72. Let's pull up the Bitcoin chart. Yeah. Let me just get the yeah, maybe come up and fill this gap. That's probably more confluent with your more significant Fibonacci retracement, which, yeah, like come up in here, tap these. These would be the two major fibs that I would look at personally. And you don't have to look at the Fibonacci retracement. You can just look at the POC and the value area high, push up. That's your big resistance. Break above here. Next big resistance. But again, no reason, maybe we fill the CME gap. Starts over here, but really the big goal is to get out of this volume profile, right? We don't want to, just like any other volume profile, we don't really want to get stuck in this range. I mean, we're already below the POC and the value area high, so it's kind of dangerous. Let's come back down lower time frame. Pull fib here real quick. All right, so we got a local profile here. See if we could hold the POC and get the move out. If not, might be headed back down to the value area low. CME gap at 59K. I mean, that would make sense to me just because the value, it's like literally right on your value area high. I mean, sorry, right on your value area low. All right, 59K, just below that value area low. And when you look at this in the context of the volume profile, right, if we do end up continuing down to fill this in full, would make sense to go fill that. Let's see. If people find out it's Epstein, it might go to 0. I doubt it is. I hope not. That would kind of suck. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get caught too much up in the narratives, to be honest. It would obviously be very bad, right? I'm not saying I think that would pump Bitcoin. But you got to think, right? What could be something that would end Bitcoin? Maybe massive regulation and exchanges going down. One of the biggest exchanges becoming basically a Ponzi scheme. Maybe countries banning Bitcoin. These are all things that we've seen at bottoms. So, you think of like what would send Bitcoin to zero? That would be probably where I would look for bottoms to start forming. No, I don't know. I don't know who Satoshi is, right? That would be crazy if it is. I mean, you got to think about it, right? He's like a billionaire financier. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem super out of his wheelhouse, but I don't know. I think it's really high probability personally. Like, my random speculations are it's probably a government agency, a country, which I think would also be kind of sketch. Or it's just like random anon cryptographer, which may or may not be still alive. That would be best case. But it is kind of crazy to think, like, I don't know. We'll see. Only time will tell. Or maybe we'll never know. Yeah, definitely consolidation between 57 to 70K. Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're at big support, guys. We're like, this is where I would expect price to get clung up, right? 100%. Whether that is going to be where we build the bottom, way too soon to call that. But this would be the first place I'd be paying attention. Maybe it's big capitulation, retracement, bing bong around, another capitulation, fake out, back in, bull market. I don't know, right? Nobody knows exactly how that's going to look. I mean, unless you're us, unless you're me. Sometimes we do know exactly how it's going to look in this case. But that's never the anticipation, right? It's like sometimes it follows your line perfectly, but a lot of times it doesn't, right? You're just going to try to come up with your probabilities and expect that to play out in some form or fashion. Nobody knows if this thing's going to go down here first and then retrace, right? No one is going to retrace from here, or if we're going to go deviate and then retrace, right? It's very hard to figure out exactly what the candlesticks are going to look like. I know it's like a fun, like people are like, yeah, but you do that. It's like we've drawn this line 100 times, but that's like I don't expect that to be the case, right? There is an element of luck to that to some degree. Yeah, I mean, listen, honestly, I was talking about this with my friend. Elon is not a bad thought either, right? Like, he made PayPal, right? I mean, he's Elon Musk. He's always kind of been like a cameo crypto guy, right? Like, he always comes and makes his cameos, makes his tweets. I don't know. Kind of makes sense. But I don't know. It could be a ton of people. Yeah, don't lie. Yo, shout out to Mixed. Come on, bro. Don't throw me under the bus like that. Hey, shout out to Azad. Thank you for being here, bro. Shout out to you. God bless you back. Juice World definitely invented Bitcoin. Was it Buffett who said, if you knew who created Bitcoin? No, that was Dan Pena. That was Dan Pena, which made me kind of question, like, Dan Pena, oil billionaire. Wouldn't it be weird that he would have some kind of connection, like whether it's inappropriate or just business-wise, to you-know-who? I don't know. I think he said it was Putin, though. I think he said Satoshi was Putin. I think he said that after that. But I don't know. Again, maybe we'll find out one day. Maybe we won't. Can you play the video? Yeah, hang on. Let me try to find it. I'll play the video. Dan Pena on... Hang on. Dan Pena on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to zero. All right, hang on.
Who was really behind Bitcoin?
Here we are.
If you knew who was really behind Bitcoin, you would run as fast as you fucking could to sell it. I know. 100%. If you knew who owned Bitcoin or who started Bitcoin, you had Bitcoin, you couldn't sleep at night. I know. 100%. And when the real founder of Bitcoin comes out, it is my humble opinion, and there's nothing humble about me, Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
In a microsecond, whoop, like that.
That's Dan Pena. I love that guy. That guy's like no BS. I don't know. I mean, he's not a nobody. He definitely got billionaire friends. Who knows who those billionaire friends are? But I don't know. He's also like very much, he's like an older dude. He's like very much not a crypto guy. Probably has no idea how the technology works. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that music. Do, 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 do. Crazy, crazy. So he's saying Dave Digital is Satoshi? I think it might be Dave. Somebody said it's your dad. Maybe. I mean, that dude, I wouldn't know that. He's never told me that. But he does sell the tops and buy the bottoms, like, with no clear, like, I don't know exactly how he does it. So it would be interesting. He probably is right. But in the meantime, yeah, why would he dox it then? I don't know. CIA, I think CIA is a good guess too. I don't know. We'll see. The skepticism from me comes from him being like, I know 100%. I know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If that was just some random guy, you got to think like, billionaires all have their own little circle, right? And if it is made by somebody who owns an island, well, I wouldn't be shocked if Dan Pena knows that guy. I don't know. Pretty crazy. But let's just hope not. But I don't know. Even so, I don't know. You got to be careful with the bearish narratives. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Sheesh, I'm dying in the comments. Yeah, probably right, but hey, in the meantime, is crazy. Bro, how can I learn your kind of analysis? I really like your TA or my trading view. Check out the channel. Check out the beginner series on the channel. We'll teach you everything you need to know to be caught up to date here with what we look at on the channel, how I do my analysis, how I trade. Tons of value, tons of free value on the YouTube channel. Just check that out. Solely free. Yeah, more people in the bear market than the bull market. Yeah, I mean, especially recently. I mean, during like the big pumps, probably I would say viewership probably a little bit more. But yeah, recently, I mean, just like being up here, like even viewership up here, right? And I think it just has to do with sentiment, right? People are just like, all coins are still not going crazy. Just no interest. But typically, I will say, I think our best performing streams are when price is dumping. It's just fear. People, fear is probably the strongest emotion. Shout out to Band of the Prophet. Welcome to the Frankie Kettles live stream every single weekday right here at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. We're on 4.5 hours here. We'll definitely go through those videos now. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Guys, smash that like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you don't want to miss these moves before they happen. And if you want to learn how we do the TA here, it's all for free. We need more God candles. Yeah, 100%. Pena truly, if Pena truly had any balls, he'd had said it right there who it was. Yeah, I know. I mean, he's like if you watch him, he's hilarious to watch. But yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say it, right? Like the only reason I don't think he would want to say it is if he thought that the person that created it is really powerful and could blackmail him or get him whacked. I don't know. Keeping things short today, guys. Stephen Hawking is Satoshi. That'd be crazy. Need another 300 likes to match the viewers? Let's do it. Run it up, guys. We can get the likes to the viewers if you want Bitcoin to bounce from this weekly. This crash was a blessing. I'm all in cash for the first time since 2017. Hey, shout out to you, bro. Love to hear you, brother. God bless. Shout out to you, man. No problem. We're just kind of hanging out here. Could also be some kid in his basement. Yeah, definitely could be. We'll see. Maybe it's that guy. You know that guy, Satoshi Nakamoto? And he's like, I'm not Satoshi. Leave me alone, please. And it's like the totally wrong guy with the same name. Bro, imagine if it's him. It's just like, you idiots. All I said was it wasn't me, and you believed me. It's literally me. That'd be hilarious. The kid would be middle-aged by now. Yeah, probably. If we get 1,000 likes, I'll tell you guys who Satoshi is. I have it written on this rolled-up Starbucks receipt. Always thought Satoshi was Steve Jobs. It would make sense that that wallet hasn't moved because he's not here anymore, obviously. That would make sense. Hal Finney, obviously, is another big one. Don't play the video. I'm getting scared. Frankie's ex is Satoshi. I hope not. I hope not. If she finds this stream, she's gonna dump that. She's gonna move. Guys, if one Satoshi moves in that wallet, all the trust is gone in Bitcoin, in my opinion, right? So yeah. If she sees this stream and she's Satoshi, she's gonna do something in that wallet and she's gonna be like, screw this guy. Boop. Net worth to 0. I'm just kidding. If Bitcoin went to 0, my net worth would not go to 0. Maybe if I was I guess part of my net worth would, because I am still partially exposed to the market, but very little. I just have a small portion of my Bitcoin that I just hold long term. It's got to be someone that understands math and harmonics. Yeah, and cryptography, I guess. Why is the receipt rolled up? I was just talking, and I just grabbed it. I'm going to unroll it. Satoshi's name is in this scroll, guys. Satoshi's name is in this scroll. It's just I'm just going to say the name of my barista. It was Jennifer, guys. Satoshi is Jennifer. Shout out to Henry said, Frankie, don't you get tired? Are you made of steel? I'm not going to lie. I do kind of feel like I'm like losing steam here. But yeah, I don't know. 5 hours goes by really quickly when Bitcoin's dumping like this and when you're on a live stream. Kind of just like black out. Shout out to Henry. Time traveler from the future wanting to save some people from the collapse of fiat. Maybe. I don't know. Looks like apparently some of the smartest people in the world think that there is a way higher probability that we live in a simulation than in base reality, which is kind of nuts. What about the VIX? I don't really have any opinion on the VIX. Sold my Bitcoin at 109K, and it's the first time in 9 years I hold Bitcoin and only trade it now. Shout out to Seek Parabolic. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Satoshi has to be dead, otherwise they would have rugged by now. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. One thing is, if anything moves in that wallet, it's over. It's over, guys. Like, that would be a black swan event. That would not be like, no, guys, don't worry. It's just bad news at the bottom. If that happens, all trust would be lost in Bitcoin. And that could potentially, in my opinion, send Bitcoin to 0. I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of crazy because, like, it does all kind of hinge on that, right? Like, I don't know. That's my opinion. Maybe that wouldn't happen, but like that would just like break all the trust, I think. Went away for a couple hours and you're still streaming. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. Yeah, we're still live. Smash that like button for the world's longest crypto stream. Just wanted to say thank you, Frankie. Shout out to Regular Guys Trades. Of course, bro. Of course. That's why we're here. Yeah, move one sat and it's all over. That's my stance. Your silver TA saved my tail, and I was ready for today. Yo, shout out to Regular Guy Trades, bro. Let's go. You watch these free live streams, bro. We'll give you the key levels. I'm not gonna give you the exact setups. We do that in the premium Discord, but you just watch the TA, get those key levels, and very valuable free information. Freest, most valuablest free value on YouTube. Satoshi's looking for a seed phrase. Hopefully he doesn't find it. 2, I think it's going to drop more. Shout out to Sir. I think long term, yeah, like massive, like, you know, at the end of the day, guys, massive weakness in the markets. We're at big support. This is the first place where I would say, I'm not telling you to buy Bitcoin. I'm not a financial advisor. You could buy it here, full disclosure, and it could go lower. As a matter of fact, I do still think that's the higher probability. But this would be the first place where I would say, considering dollar cost averaging in is not the craziest thing, right? Because, you know, I would personally rather wait for some kind, like, this is not very likely, like, this is very low probability. Like, if you don't buy it here and we get a retracement, like, you're not going to miss the low forever, right? And even if you do, right, like price action is going to develop. It's not just going to bounce here and then go to 500K. So you try to take a deep breath. I know in these big candles it can get very emotional. It can get very, start to freak out a little bit. Try to take a deep breath, right? I'm not interested in necessarily catching knives here from a trading perspective, but, you know, from a longer-term perspective, this is kind of the first major area of support, kind of leading us down to 55K. So keep that in mind. Now, straight down in a line, down in a straight line forever doesn't always happen forever, right? I do think, you know, we do need some structure. We need some consolidation. We need some retracements before I could really look for another, you know, sound place where I would be looking for a move. Let's see if we can take out these single prints. Come on. But overall, right, 70,000 to, I would even say 55K to the previous value area high. This is massive, massive, massive support. There's a ton of confluence. And I'm talking about a ton of confluence in this area. This is like there was nothing here. We look for the fast drop down. We get it. And we're now in this massive zone. Any retracement as of right now would be looked at as a lackluster retracement for lower highs and lower lows until proven otherwise, right? So we'll see what happens. But we'll keep you guys updated here on the live stream. Let's go low time frame here. We're going to go take out those single prints before we sign off. Can she do it? Can she do it? XRP just had a big green wick to $1.50. I don't know where that was. But yeah, biggest levels, I would say. Going to be sitting here if we're going to get a big retracement from this weekly. We've pushed into support. You have the low time frame bull divs. Again, I'm not super interested in the longs personally, right? But I am holding shorts for much higher. If you are going to get the bounce, I would say the biggest level of resistance from a high time frame perspective to look at is going to be sitting between, if we get a significant retracement, and again, could hide this, that's ran through. Can hide this, that's ran through. Right, if we're going to get the bigger retracement, hide this, that's ran through. All right, golden pocket, POC, right? Just very simple. Your POC sits at 67,252. Value area high, 70,154. Value area low sits at 59.8. If we get the bigger retracement, golden pocket, 786, POC confluence between 67,342 and 69K, call it, is the first zone. If we break out of the value area high, that's where we can look for a bigger move up. But I don't see a reason to start looking for, I'm not saying you can't get up there, but I don't see a reason to start looking up there until we start breaking out of the value area high. Until then, I'm going to be looking at this as a volume profile. And just to simplify this range for you guys, so you're not looking at a million different levels, very simply put, whoops. Take off this, take off this, take off this, take off this. Value it. This is the range. As long as you remain in this range, very likely for it to fill, right? Even if we get a retracement all the way up to the high until we break out of here, I would be looking at this as major, major resistance. 67 to 70,200. Again, CME gap up there as well, so maybe we want to go sweep that. But 70,200 at the value area high, POC 67.3, and the value area low at 59,805. Just look at MicroStrategy. Same exact thought process. You bounce off the POC, you come in, you bounce a little bit, but at the end of the day, you couldn't get the decisive breakout. You lose the POC, full fill, bigger drop down below. Overall, just generally, I would expect that volume profile to be the same until we can get a decisive breakout of the value area high and get a bigger push up. Until then, I'm going to sit in the short positions and continue to profit until we get some kind of consolidation or clear signals here. Until then, I'm just going to go ahead and sit in these shorts, and hopefully, we don't have to go to zero. Although we get paid out on the shorts. I never want Bitcoin to go to zero, but we covered all the key levels, guys. I don't want to kind of beat the dead horse. We are live now for almost 5 hours. Your boy Frankie Candles got your back. But XRP down to 98 cents. Good place to buy some spot. I mean, it's the first major level of support. I just always, would never tell someone to just put their whole bag in. But if you're looking for take a little bite, right? I wouldn't say it's first big support. But of course, you have to understand there is a chance we can go lower. Weighted dollar cost average down could be the case. But once you lose 47K, massive drop, in my opinion, to 30 grand. So there we go. Shout out to Rad IRL. He said you're a piece. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Henry. Shout out to Jesse. Shout out to Seek Parabolic. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Neon Visual. Shout out to Dave Hagen. And last but not least, Nick Dunn. Guys, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. Smash the like button on your way out. Let's get 1,000 likes before we end the stream. That's all I got. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hasta pasta. Frankie Candles out. Bing bong!
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal